Chapter 783. The result of the match between Yi Xing and Zheng Haoyu exceeded the disciples' expectations. Only with true battle results could one gain fame. As a 9-star supremacy, Yi Xing was looked down on by the disciples in terms of cultivation. However, after the many battles, his fame gradually rose. Now Xiao Chen's defeat of Zheng Haoyu shocked everyone. His fame soared, catching up to Tu Qianzhang. No disciple dared to say that Yi Xing was not qualified to fight for the first rank anymore. However, the disciples still believed that Tu Qianzhang had the upper hand in the match between Yi Xing and Tu Qianzhang. His chances of victory were higher. However, all the disciples had to admit that Yi Xing was already a strong contender for the first rank. It was not impossible for him to obtain the first rank. After a dozen more battles, there was only one last battle left in the grand competition. Next battle, Yi Xing versus Tu Qianzhang. All the disciples had been waiting for this battle. When they heard this, they felt energized. These two disciples who had maintained a clean record were finally going to fight. The result of this battle would determine who would obtain the first rank in this competition. Whoosh, whoosh. Yi Xing and Tu Qianzhang's figures appeared on the arena at the same time. Senior brother Tu will win. Senior brother Tu will win. Tu Qianzhang had many supporters. Many disciples below the arena cheered, their voices sounding like they could topple mountains and overturn seas. The battle for the first rank was the most important in every new disciple competition. Mo Qingyang, Elder Zhao Yuan and Elder Wu Mingtong, who were watching from afar, did not stop the disciples from cheering. Although they were far away, quasi-gods had very strong eyesight. Everything in the plaza at the foot of the mountain was clearly visible. Mo Qingyang looked at Yi Xing and Tu Qianzhang on the arena. Then, he looked at the two quasi-gods at the side and said, "Junior brothers, who do you think will obtain the first rank?" Yi Xing. Tu Qianzhang. Zhao Yuan and Wu Mingtong spoke at the same time, but they said different names. Mo Qingyang looked at Zhao Yuan and asked, "Junior brother Zhao, how do you know it's Yi Xing?" Zhao Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Throughout this competition, Yi Xing's strength has increased along with the strength of his opponents. It seems to be bottomless and can always surprise others. I believe that this time he will surprise me again and—" Zhao Yuan paused for a moment before continuing, "He's only a 9-star Venerable Lord, but his strength has reached the level of a 4-star Venerable Lord. His ability to challenge those at a higher level is truly heaven-defying. In the past 10,000 years, only the Palace Master, the Divine Emperor, had such heaven-defying battle prowess when he was a 9th-star Venerable Lord. Such a heaven-defying monster will definitely stir up a storm in the future." When the Palace Master Divine Emperor was mentioned, Mo Qingyang and Wu Mingtong revealed a respectful expression. After Zhao Yuan finished speaking, Wu Mingtong chuckled and said, "What kind of person is the Palace Master Divine Emperor? It's really inappropriate for junior brother Zhao to compare an outer disciple with him. The gap between them is as vast as the ocean. How can they be compared? The Palace Master Divine Emperor is a true god, while Yi Xing comes from the most ordinary medium continent. Having a quasi-god's fate of 1 or 2 stars is the limit of the limit. They are not on the same level." Zhao Yuan said, "I'm only saying that Yi Xing's strength when he was a 9th-star Venerable Lord is comparable to the Palace Master Divine Emperor when he was a 9th-star Venerable Lord. Senior brother Wu, don't misunderstand." The Palace Master Divine Emperor referred to the Palace Master of the Dark Star Divine Palace. At the same time, he was also the Divine Emperor of the Dark Star Divine Kingdom. Only the strongest among true gods could be respectfully addressed as Divine Emperors. The Palace Master of the Dark Star Divine Palace was the strongest among the true gods. Not only was he the #1 expert in the Dark Star Divine Palace, but he was also one of the top existences in the entire flowing light boundary. Both the elders and disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were very respectful towards this Palace Master Divine Emperor. Mo Qingyang looked at Wu Mingtong and said, "Junior brother Wu, why do you think it's Tu Qianzhang?" Wu Mingtong said, "With senior brother Mo's eyesight, you must be able to see the difference in strength between the two. The gap is very small. Tu Qianzhang is a bit stronger, but it's very limited. With Yi Xing's attainments in archery, if they fought in the wilderness, there would be enough space for him to move freely. Tu Qianzhang would definitely not be his opponent. But on the stage, the battle range is limited. Yi Xing would definitely not be Tu Qianzhang's opponent. I think he would be able to last 20 moves against Tu Qianzhang at most." Mo Qingyang pondered for a moment and said, "You're right. However, what if Yi Xing still has a trump card?" Wu Mingtong said, "What kind of trump card could he have that even our divine eyes can't see through?" Astral-reaching venerables could open the martial Dao heavenly eye. After becoming a quasi-god, the heavenly eye would evolve into a divine eye. Not only would the eyesight increase by 100 times, it would also have all kinds of benefits. Mo Qingyang nodded, agreeing with Wu Mingtong's words. On the side, Zhao Yuan raised a contrary opinion. A 9-star venerable lord with a 4-star king's battle strength. Such a heaven-defying monster is rare. Could he really be as simple as we think? I feel that I can't see through him. Even true god experts aren't omnipotent. It should be normal for a quasi-god to be unable to see through a monstrous genius with great fortune. Mo Qingyang nodded. Junior brother Zhao's words make sense. Let's wait and see. The result will be clear soon. On the stage, Yi Xing and Tu Qianzhang had already started fighting after a few unpleasant words. Blood Cloud Saber Arts. Tu Qianzhang's extreme metal constellation had merged his saber intent into his saber aura. It was incomparably sharp and its offensive power was shocking. The blood-colored saber danced in his hand. Every saber strike contained a golden light mixed with a blood-colored radiance. It was like a huge wave in the sea or a dense cloud covering the sky. Yi Xing held the scarlet flame bow and used the extreme firestar constellation. He executed the dark wind fire arrow art. Using the bow as a weapon, he drew out many dark vortexes, neutralizing Tu Qianzhang's attacks one after another. However, Tu Qianzhang's attacks were swift and fierce. They were even more powerful than Zheng Haoyu's fiendish wind 18 spears. When the blood-colored saber chopped down, the golden radiance mixed with a blood-red radiance was overwhelming. Yi Xing's dark vortexes continuously neutralized his opponent's moves. However, he felt great pressure. After just a dozen moves, the dark vortexes could no longer be maintained and started to collapse. This martial technique of yours can neutralize other people's moves. It is indeed very special. Unfortunately, this move is not strong enough. Its neutralization ability is limited. Ah. Tu Qianzhang laughed heartily. He was in a very good mood. Prepare to receive the pain I will bring you, blood cloud covering the sky. As Tu Qianzhang roared, the blood-colored saber in his hand slashed out again and again. Rays of golden saber aura mixed with red blotted out the sky as they chopped down on Yi Xing, enveloping the entire stage. This move was unavoidable. Yi Xing operated the astral arrow intent to the limit. He used 3 kinds of worldly momentum at the same time. However, he still could not prevent the dark vortexes from collapsing. The saber aura was too dense. The arena was limited. Yi Xing could not avoid it. Facing this move, Yi Xing was almost in a desperate situation. Chapter 784. Yi Xing's about to lose. This is the 15th move. It looks like I was overestimating him when I said he'd last 20 moves at most. In the distance, quasi-god Wu Mingtong casually said. On the side, quasi-god Zhao Yuan ignored Wu Mingtong. Instead, he opened his divine eye and locked onto Yi Xing. He had a feeling that Yi Xing wasn't as simple as he seemed. He was certain that Yi Xing wouldn't lose so easily. He had to have other tricks up his sleeve. Yi Xing did have other trump cards, the black hole astrology and Sagittarius astrology. However, Yi Xing didn't plan to use them in the match. Exposing one's entire strength under the gazes of everyone on the arena was undoubtedly an unwise action. Moreover, the higher Yi Xing's cultivation, the more he realized how rare paramount astrology was. It was best to use it sparingly unless it was a matter of life and death. Besides, Yi Xing didn't have to use the black hole astrology or Sagittarius astrology. There were other ways to deal with Tu Qianzhang. Yi Xing's forehead split open as he activated his martial Dao celestial eye. At the same time, he activated his superbrain scanning function. Although Tu Qianzhang's blood cloud blotting the sky was dense and powerful, it wasn't without weaknesses. The attack was most powerful when it was focused on a single point. This move's power would be divided into different areas, but Yi Xing wouldn't have noticed it under normal circumstances. Now that he activated his martial Dao celestial eye and his superbrain scanned the area, Yi Xing saw everything in front of him. A vision model appeared in his mind. Everything in front of him, even the slightest wisp of air, was clearly scanned by the superbrain. In an instant, Yi Xing discovered the weakness of Tu Qianzhang's move. There were several spots where the attack power was very weak. Although these spots weren't large and didn't have anything special in the air of blades, they couldn't escape the superbrain scanning. Thunderclap of myriad flames. Yi Xing had already prepared this attack, and he aimed it at the weakest point of the astral saber. The shadow of a flaming bow instantly shot out, and the terrifying power of flames exploded like thunder. Boom! Wherever the shadow of the flaming bow passed, the void shattered, and the saber aura in the area was instantly pulverized. Whoosh, Yi Xing's figure was like a small fish in a large net. He passed through the dense net of saber auras and rushed out through the gap created by the flaming bow. Bowstring wind slash. Yi Xing's arrow was attached to his body, and he was as fast as teleportation. As soon as he broke through the net of sabers, he appeared in front of Tu Qianzhang in an instant. The crimson flame bow in his hand swept out horizontally. The momentum of the wind and the arrow intent were displayed to the limit. The bowstring cut horizontally like a knife, cutting the void into two like a mirror. The bowstring of the crimson flame bow slashed at Tu Qianzhang's neck. If this attack succeeded, Tu Qianzhang's head would be chopped off. It took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye. The two exchanged offense and defense, and Yi Xing completed the transition from defense to offense in an instant. In the distance, quasi-god Wu Mingtong's smile that seemed to have seen through everything froze on his face. The change in the battle situation was beyond his expectations. As for quasi-god Zhao Yuan, he revealed an expression as if he had expected this. He had long since guessed that Yi Xing still had a backup plan and wouldn't be defeated so easily. All of this was within his expectations. Zhao Yuan possessed the martial path divine eye, and his eyesight was extremely powerful. He was naturally able to see the strengths and weaknesses of Tu Qianzhang's moves. He also understood that Yi Xing's counterattack just now was because he had found the weakness of Tu Qianzhang's moves. However, he was still very puzzled. He didn't know how Yi Xing had found the weakness of Tu Qianzhang's moves. It was extremely difficult to see the weakness of another's moves. Unless one's strength far surpassed one's, it would be relatively easy to see the weakness in two different worlds. For instance, there was a huge gap between a king and a quasi-god. A quasi-god could clearly see everything in a king's attack. However, even if they were both kings, even if one side was a powerful peerless emperor and the other was only an initial king, the former would still find it extremely difficult to see everything in the latter's attack. Yi Xing's counterattack was beyond Tu Qianzhang's expectations. However, Tu Qianzhang's reaction speed was also extremely fast. As soon as Yi Xing rushed out of blood cloud obscuring the heavens, Tu Qianzhang decisively changed his position. Even though Yi Xing's attack was as fast as teleportation, no matter how fast he teleported, time did not stop or reverse. Tu Qianzhang had been prepared in advance, so Yi Xing's attack naturally missed. Yi Xing's martial path heavenly eye had the ability to scan the super brain. It was much stronger than the heavenly eyes of other martial artists. Tu Qianzhang's movements were indeed extremely fast, but they couldn't escape Yi Xing's eyes. Whoosh! After Yi Xing's attack failed, his next attack was like teleportation. His scarlet flame bow was like a blade, slashing horizontally at Tu Qianzhang. Yi Xing's attack was too fast. Moreover, the angle and timing of his attack were flawless. Tu Qianzhang couldn't react in time and could only retreat once more. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Yi Xing used speed to attack speed. His bowstring slashed horizontally like a blade, rapidly attacking Tu Qianzhang. This extreme speed gave Tu Qianzhang no time to prepare. He was also caught unprepared and constantly retreated. If Yi Xing continued to attack like this and Tu Qianzhang didn't have any other methods to deal with it, he could completely suppress Tu Qianzhang until he was blasted off the stage. Against Gao Jian and Zheng Haoyu, Yi Xing would use this method. However, against Tu Qianzhang he wouldn't. If Tu Qianzhang had the upper hand, he definitely wouldn't end this battle so easily. Instead, he would find an opportunity to heavily injure Yi Xing. Now that Yi Xing had the upper hand, he didn't want Tu Qianzhang to safely retreat. After a certain move, Yi Xing suddenly drew back, no longer continuing to attack Tu Qianzhang. Just as he was about to be forced off the stage by Yi Xing suddenly drew back and stopped his attack. Tu Qianzhang was surprised at first, but then he was overjoyed. Just as Tu Qianzhang's joy reached its peak and he was preparing to counterattack Yi Xing, he suddenly felt a terrifying sense of danger. He saw that Yi Xing, who had retreated to the other side of the stage, had already drawn back his scarlet flame bow. An astral arrow condensed. When the arrow was combined with the arrow, the sharp momentum that broke through the vault of heaven was unstoppable and daunting. Tu Qianzhang's complexion changed. He was about to face the strongest attack he had faced since his battle with Yi Xing. Whoosh! Just as this thought appeared in Tu Qianzhang's mind, Yi Xing's arrow had already left the bowstring and shot out explosively. The arrow released by the Black Shadow Windfire art contained the 3 yuan qis of darkness, wind, and fire. It was also strengthened by the arrow intent, causing its penetrative power and destructive power to increase greatly. Even for a 4-star king, this arrow could be said to be terrifying. Most importantly, the arrow's speed was so fast that it ignored the passage of time. At this moment, Tu Qianzhong felt as if time had stopped. The surrounding space was as viscous as water, making it impossible for him to dodge at his fastest speed. However, the black flame arrow was like a flash of light shooting in front of him. Tu Qianzhong wanted to dodge, but he couldn't react in time. The arrow hit his body. Puff! Spitting out a large mouthful of blood, Tu Qianzhong was instantly sent flying by the arrow and fell off the stage. In the final battle, Yixing won. He became the only disciple who had won all the battles in the 10th Peak's new disciple competition. The first place belonged to Yixing. Chapter 786. Mo Qingyang said, "The star secret realm has existed for a long time. Even a true god expert can't break the seal inside. It's obvious that it's a treasure left behind by a supreme being." Mo Qingyang paused when he said this. Supreme martial artist, the true pinnacle of martial arts. When Yixing and the others heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. They were somewhat excited. It's hard to imagine how rich and precious the treasures left behind by a supreme martial artist are. However, no one has ever been able to obtain all the treasures in the Star Secret Realm. Luo Tiangong is the one who has obtained the most treasures in the Star Secret Realm. However, after Luo Tiangong died, he didn't leave his harvest to the world. Instead, he hid it in a starry continent and was buried there as well. That's the Heavenly Bao continent. Luo Tiangong sealed the entire Heavenly Bao continent. Even a true god expert can't enter. If they forcefully enter and break the seal, the entire Heavenly Bao continent will be destroyed. However, Luo Tiangong didn't go to the extreme. He left 3 entrances that only intermediate kings and below can pass through. These 3 entrances are connected to the 3 high-class continents of the flowing light world. There's 1 entrance in the Dark Star continent. The other 2 entrances are in the Star River continent and the Radiance continent. Peak Master, are there 5-star sects in the other 2 high-class continents? Someone asked. Mo Qingyang nodded and said, the Star River Divine Palace and the Radiance Divine Palace are forces that are on par with the Dark Star Divine Palace. Every 100 years, the 3 entrances to the Heavenly Bao continent will open. Therefore, it's not only the outer disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace who will enter. The elite outer disciples of the Star River Divine Palace and the Radiance Divine Palace will also enter to explore. To be able to rank in the top 10 of the 10th peak, the disciples present were the elites of the elites. In the 10th peak they were already at the peak. Naturally, they were looking forward to seeing the elite outer disciples of the other sections. Mo Qingyang could see the anticipation on everyone's face. He said, the relationship between the 3 divine palaces isn't very harmonious. If you meet in the Heavenly Bao continent, it's normal to have a life and death battle. If you meet the disciples of the other 2 divine palaces, you must be careful. In the past 20,000 years, the 3 5-star powerhouses of the flowing light world had already sent their outer disciples into the Heavenly Bao continent about 200 times. Some of them had obtained Shen-grade treasures, while others had obtained God-grade treasures. However, these were only the lucky few, as most of them had entered the Heavenly Bao continent with nothing. Furthermore, as time passed, the number of treasures obtained from the Heavenly Bao continent decreased. That meant that the Heavenly Bao continent was almost fully explored. However, no one had discovered Luo Qinggong's true inheritance yet. His supreme-grade God weapon, Godly Eye technique, and supreme-grade divine level technique from the Star Secret Realm still existed in the Heavenly Bao continent. Clearly, the true center of the burial ground, the treasure area, has not been found yet. This is a chance for you latecomers. I wish you good luck. Whatever treasures you find in the Heavenly Bao continent, you will have to hand them over to the temple. The temple will exchange half the value of the treasures for contribution points. The better the treasure, the higher the contribution points. With enough contribution points, you can exchange for any treasures you need from the temple. Although they would only get half the contribution points if they handed over the treasures they obtained to the temple, they were still very excited. 4 low-level kings, supreme-grade mystic-level treasures were already something that could only be found by chance. As for God-level treasures, they were just legends. A supreme-grade mystic-level treasure was several times more valuable than a supreme-grade mystic-level treasure. In other words, if they obtained a supreme-grade mystic-level treasure in the Heavenly Bao continent and handed it over to the Dark Star Temple, even if they only got half the contribution points, they would still be able to exchange for 2 to 3 supreme-grade mystic-level treasures. As for God-level treasures, their value was even higher. A low-grade God-level treasure was worth more than 10 supreme-grade mystic-level treasures. This meant that if they obtained a low-grade God-level treasure, they would be able to exchange for at least 5 supreme-grade mystic level treasures. Half the contribution points might seem like they had lost half of their gains, but in fact, it was already an extremely high return. If they did not enter the Heavenly Bao continent, it would be extremely difficult for a mere low-level king to obtain a supreme-grade mystic level treasure, let alone a god-level treasure. Being able to enter the Heavenly Bao continent was a great opportunity in itself. It was a potential gain for a disciple of the temple. Therefore, it was fair to hand over half of everything they obtained in the Heavenly Bao continent to the temple. The next day, the peak master of the 10th peak, Mo Qingyang, brought Yi Xing and the other top 10 disciples of the 10th peak to the plaza of the Dark Star Temple's main hall. The Dark Star Temple had hundreds of thousands of disciples and occupied an area of 10,000 miles. Although the 10 peaks of the outer court had an area of more than 1,000 miles, it was only a small area of the temple. It was not even 1/10 of the temple's area. If a powerhouse who could see 10,000 miles looked down from the sky, he would realize that the Dark Star Temple's main hall was located in the center of the temple. The Dark Star Temple's main hall was more than 1,000 meters tall and more than 1,000 feet wide. It was extremely majestic and looked more imposing than an ordinary mountain. The plaza outside the main hall was even more spacious. It was about 10,000 meters long and wide. In the center of the plaza, there was a statue that was 1,000 meters tall. The statue was holding a black long spear and had pitch-black eyes. It was the founder of the Dark Star Temple, the Dark Star Emperor. It was Yi Xing's first time seeing such a majestic main hall and such a spacious plaza. It was also his first time seeing such a majestic statue. He was amazed. The disciples of the 10th peak were all from mid-level continents. Like Yi Xing, it was their first time seeing such a scene. They were amazed. On the plaza, the disciples of the other 9 peaks arrived one after another under the leadership of the peak masters. Most of these disciples were from 5-star clans. The 4-star and 5-star clans of the Dark Star continent were influenced by the style of the Dark Star Temple. The main hall of the clans was extremely majestic. When they arrived, they were only slightly surprised before they returned to normal. Most of the disciples from the 1st peak to the 9th peak glanced at the disciples of the 10th peak with a smile on their faces. It was like a group of superior people looking at the aborigines. These martial artists who were born and raised in the Dark Star continent had a sense of superiority in their bones towards the disciples from mid-level continents. Yi Xing felt something in his heart. A sharp gaze locked onto him and he immediately turned to look. It was a disciple of the 1st peak. He was a young man in purple with an arrogant face. He looked at Yi Xing with a cold gaze. Yi Xing had once negotiated with this person at Enlightenment Mountain. It was Xuezi. Xuezi was a top disciple of the 1st peak. It was not strange for him to be ranked in the top 10. Yi Xing frowned slightly. He had almost sealed Xuezi in the depths of his memory. However, from Xuezi's gaze, he could see that more than half a year had passed. He was still holding a grudge against him for the unpleasant negotiation at Enlightenment Mountain. Chapter 787. Xuezi smiled coldly when he saw Yi Xing looking at him. He said, "The 10th peak is full of good-for-nothings. A mere 9-star supremacy is actually ranked in the top 10. If it was the 1st peak, even the disciple ranked in the top 1,000 could easily crush him." Even in front of Peak Master Mo Qingyang, Xuezi still mocked him. Xuezi was a 5-star blue life. In the future he would definitely become a quasi-god 5 nirvana. With the lifespan of a quasi-god and the strength of his family, he could almost certainly become a quasi-god 6 nirvana. If he encountered some opportunities, he might even have a chance to become a true god. Moreover, the Xue family's old ancestor was a true god expert and an inner elder of the Dark Star Divine Palace. Due to various factors, Xuezi's status was much higher than the other outer sect disciples. That was why she dared to mock the disciples of the 10th peak in front of Mo Qingyang. The 10th peak only recruited disciples from mid-tier continents. Since the establishment of the Dark Star Divine Palace, it had been tens of thousands of years, but the 10th peak had never produced a true God realm expert. In the Dark Star Divine Palace, only true God experts were considered to be in the upper echelons. From the 1st peak to the 9th peak, there would always be 1 or 2 true God experts every few hundred or thousand years. From this, it was clear that the 10th Summit's peak master was not a good position. Mo Qingyang was a royal clan quasi-god. However, he was assigned to the 10th Summit's peak master. His position in the clan was clearly very ordinary. With Mo Qingyang's status, it was hard for him to do anything to a disciple like Xuezi. Xuezi's words immediately drew a wave of laughter. To be able to rank in the top 10 among the disciples of the various peaks, which one of them did not come from an illustrious background. Many of them had true God experts in their families and they were all 5-star families. The status of these disciples was not much lower than Xuezi, and some of them were even more prominent than Xuezi. Naturally they would laugh without any scruples. Junior brother Qingyang, after you took over the 10th peak, the disciples under you are really getting worse and worse. The first peak's master Mo Wendao lightly smiled as he spoke. Among the outer sect's 10 peaks, the first peak had given birth to the most true God powerhouses and had always been the most outstanding bloodline. For Mo Wendao to be able to become the first peak's peak lord, his position was rather prominent. Although he couldn't be compared to a true God powerhouse, Mo Wendao was definitely one of the best among quasi-gods. One was the peak master of the first peak, while the other was the peak master of the 10th peak. Mo Wendao and Mo Qingyang had completely different statuses. Moreover, Mo Wendao was a 6th nirvana quasi-god, while Mo Qingyang was a 5th nirvana quasi-god. In terms of cultivation, Mo Wendao was superior. It was no secret that Mo Wendao and Mo Qingyang did not have a good relationship. This was also an important reason why Xuezi dared to mock the 10th summit without restraint. In the past, Mo Qingyang would have been livid. However, this time Yi Xing, a 9-star supremacy, was a heaven-defying genius. Thus, Mo Qingyang was very happy to have such a disciple. In response to Mo Wendao's accusation, Mo Qingyang felt a sense of satisfaction as if saying, "What do you know?" The corners of Mo Qingyang's mouth curled up slightly. Although he kept a low profile, he did not reveal too much joy in his heart. Yi Xing was born in a medium continent, but he had such heaven-defying strength. Mo Qingyang knew very well that Yi Xing must have had great opportunities. If such a person did not die, he or she would usually have great luck. In the heavenly Bao continent, one's strength was not proportional to one's gains. Luck was the biggest factor in one's gains. Cultivators with great luck usually had good luck. Thus, Mo Qingyang had high hopes for Yi Xing's trip to the heavenly Bao continent. He wanted to wait until the team left the heavenly Bao continent. If Yi Xing's gains were the most bountiful, then he would release all the joy in his heart and slap Mo Wendao in the face. The disciples of the 10th summit did not think as far as Mo Qingyang. They were furious at the mockery of the disciples of the other 9 summits. In the 10th summit, they all had their own competition and did not have a harmonious relationship. However, in the entire outer sect they were a whole. They were all disciples from medium continents and faced the mockery of the local disciples of the Dark Star continent. They had the same experiences and the same anger. Gao Jian was the one who could not hold back his anger. He said, "Senior brother from the first summit, you are wrong. Although senior brother Yi Xing is a 9-star supremacy, it does not mean that senior brother Yi Xing is weak. Senior brother Yi Xing is the strongest among the disciples of the 10th summit. He is invincible among the 3-star kings. How many of the top 10 disciples of the first summit can defeat an invincible 3-star king? You said that the disciple of the first summit who is ranked 1000 can easily defeat senior brother Yi Xing. Haha. I know that the disciples of the first summit are very outstanding, but don't brag too much. It will make people laugh." Yi Xing's position was completely confirmed after he defeated Tu Qianzhang and took first place in the 10th summit's grand competition. During the grand competition, most of the disciples of the 10th summit did not think highly of Yi Xing. No one was willing to call Yi Xing, a 9-star supremacy, senior brother. However, Yi Xing had used his actual battle results to prove that he was the strongest among the disciples of the 10th summit. Strength was respected in the martial Tao. Yi Xing was ranked first, so he was the eldest senior brother of the 10th summit. Once his position was confirmed, the disciples of the 10th summit naturally changed the way they addressed Yi Xing. When they mentioned Yi Xing, they would add the word, senior brother. Even the elite disciples who were ranked in the top 10 were no exception. Gao Jian's words surprised the disciples of the other 9 summits. This 9-star supremacy was the strongest among the disciples of the 10th summit? The 10th summit was the summit that had the least presence among the 10 summits of the outer court. The other 9 summits did not pay much attention to the 10th summit. Moreover, the results of the grand competition were announced yesterday. No one cared who had taken first place or who was in the top 10. This was because, according to the previous competitions, the top 10 of the 10th summit would have at most 1 or 2 4-star kings. However, the top 10 of the other 9 summits would have at least 5 or 6 4-star kings. It would be difficult for the 10th summit's first place to enter the top 5 among the other 9 summits. If one were to count the entire outer court 10 summits, the 10th summit's first place would not even be able to enter the top 40. Such a level would naturally be ignored and ignored. Even in this competition, the strength of the 10th summit's first place did not matter to the other 9 summits. After all, it was not a big deal. Therefore no one cared who was first. However, when they found out that it was Yi Xing, a 9-star supremacy, who had taken first place in the competition of the 10th summit, the martial artists of the other 9 summits finally cared. A 9-star supremacy was only at the 9th level of the astral reaching realm. He had yet to break through to the astral sea realm and become a king. In the other 9 summits all the disciples were kings. Even the weakest were kings. There was not a single astral reaching supremacy. Among the disciples of the first summit to the 9th summit, which one of them did not view astral reaching supremacy as ants? However, the ant in their eyes was actually the strongest of the 10th summit. How could a 9-star supremacy have such a heaven-defying strength? Everyone was shocked. This was unbelievable. Chapter 788. Xuezi stared at Yi Xing in shock, her gaze fixed on him. He had never expected Yi Xing to possess such heaven-defying strength. He was already surprised to see Yi Xing in the top 10 of the 10th peak. Even though he thought that Yi Xing was at the end of the top 10, it still proved that Yi Xing's strength was at least at the level of a 3-star king. A 9-star supremacy possessing the strength of a 3-star king was already abnormal enough. In the history of the Dark Star Divine Palace, there were very few people who possessed such strength. If he was the number 1 disciple of the 10th peak, his strength would be even higher. He would probably possess the strength of a 4-star king. Xuezi possessed the strength of a 4-star king. However, he was a 3-star king, the elite of the elites of the first peak. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the number 1 disciple of the first peak was the number 1 disciple of the entire outer sect. Even if he wasn't the strongest, he would definitely be one of the best. Such an existence was enough to look down on all the low-level kings. There were very few people in the entire outer sect who could catch his eye. Originally, Yi Xing was just a little worm in Xuezi's eyes. Now that he suddenly knew that Yi Xing was actually a real dragon, this huge contrast shocked Xuezi. He found it hard to believe. Xuezi stared at Gao Jian and said, "You're lying? He's only a 9-star supremacy. How can he be number 1? This is impossible." Impossible? Xuezi's tone was agitated. Many disciples had the same thought as Xuezi. They found it hard to believe. As for the disciples of the 10th summit, they could not help but lift their heads, because what Gao Jian said was the truth, the absolute truth. Seeing the disbelief in the eyes of the disciples of the other 9 peaks, the disciples of the 10th peak finally felt a sense of relief. The 10th peak master Mo Qingyang said, "Gao Jian is right. Yi Xing is indeed the number 1 disciple of the 10th peak." Given Mo Qingyang's status and cultivation, it was impossible for him to lie. Since he had spoken, it was obvious that what Gao Jian had said was true. Some of the disciples from the other 9 peaks were astonished, while others had ashen faces. In retrospect, their mocking remarks just now were nothing short of ironic. This was especially true for Xuezi. He was the one who had mocked Yi Xing. This feeling of mockery was the strongest, and it made him angry. Xuezi pointed at the disciples of the 10th peak and shouted, "Trash! The disciples of the 10th peak are all trash. Otherwise, how could a 9th-star venerable lord become number 1? There is only one reason, and that is that you are too weak, too trash." The disciples of the 10th summit were furious. Xuezi had said that the 10th summit was full of trash. She was just mocking them. But now she was pointing at the top 10 disciples of the 10th summit and calling them trash. It was a completely different feeling. Mo Qingyang's face turned ugly. Xuezi had gone overboard. If she had only spoken sarcastically, Mo Qingyang wouldn't have bothered to fight with Mo Wendao. But now, he couldn't bear it anymore. Just as Mo Qingyang was about to get angry, an extremely horrifying aura suddenly descended. The surrounding void suddenly froze. Be it the kings or the quasi-gods, they all felt suffocated. It was as if the void had solidified, making it impossible for them to breathe or move. This horrifying aura only existed for a blink of an eye before disappearing. Everyone felt the air flow in the void again and they could breathe again. At this moment, everyone noticed a middle-aged man in black robes standing in the void in front of them. No one knew where this middle-aged man in black robes came from. They only knew that they couldn't move or breathe earlier. They were so shocked that even their thoughts seemed to have stopped. By the time they could breathe again and their thoughts were smooth, this middle-aged man in black robes was already standing in the void in front of them. This was a true god expert. This thought flashed through the minds of all the disciples. They had seen quasi-gods before. They could restrain their aura like a mortal and release it like a thunderstorm. However, no matter how strong a quasi-god's aura was, it wasn't as horrifying as the one they had faced in the blink of an eye. Clearly, only a true god expert could have such a horrifying aura that could seal space. Great-grandfather. When Xuezi saw this middle-aged man in black robes, she was overjoyed and immediately cheered. The 10 peak masters from the first peak to the 10th peak also looked serious. They cupped their fists and bowed to the middle-aged man in black robes. Greetings, Elder Enan. The peak masters of the outer sect had a higher status than the elders of the outer sect. Therefore, these 10 peak masters definitely couldn't ask the elders of the outer sect to bow. It was obvious that this middle-aged man in black robes was an inner sect elder. Only true god experts could become an inner sect elder of the Dark Star Temple. Xuezi called this middle-aged man in black robes great-grandfather. Clearly, this true god expert was from the Xue family. The Xue family only had one true god expert, Xuenan. Xuenan looked like he was only about 40 years old. In fact, he had lived for more than 16,000 years. A true god expert's lifespan was 30,000 years. 16,000 years old was the peak of his prime. Xuenan looked around and nodded slightly to the 10 peak masters. He waved his hand and a void-crossing divine boat appeared. He said, "This time I will send you to the entrance of the heavenly Bao continent. Get on the divine boat." When Xuenan's gaze landed on Xuezi, it was no different from the other outer sect disciples. He had lived for more than 16,000 years. His sons, grandsons and even great-grandsons had all turned to dust. He had seen generations of geniuses in his family grow. However, in the end, none of them became true gods. Some died in the middle of their cultivation, and some died of old age after a few thousand years. A person who had lived for such a long time had no family by his side. He had even passed the stage of missing them. His heart was already as calm as water. Unless there was a genius in his family who had a high chance of becoming a true god, Xuenan would look at him differently. Otherwise he wouldn't pay attention to him. In Xuenan's heart, the only difference between his family members and other martial artists was that he didn't care about the life and death of other martial artists. However, he would slightly pay attention to the life and death of the Xue family members. As such, unless the Xue family members were in life-threatening danger, and it was the life and death of an important person in the family, Xuenan would only pay attention to them. Other than that, he was no different from other martial artists. As for the young man who called him great-grandfather, he naturally couldn't be bothered to look at him. As a 5-star family, the Xue family had a long history. Just Xuenan's bloodline alone had split into countless branches and tens of thousands of people. In addition, there were also Xuenan's brothers, cousins and clansmen. The total number of people was more than 10 million. The number of people who called him great-grandfather was uncountable. How could he look at them one by one? Chapter 791. Xuezi stared at Yixing, wanting to see fear in Yixing's eyes. However, he was disappointed. Yixing's expression was calm as usual. Xuezi exuded a terrifying aura as he said slowly, "You should be afraid." Xuezi was also a 3-star king, but his aura was much more powerful than Tu Qianzhang and Zheng Haoyu's. Just his aura alone created an invisible force field, causing the surrounding void to distort. The terrifying aura surged toward Yixing with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In the void, the airflow could be seen moving with the naked eye, creating turbulent and surging airwaves. If it was another 9-star venerable lord, they might not even be able to stand steadily in the turbulent airwaves. However, Yixing's figure did not move at all. With the arrow intent attached to his body was like an arrow with terrifying penetrative power. The turbulent airwaves hit Yixing's body like a balloon hitting the tip of a needle. There was no effect other than the airwaves shattering. Yixing's black hair fluttered in the airwaves, and his expression was calm as he said, "Xuezi, your great ancestor personally told me to avoid killing fellow disciples in the heavenly Bao continent. You even dare to disobey the words of a true god powerhouse. You're really bold." Xuezi took Yixing's words as fear and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Yixing, you're really afraid? Haha. However, you want to use my great ancestor as a shield? No way. If I kill you today, who will know? You're just an insignificant person from a mid-level continent. Who will care about your life and death? You can rest assured that if you die in the heavenly Bao continent, no one will care about how you die. No one will even mention you." Yixing shrugged and said, "What if I kill you?" Xuezi was stunned and then laughed. "What did you say? You kill me? Ah. Yixing, you're a mere 9-star exalt, yet you dare say that you can kill me? I Xuezi am the #1 disciple of the first peak. Do you think that I'll be as useless as that good-for-nothing from the 10th peak? Yi Xing said indifferently, that depends on how you compare. Compared to them, you are naturally stronger. But in front of me, perhaps you are just a piece of trash. Perhaps you can't even withstand a single blow? Enough! Xuezi shouted angrily. He couldn't bear to listen to Yi Xing's words any longer. Yi Xing, don't try to win a battle of words here. There's no need to stall for time. Since you dare to go against me, Xuezi, you're doomed to die today. Even God can't save you. Whoosh! As she spoke, a beam of starlight shot out from between Xuezi's eyebrows and turned into a lightning star. This was a purple lightning astral image. Purple lightning flashed, revealing a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was the Thunder Saint level astral form, the Thunder Punishment astral form. The Thunder astral form was extremely good at attacking. Among the same level of astral forms, its attacking power was the most ferocious. A Saint-level Thunder astral form was definitely one of the top Saint-level astral forms. The Thunder Punishment astral form was one of the main reasons why Xuezi was so strong. The Thunder Punishment astral form rained down purple lightning energy that contained the power of life and death. It was terrifying. Xuezi's body was also overflowing with electricity as she circulated the high mystic level Purple Thunder Manual. The 6th level of the Purple Thunder Manual had extremely powerful lightning astral energy. Together with the Thunder Punishment astral form, it made it easy for Xuezi to challenge those with a higher level. 99% of 4-star kings were no match for Xuezi. Only the top 4-star kings had the strength to contend with Xuezi. In the Dark Star Godly Palace, there were no more than 3 people who had the strength of a top 4-star king. Xuezi was one of them. This was the reason why Xuezi was so proud. He was qualified to look down on any disciple of the 10th peak. According to the past, the top disciple of the 10th peak would only have the strength of a normal 4-star king. Even when they were strong, they would only have the strength of a middle 4-star king. As for the strength of a late 4-star king, there had only been 4 or 5 times in the past 100,000 years. This was a chance that only happened once every 10,000 years. Even if Yi Xing was really the strongest disciple of the 10th peak in the past 10,000 years and had the strength of a late 4-star king, Xuezi still didn't think much of him. In Xuezi's opinion, no matter what, he was the side that would win. There was no way he could lose in killing Yi Xing. Go to hell. Xuezi took out an upper mystic weapon sword and waved it. Lightning astral energy, lightning yuan qi, lightning aura, purple lightning astral energy. All kinds of energy gathered in this sword and released an extremely bright lightning sword energy. The lightning sword energy twisted like a purple dragon. Wherever it passed, the earth cracked and the void shattered. It carried a destructive aura as it attacked Yi Xing. The power of this sword energy was several times stronger than Tu Qinzhang's and Zheng Haoyu's full power attack. Facing this sword energy, there were very few 4-star kings who could block it. Yi Xing had already used the Fire Star form and 3 heaven and earth auras. Dark Yuan Qi, Fire Yuan Qi, and Wind Yuan Qi gathered outside his body and formed a black flame whirlpool. The upper mystic weapon, Red Flame Bow, appeared in Yi Xing's hand. Activating the Dark Wind Fire Arrow incantation, Yi Xing's strength exploded to the limit as he waved the Red Flame Bow and drew out a black hole whirlpool. The black hole whirlpool contained a terrifying devouring power. The arrow intent shuttled through the whirlpool at high speed, shattering any objects or energy that were sucked into the black hole whirlpool. Boom boom boom. The lightning sword energy fell into the black hole whirlpool and let out a terrifying explosion. A large portion of the lightning sword energy was shattered and disintegrated by the black hole whirlpool. However, Xuezi's sword energy seemed to have endless power. The twisted lightning sword energy was continuously waved out. The earth and void in front of it cracked as the terrifying power surged forward like a tsunami. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the black hole whirlpool exploded, and a terrifying shockwave rushed out in all directions. The lightning sword energy's power was too terrifying. The black hole whirlpool couldn't withstand it at all. The lightning sword energy was like a dancing dragon. It shattered the black hole whirlpool and ruthlessly slashed down at Yi Xing. Whoosh! Yi Xing's arrow intent was attached to his body. Using his body as an arrow, he instantly pierced through the void and appeared 100 miles away. At this moment, the lightning sword energy slashed out dozens of miles. The mountain peak was flattened, and a huge fissure that was hundreds of meters deep appeared on the ground. The sword energy's power was indeed terrifying, but in the end, it missed and couldn't touch Yi Xing. Xuezi frowned. Yi Xing's speed was unexpectedly fast. It was beyond his expectations. With arrow intent attached to your body, your speed is indeed very fast. However, how many of my attacks can you dodge? Xuezi shouted coldly, and a sharp aura burst out from his body. Suddenly, a Nihility Chi sword burst out from his body. It was sword intent. Using sword intent, Xuezi's aura rose to another level. Chapter 792. The penetrating power of the arrow intent was strong, but the sword intent was even sharper. Xuezi's sword intent was attached to his body, and the void outside his body instantly shattered. Xuezi's body was like a peerless sword, extremely sharp. He moved at extreme speed, and the void airflow had almost no resistance to him. Kill? Xuezi rapidly approached Yi Xing and waved his sword again. The lightning sword aura burst out, containing the sword intent, and its destructive power was even more terrifying. In the distance, Yi Xing had just pulled open the crimson flame bow, condensing it into a black flame arrow and shooting it out. The lightning sword aura slashed down, and the black flame arrow was instantly split in half. The sword aura's momentum did not decrease, and it continued to attack Yi Xing. Yi Xing's current strength was not ordinary among 4-star kings, but it was not too powerful either. He could not be compared to the peak 4-star kings, so naturally he was not Xuezi's opponent. Whoosh! Yi Xing could only attach the arrow intent to his body and use the momentum of the wind to the extreme, using his extreme speed to dodge. In just a breath's time, Xuezi had attacked more than 10 times, and all of them were dodged by Yi Xing. The two retreated as they fought, and they had already retreated more than 200 miles. Your body is only made of flesh and blood after all. I want to see how many times you can use the arrow intent to travel through the void. Hee. Xuezi sneered. The reason why the arrow could have such a high speed after leaving the bow was because the bow's power was strong enough. When the bow shot the arrow's speed would naturally increase greatly, but the arrow itself would also have to bear the power. Therefore a strong bow needed a good arrow. If the quality of the arrow was too low, the arrow would not be able to bear the power, and it would explode before hitting the target. With the arrow well attached to the body was like an arrow. Naturally, the speed was incomparably fast, as if it was teleporting. However, in this process the body was like the arrow, bearing a huge amount of force. If there was a slight mistake, such as the force bearing exceeded the body's limit, the body would explode like the arrow. The reason why Yi Xing could travel through the void with the arrow intent was because of his strong physical body. However, there was a limit to the strength of his physical body. After a few times he couldn't take it anymore. Therefore, even though Yi Xing was as fast as teleportation and constantly dodged Xuezi's lightning swords, Xuezi was not angry. Instead, she was very happy. He knew very well that Yi Xing's speed could not be maintained indefinitely. Another breath of time passed. Yi Xing was still dodging as fast as before, but he could already feel a tearing pain coming from his body. The strength that his body could withstand had already reached a critical point. Xuezi stood in the air with purple lightning surrounding his body. He looked like a thunder god. The thunder punishment astral form poured down a torrent of thunder and lightning astral power, giving him endless power. Every sword attack was at the peak of his power. You can't take it anymore, right? Then die. Xuezi saw through Yi Xing's background and her expression was filled with excitement and joy. You're the one who forced me. Yi Xing's eyes suddenly shone brightly. He shouted, I've tolerated you time and time again. You're the one who's seeking your own death. Whoosh! As he spoke, a starlight rushed out from Yi Xing's forehead and turned into a huge bow that floated in the air. The bow was made up of countless small stars, revealing a surging penetrative power. It was the Sagittarius constellation. As Yi Xing's horizons broadened, he became more aware of the scarcity and preciousness of constellations. Even in the Dark Star Temple, Yi Xing had never heard of anyone possessing a constellation. In the Dark Star Temple, Yi Xing had also read some common martial arts manuals. Generally speaking, most of the kings had the extreme grade astral form. Quasi-gods had the extreme grade astral form and the saint grade astral form. True gods all had the saint grade astral form. As for the extreme grade astral form, no matter where it was a legend. Therefore, after arriving at the Dark Star Temple, Yi Xing warned himself not to use the black hole astral form and the Sagittarius constellation unless it was absolutely necessary. But now Yi Xing had been forced to a dead end by Xuezi. It was impossible for Xuezi to stop. If he didn't use the extreme grade astral form, Yi Xing would only end up dead. Therefore Yi Xing had no other choice but to use the extreme grade astral form. And Yi Xing used the Sagittarius constellation, which meant that he would kill Xuezi and not leave her alive. Xuezi's mouth curled up. He wanted to sneer at Yixing's anger. However, when Yixing used the Sagittarius constellation, Xuezi's smile froze on his face before he could even laugh. His pupils dilated and his heart trembled. As a disciple of a five-star family, Xuezi naturally knew what the Sagittarius constellation represented: 10,000 flames thunder. Using the Sagittarius constellation, Yixing immediately felt a surge of power. He waved the crimson flame bow, bringing out a terrifying flaming bow shadow. The explosion shook the heavens. The unstoppable lightning sword aura collided with the flaming bow shadow, causing a huge explosion. The surging waves of air rushed out 10 miles in an instant. A layer of the ground was shaved off by the force, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The flaming bow shadow and the lightning sword aura were both destroyed. This attack was evenly matched. However, Xuezi's face turned green in an instant. Her eyes revealed a trace of shock. Xuezi had already exploded with her peak strength, but Yixing had only used the bow and had yet to draw it. Xuezi obviously knew that the terrifying part of an archer expert was the arrow, and not the strength of the bow. The stronger the bow, the more terrifying the arrow would be. Whoosh! Without giving Xuezi time to think, Yixing instantly drew the bow. A layer of black flame ripples burst out, instantly cutting the space within 10 miles in half. Xuezi was in a state of shock. Facing such a fast attack, she was shocked and flustered. Her body immediately retreated, and at the same time she waved her sword. The lightning sword aura danced like a divine dragon and destroyed the black flame ripples. At this moment, an extremely penetrating aura suddenly enveloped Xuezi, causing her face to instantly turn pale. When Xuezi retreated, Yixing also retreated and drew the crimson flame bow again. This time Yixing did not instantly release the bow, but drew it into a full moon. On the bowstring, the arrow intense star aura, darkness, wind and fire elemental energies gathered. When Xuezi slashed the black flame ripples, the black flame arrow on the crimson flame bow had already condensed and locked onto Xuezi. The aura from the black flame arrow made Xuezi's heart tremble. This was definitely an extremely terrifying arrow. Whoosh! The black flame arrow instantly left the bowstring. In the blink of an eye, Xuezi's face turned pale. The arrow had left the bowstring in an instant. Xuezi knew that she could not block the arrow's speed, so she quickly dodged to the side. However, the void had become sticky at this moment. She felt that the air was like water, and the resistance had greatly increased. The speed in the air was completely different from the speed in the water. Xuezi's reaction was a moment slower. Chapter 793. Whoosh! The black flame arrow arrived in an instant and shot into Xuezi's head. The terrifying power contained in the arrow exploded in an instant. Xuezi's body was the body of a king, and the hardness of his skull was comparable to a mid-grade dark weapon. However, the terrifying power still blasted a fist-sized hole in his head, and one of his eyes was gone. Xuezi's vitality was very strong, and he was not instantly killed by this terrifying attack. His other eye was filled with fear and disbelief. Sagittarius constellation. Initial form of binding space. How is this possible? Xuezi's voice was filled with fear as he muttered a few words. The color of life in his eyes quickly faded away, and with extreme unwillingness and shock, he died. His body fell from the sky and landed on the ground. There was no longer any sign of life. Although he killed Xuezi, Yixing's mental vigilance did not decrease. His senses were very sensitive, especially after using the Sagittarius constellation. His aura was even more sensitive, and he felt that someone was watching him. At this moment, the sky suddenly surged like boiling water. A ray of light bloomed from a certain point, and instantly expanded, covering the entire sky. A line of words appeared from the point of light, and instantly became bigger and stretched across the sky. "Young man, I'll be waiting for you in the heavenly bow hall." Yixing was shocked. What's going on? Is this something you're saying to me? Yixing was both shocked and confused. He did not understand what was going on. At this moment, tens of thousands of miles away on the peak of a mountain, Huiyanlong suddenly retracted her gaze and closed her eyes. 2 lines of blood tears flowed from her eyes. Just now, she used her eye technique to watch the battle between Yixing and Xuezi. Very few people knew that Huiyanlong and Xuezi were engaged. When their martial arts potential reached the end, and their cultivation reached its peak, they would get married. Huiyanlong was clear about Xuezi's plan, so she used her eye technique to watch the battle from afar. However, in the end it was Xuezi who was defeated and died in the Yellow Springs. Not only was Xuezi in disbelief, Huyanlong was also in disbelief. Yixing killed her fiancé, so Huyanlong hated Yixing to the extreme. However, after Xuezi's death, a ray of light suddenly bloomed in the sky. The light was so resplendent and dazzling that in an instant Xuezi felt intense pain in her eyes. She quickly retracted her gaze and closed her eyes, but she was still injured. Yixing, you actually have the Sagittarius constellation. You really hit it well. Unfortunately, this secret was still discovered by me. Just you wait, I will definitely make sure you have no burial place. I will definitely. 2 lines of bloody tears hung on his face. Huyanlong cursed in his heart. At the same time, in the most central region of the heavenly Bao continent, the earth split open, mountains crumbled, and the earth in a radius of 10,000 li shook and was leveled. An ancient palace rose from the crack in the earth and appeared on the ground. The palace was more than 1,000 meters tall and more than 1,000 feet in both length and width. Its grandeur was even greater than the main hall of the Dark Star Temple. A surging wave spread out in all directions with the ancient palace as the center. At this moment, all the martial artists in the entire heavenly Bao continent felt the wave. Yixing also felt it, but his eyes were fixed on the sky. He stared at the line of words without blinking. Could it be, these words are really meant for me? Where is the heavenly Bao palace? Who is waiting for me? What kind of existence has such means to create such a scene in the sky? Yixing was puzzled and puzzled. In the sky, the line of words existed for 2 breaths of time before it shrunk and disappeared. It returned to its original position. At this moment, the strong light that enveloped the entire sky dimmed. Yixing's expression changed as he suddenly made a discovery. As the strong light gradually dimmed and the area shrunk, Yixing finally saw its outline. It was the heavenly Bao continent. Yixing had a map of the heavenly Bao continent in his hand. It was exactly the same as the outline in the sky. The point where the light bloomed, the point where the words appeared, happened to be the center of the heavenly Bao continent. Could it be that that's the heavenly Bao palace? Yixing's heart skipped a beat. The strong light in the sky quickly dissipated and returned to normal. However, Yixing had already understood something. He was ready to leave this area and go to the center of the heavenly Bao continent to take a look. At this moment, Yixing finally reacted. He seemed to have sensed a wave just now. The direction of the wave coincided with the center of the heavenly Bao continent. Yixing flew in the air and appeared beside Xuezi's corpse in the blink of an eye. The super brain activated and scanned Xuezi. The destiny flame in Xuezi's head had not been extinguished. Xuezi's destiny flame was blue. There were a total of 5 flames. This was the destiny of a 5-star quasi-god. As long as there were enough resources to cultivate, a 5-star quasi-god's destiny would definitely become a 5-nirvana quasi-god in the future. Moreover, with Xuezi's family strength, it would not be difficult to help him break through to the 6-nirvana quasi-god. Although the hope of becoming a true god powerhouse was very slim, if he could become a 6-nirvana quasi-god, he would be a peak existence below true gods. Even in the Dark Star Temple he would have a very high status. Xuezi should have had a very good future. Unfortunately, he should not have been arrogant. Because of his arrogance, he looked down on disciples from mid-level continents. Because of his arrogance, he looked down on disciples from mid-level continents. Because of his arrogance, he treated Yixing like dirt. Because of his treatment of Yixing like dirt, he wanted to trample Yixing to death whenever there was a conflict between him and Yixing. But in the end he lost his life. Yixing's destiny was a 9-star blue destiny. This kind of destiny was considered very good in mid-level continents, but it was very ordinary in the Dark Star continent. A 5-star blue destiny could greatly increase his destiny flame. Whoosh! A ray of starlight shot into the sky, turning into a black vortex. The black hole astral aspect released boundless darkness, enveloping all directions. It produced a terrifying devouring power that rapidly devoured Xuezi's destiny flame. In Yixing's mind, the destiny flame continued to grow. The 9 flames gathered together, turning into a blue flame. Then the blue flame turned from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, finally, it turned into 5. Yixing's destiny flame had evolved to a 5-star blue destiny. In the Dark Star continent, this was the destiny flame of an extremely talented genius. The evils we bring on ourselves are the hardest to bear. Yixing looked at Xuezi's corpse and sighed. With a wave of his hand, he took Xuezi's storage ring. Then, the grand perfection stage of fire force activated a sea of fire origin energy that enveloped Xuezi's body. The flames burned and crackled. Before long, Xuezi was burned to ashes. Chapter 794. Whoosh, Yi Xing flew in the sky. The great perfection stage of wind force was activated, and the surging wind force gathered around him. His speed was extremely fast. In a second, Yi Xing flew dozens of miles in the sky, reaching a speed that was dozens of times faster than the speed of sound. Although his speed was slower than the arrow intent possession, it was still much faster than the speed of a beginner-stage King Realm cultivator. Yi Xing was rushing towards the center of the Heavenly Bao continent. Judging from the scene in the sky, the Heavenly Bao Palace should be at the center of the Heavenly Bao continent. To be able to create such a huge commotion in the sky, Yi Xing guessed that a quasi-god probably did not have such ability. Only a true god powerhouse could do it. The Heavenly Bao continent was the burial ground of the true god powerhouse, Luo Tiangong. Martial artists above beginner stage king were blocked by restrictions and could not enter. Therefore, the only true god powerhouse who could leave behind a method in the Heavenly Bao continent could only be Luo Tiangong himself. Yi Xing also guessed the reason why the words appeared in the sky. Perhaps it was related to his Sagittarius constellation. This was because he had been in the Heavenly Bao continent for some time. These words did not appear at first, but they appeared after he used the Sagittarius constellation. There should be a connection between them. Luo Tiangong was an archery powerhouse, and the Sagittarius constellation was the highest constellation for archery martial artists. Therefore, the Sagittarius constellation triggered the method left behind by Luo Tiangong. This made sense. Luo Tiangong was someone from 20,000 years ago. To be precise, he died 20,000 years ago. The lifespan of a true god powerhouse was very long, and the limit was 30,000 years. Therefore, Luo Tiangong should have been around 20,000 years ago. As a famous true god powerhouse, since he left behind a method to guide Yi Xing to the Heavenly Bao Palace, it was very likely to be related to his inheritance. Of course, Yi Xing had to go and take a look. The inheritance left behind by a top true god powerhouse was not inferior to the orthodox Dark Star Divine Palace. Only the Palace Master was qualified to inherit the orthodox Dark Star Divine Palace. The rest, even the upper echelons of the Divine Palace, could only learn 20 to 30% of it. This showed how precious this inheritance was. Yi Xing had a strong desire for this legacy. Yi Xing was not the only one heading towards the center of the Heavenly Bao continent. Just now, all the martial artists in the Heavenly Bao continent had sensed the fluctuations that the Heavenly Bao Palace had emitted. Other than a small number of martial artists who were still searching, most of the disciples from the three great temples had already rushed to the center of the Heavenly Bao continent. The disciples of the 10th peak were no exception. However, Yi Xing's speed was slightly faster. He went forward alone while the other 9 people went together. This was because they were heading towards the central region of the Heavenly Bao continent and would definitely meet the other disciples of the Divine Halls. After an hour, Yi Xing had already flown a few 100,000 li and reached the center of the Heavenly Bao continent. However, he was still a few 100,000 li away from the Heavenly Bao Hall. Stop! Stop! A voice came from afar. To Yi Xing's left, several 100 kilometers away, a group of cultivators was shouting at Yi Xing. This was a team of 5 people, and they were not disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace. A few 100 li was a very short distance for a king. However, Yi Xing's speed was faster than theirs, so he ignored them. Although both parties were heading in the same direction, after 10 breaths, they had changed from moving side by side to one in front and one behind. Moreover, the distance between both parties was still increasing. Damn it, a 9-star venerable lord can actually move so fast. He must have some extraordinary treasure that can increase his speed. Send a message to Sima Ning to stop him in front. After a few 100 breaths, Yi Xing had flown a few thousand li ahead. Suddenly, 5 figures rushed out from the front and lined up in a row, blocking Yi Xing's path. Swoosh, 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 the 5 of them took out a formation flag at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the small formation flag grew to a few 100 feet tall and stood in 5 different directions in the sky. A translucent light shield appeared in an instant, covering the void within a few 100 li. When the 5 of them threw out the formation flag, Yi Xing's arrow intent was attached to his body. He shuttled through the void and appeared more than 100 li away in an instant. However, it was useless. Yi Xing was still in the light shield formed by the formation flag. Yi Xing observed for a while. This was an ordinary level 5 formation flag that could trap a low-level king. The 5 of them were all 3-star kings and 2 of them were peak 3-star kings. From the symbol on their clothes, he could tell that they were disciples of the Radiance Divine Palace. Among the 3 divine temples, the relationship between them was not very harmonious. Among them, the Dark Star Divine Temple and the Radiance Divine Temple had the worst relationship. Most of the time, the Starry River Divine Temple played the role of a peacemaker, although it always did not please either side. It's the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace. There was a symbol on the sect's clothes. The other party could also tell that Yixing was from the sect. Among the 5 of them, one of them was obviously a peak 3-star king. He looked at Yixing and said with a smile, "A mere 9-star venerable lord dares to walk alone in the heavenly Bao continent. I wonder if it's you who is brave? Or are you too stupid?" Yixing looked behind him. The 5 people who were chasing him were still far away from him. They would not be able to catch up with him in less than 10 breaths. Yixing retracted his gaze and glanced at the 5 of them. He said, "Who are you? You know that I dare to walk alone, but you still dare to stop me. I also want to ask, is it you who is brave or are you too stupid?" Yixing's words were very domineering. However, the 5 of them obviously did not take him, a 9-star venerable lord, seriously. In their opinion, even if a 9-star venerable lord's combat strength was heaven-defying, how strong could he be? Therefore Yixing's words only caused the 5 of them to burst into laughter. Yixing said indifferently, "In my opinion, it's not a wise move to deal with a cultivator walking alone in the heavenly Bao continent for no reason. Now open the formation and let me leave. Then we'll mind our own business. This is the sensible choice. Senior brother Sima, this kid is too pretentious. Let me deal with him." A late 3-star king said to the peak 3-star king, Sima Ning, "Don't be hasty." Sima Ning waved his hand and said to Yixing, "It's not impossible for you to leave. Hand over your storage ring and I'll let you go immediately." Yixing calculated the time. It was about time. If he delayed any longer, the 5 people behind him would catch up and he would be besieged by the 10 of them. Yixing said, "Sometimes it's not that there are no opportunities in life, but that you can't grasp them. Now, the opportunity to mind our own business is gone." Whoosh! A terrifying aura erupted from Yixing's body. 3 types of worldly forces, in addition to the aura of arrow intent. Although Yixing was a 9-star venerable lord, the aura that erupted from him was even more powerful than a 3-star king. Chapter 795. Sima Ning and the other 4 were surprised. They did not expect a 9th-star venerable lord to have such a terrifying aura. However, this did not mean that they were afraid. When Yixing was able to enter the heavenly Bao continent, they already knew that Yixing had the strength of one of the top 10 peaks in the outer sanctum. Although his aura was terrifying, he was only a 9-star venerable lord. In their opinion, Yixing should be at the bottom of the top 10. They were not afraid even if he was the first or second disciple of a peak. This was because Sima Ning was also the second disciple of a peak in the Radiance Shrine. His strength had reached the level of a late 4-star king. Among the other 5 people who were coming, there was also the first disciple of their peak. His strength was comparable to a peak 4-star king. With such a lineup, they could even kill the top disciple of the Dark Star Temple. Naturally, they did not care about a 9th-star venerable lord like Yixing. Sima Ning grunted coldly and said, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Wei Yan, kill him. The late 3-star king who said that he wanted to deal with Yixing laughed. His aura exploded and the surrounding void shook. Whoosh! Wei Yan had used the earth element astrology, and it was an extreme earth element astrology. The yellow earth element astrology fell on the golden mace in Wei Yan's hand. Boom! Wei Yan pulled out his mace, and with the force of 10,000 soldiers, he viciously struck at Yixing like a collapsing mountain. Yixing instantly activated his fiery astral aspect. Wind origin energy gathered around him, and with a whoosh he shifted his position. His speed was as fast as lightning, allowing him to evade Wei Yan's attack. At the same time, Yixing pointed his finger and the astral arrow intent burst out. It contained the 3 forces of darkness, wind, and fire. It formed a black flame finger and shot out like an arrow. Yixing's body was fast enough, but the astral finger arrow was even faster. Wei Yan's strength was not at the peak of a 3-star king. He was inferior to Sun Gang and Lu Li. His strength was in strength and defense, not speed. Facing Yixing's sudden counterattack, how could he dodge it? Whoosh! The black flame astral finger instantly shot towards Wei Yan's forehead. The defensive power that Wei Yan was so proud of was completely useless in front of the black flame astral finger that had the penetrative power of an arrow. Whoosh! Under Wei Yan's horrified gaze, the black flame astral finger pierced through his protective aura and into his forehead. Ah! Wei Yan let out a blood-curdling scream as blood instantly spurted out. The power contained in the black flame astral finger exploded in his head, creating a thumb-sized bloody hole. The inside of his head was completely shattered by the terrifying power, and his life force was rapidly draining away. Junior brother Wei. Sima Ning and the others were greatly shocked and hurriedly exclaimed. At this moment all Wei Yan felt was a soul-piercing pain. He clutched his head with both hands and howled miserably. His body fell downwards, landing on the flat surface formed by the array formation. Very soon Wei Yan could not even howl anymore. His entire body was convulsing, and it was obvious that he was about to die. Sima Ning and the others had never imagined that Yi Xing would be so dangerous. His reaction speed and the penetrative power of the black flame astral finger made it seem like he could take someone's life in the blink of an eye. Perhaps Yi Xing's strength did not exceed Sima Ning and the others' expectations, but Yi Xing's lethality was beyond their expectations. Lethality was not equal to strength. For example, Sima Ning was much stronger than Wei Yan, and the strength that Yi Xing had just displayed did not enter Sima Ning's eyes. However, if Sima Ning were to attack Wei Yan, it would be very difficult for him to kill him in one move. It was not that he did not have strength, but that his lethality was not enough. Save junior brother Wei. Sima Ning coldly shouted and immediately used his astrology. His strength erupted as he charged towards Yi Xing. Sima Ning's astrology was the saint-level ice viper astrology. This was an icy astrology that was covered in white snow. Above the astrology, there was a huge shadow of an ice viper that breathed in and out white mist. It was as if all the cold chi in the entire astrology was coming from this ice viper. The ice viper astrology was the pinnacle of water-type astrology. Just the extreme cold chi that leaked out of it was enough to make even a 4-star king feel troubled. Sima Ning wore a black level high-grade glove on his hand. His palm was like a blade as he chopped down towards Yi Xing. Frigid astral energy, frigid momentum, frigid astral energy, frigid astral energy. All kinds of energy converged and formed a huge ice blade. The ice blade carried extreme coldness and instantly froze everything within 100 miles. Everywhere was filled with bone-chilling coldness. Although Sima Ning's strength was not as strong as Xue Zi's, it was still very terrifying. Yi Xing could severely injure Wei Yan in one move, but it would be difficult for him to deal with Sima Ning's move. The cold chi froze everything within 100 miles. Yi Xing felt that the blood in his body seemed to be flowing slowly because of this cold chi. The extreme level of fire astrology could not dispel this cold chi at all. Under this freezing chi, Yi Xing could not use his speed at all and could not dodge this attack. The power contained in the ice blade astral wind was not something that Yi Xing could contend with. Die. Sima Ning roared. With this palm strike, he wanted to end Yi Xinghuan's life with a single strike. Whoosh! A ray of starlight shot out from Yi Xing's forehead and turned into a huge starlight bow in the sky. Yi Xing used the Sagittarius astrology. The Sagittarius astrology that contained extreme penetrating power dropped down. The cold chi around Yi Xing was instantly cut into pieces. The extreme level of the flame constellation could not do anything to the ice viper constellation's freezing chi, but the Sagittarius constellation was the highest constellation. How could the ice viper constellation be able to freeze it? Wherever the Sagittarius constellation's star power fell, the freezing chi would shatter. The ice seal was gone. Yi Xing could use his extreme speed to dodge Sima Ning's move. But Yi Xing did not. 10,000 fire thunder. The crimson flame bow appeared in Yi Xing's hands. The dark wind fire arrow technique was activated. Yi Xing used the most violent and tyrannical bow technique. Boom, a flaming bow shot out. The space in front of it shattered and the explosion was like thunder. The flaming bow collided with the ice blade astral wind. The terrifying collision produced a destructive shockwave that spread out in all directions. In the explosion, the ice blade astral wind collapsed layer by layer. The power of the flaming bow did not decrease. It continued to attack forward and destroyed all the ice blade astral wind in the sky. Sima Ning's expression turned into fear. He never expected that Yi Xing would have the highest level of astrology, the Sagittarius astrology. He also did not expect that Yi Xing's strength would be so strong, far surpassing his own. Even his peak's #1 disciple Wuxia Kong could not compare. 10,000 fire thunder. The power of the flaming bow had not dissipated. Yi Xing waved the crimson flame bow in his hands. Chapter 798. Yi Xing looked at him and said, Yi Xing? How should I address you? Pang Zhan sneered and said, Remember, the person who will kill you is the #1 outer disciple of the Radiance Temple, Pang Zhan. Pang Zhan raised his hand, and the saber on his back flew into his hand. It shone brightly and a terrifying saber aura burst out. The saber aura was domineering and extremely sharp. It contained saber intent. Yi Xing's aura also burst out, and the arrow intense penetrative power spread in all directions. However, the other party's aura was too powerful. The saber intense aura could cut through everything. Yi Xing's aura couldn't get close to Pang Zhan at all. Instead, the saber aura made Yi Xing feel a heavy pressure. This was the first time Yi Xing had lost to a 3-star king in terms of aura. You're only a 9-star supremacy, but you've comprehended arrow intent. You're indeed not simple. However, you're far from being Sima Ning's match. What other trump cards do you have? Take them all out. Pang Zhan shouted and slashed with his saber. Deadly saber slash. The saber slashed down and there was no sign of life. This move, Deadly Saber Slash, was filled with killing intent. It was a saber technique that could kill people. Not only was Pang Zhan's saber sharp, but it was also very heavy and contained a terrifying power. This saber contained 2 kinds of worldly auras, the metal and earth auras. Moreover, these 2 worldly auras had reached the peak of greater mastery. They were only a little bit away from perfection. Although Pang Zhan's cultivation wasn't the highest among the 3-star kings, the strength of his astral energy was the strongest among all the 3-star kings Yi Xing had met. His mastery of high-grade mystic class cultivation techniques surpassed any 3-star king that Yi Xing had met. Even though Pang Zhan hadn't used his astrology yet, the power of his saber wasn't inferior to most 4-star kings. Sima Ning's full-strength attack wasn't as terrifying as Pang Zhan's. Yi Xing sensed that if he only used the fire astrology, he definitely wouldn't be able to block this saber. Whoosh! Starlight shot out from Yi Xing's forehead and transformed into a huge starlight bow. Yi Xing was using the Sagittarius constellation. 10,000 flames and thunder. The crimson flame bow appeared in his hand, and he swung out a violent and tyrannical flaming bow shadow. Boom! The flaming bow shadow collided with the astral saber. Shockwaves surged into the sky, and a destructive shockwave spread out in an instant. Pang Zhan didn't move, but the astral saber shattered. Although Sima Ning had died at Yi Xing's hands and Pang Zhan had expected that Yi Xing would be able to block his saber strike, he was still shocked to see a 9th-star venerable lord erupt with such heaven-defying strength. Especially when Yi Xing actually possessed the legendary Sagittarius constellation astrological aspect, which shocked Pang Zhan even more. The other 9 3-star peak kings were no exception. They looked at the Sagittarius constellation in the sky with disbelief in their eyes. Yi Xing's figure instantly flew backwards. It wasn't because he couldn't withstand the impact, but because he took the initiative to use the force to retreat. Yi Xing's speed was already extremely fast. With the arrow intent attached to his body, he borrowed the force to retreat and instantly covered 100 miles. At the same time, Yi Xing pulled back the crimson flame bow, and a black flame arrow gradually formed. Yi Xing circulated the black flame wind fire art. He had killed Xuezi and Sima Ning in this state before. Although Pang Zhan was stronger, Yi Xing was forced to use all his strength to kill him. Pang Zhan felt the extreme penetrative power from the black flame arrow, which made him very unhappy. Slash! Pang Zhan shouted loudly, and a ray of starlight shot out from his forehead. As he circulated his astrology, he rushed towards Yi Xing and slashed out with his saber. Starlight blossomed in the sky, turning into a strange astrological aspect. Most astrological aspects were circular, but Pang Zhan's astrological aspect was long, and its shape was like an ancient large saber. Yi Xing had only seen 2 types of astrological aspects that weren't circular, his own Sagittarius constellation and Wei Qingxuan's Virgo constellation. The rest, even the black hole astrological aspects were circular. Moreover, even the Sagittarius constellation and Virgo constellation were formed by many small stars, and the small stars were all circular. The ancient saber-like astrological aspect above Pang Zhan was not formed by many small stars, but a complete whole. Therefore, it could be excluded from the constellation astrological aspects. The star power of this astrological aspect was surging and sharp, and its strength far surpassed the extreme-grade astrological aspects. Yi Xing recognized that this was the saint-grade astrological aspect, the heavenly saber astrological aspect. Among the weapon-type astrological aspects, only the Sagittarius constellation was the supreme astrological aspect. The other weapon astrological aspects were all saint-grade astrological aspects. For example, the heavenly saber astrological aspect, heavenly saber astrological aspect, heavenly spear astrological aspect, heavenly bow astrological aspect, and so on. Compared to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which were all similar astrological aspects, weapon-type astrological aspects were more powerful and lethal. Martial artists who had the heavenly saber astrological aspect were born to be peerless swordsmen. Just like the combination of the Sagittarius constellation and the arrow intent, the combination of the heavenly saber astrological aspect and the saber intent would similarly increase the power. Of course, the heavenly saber astrological aspect and the heavenly bow astrological aspect were of the same grade. Compared to the Sagittarius constellation, it was still a grade lower. If the two of them were of the same cultivation level, Yi Xing could easily crush his opponent with the Sagittarius constellation astrological aspect. However, the difference in cultivation level between the two of them was huge. Yi Xing relied on the Sagittarius constellation astrological aspect to increase his strength to a level where he could fight with Pang Zhan. Pang Zhan, on the other hand, used the heavenly saber astrological aspect to increase his strength by a large level. Only a 5-star king could compete with him. Rip Pang Zhan's saber slashed out, and the sky was like a piece of cloth being torn apart. He became one with his saber and traveled through the torn space at extreme speed. His speed was so fast that it was almost like teleportation. The distance between the two of them was more than 200 miles. Even if Pang Zhan's speed was as fast as teleportation, he would still need about a breath's time to reach Yi Xing. At this moment, the black flame arrow on the crimson flame bow had already formed. Whoosh! The arrow intent left the bow, and all of Yi Xing's power was contained in this arrow. Extreme penetrative power, extreme speed, and extreme power. This arrow was enough to kill an invincible 4-star king. Even a 5-star king wouldn't dare to underestimate it. However, Pang Zhan's strength wasn't at the level of a normal 5-star king. Facing this arrow, Pang Zhan didn't dodge. His aura was like a rainbow, and his saber aura became brighter and brighter. The space created by the embryonic form of the beam of space was viscous. Under the sharp saber intent, the effect was close to zero. Wherever the saber aura passed, not to mention space, even mountains and the ground would instantly crack open. There was a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to kill gods and Buddhas in their way. The two's attack speed was extremely fast. In less than half a blink of an eye, the saber aura and the black flame finger aura had collided. Bang! The black flame arrow that had always been successful was instantly split into two. It was actually split in half by Pang Zhan's saber. Now, the saber aura shattered the void, and its power was like a rainbow. It instantly slashed towards Yi Xing. Chapter 799. Yi Xing sucked in a breath of cold air. Although that sharp blade aura had yet to land on his body, he already felt as if the blade was about to touch him. After becoming a disciple of the Dark Star God Palace, this was the first time Yi Xing had met such a powerful opponent. Pang Zhan's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Xuezi was a peak existence amongst the 4-star kings. If it weren't for Yi Xing, she would have been the #1 outer disciple of the Dark Star God Palace. However, Xuezi's strength was on a completely different level compared to Pang Zhan's. No matter how strong the former was amongst the 4-star kings, she was still a 4-star king, while the latter was a 5-star king. This was a huge difference. Because of this, Yi Xing could use the Sagittarius constellation to kill Xuezi, but he couldn't do anything to Pang Zhan. Instead, he had instantly fallen into a life-and-death situation. At this critical moment, Yi Xing's mental energy reached the limit. The super brain activated and everything seemed to slow down. The crimson flame bow instantly drew out a dark whirlpool. At the same time, Yi Xing's arrow intent was activated to the limit. He even used the azure cloud wings and the 9 heavens astral travel technique. He used all his strength to increase his speed to the limit. The power of this blade was too terrifying. It could cut through everything. The dark whirlpool couldn't destroy this blade at all. In an instant, the dark whirlpool was split into two by the blade aura. At this moment, Yi Xing's body and the blade aura flashed at the same time, moving in the same direction at a speed that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. The blade aura moved forward while Yi Xing retreated. In the end, the blade aura moved forward for dozens of miles, while Yi Xing retreated more than 100 miles. The blade aura stopped and Pang Zhan's figure appeared. He glanced at the tip of the blade and a few drops of blood dripped down like pearls. It was Yi Xing's blood. That blade aura had hit Yi Xing. More than 100 miles away, Yi Xing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a thin crack on his inner armor and blood was flowing out. That slash of Pang Zhan's was indeed too terrifying. Even the high-grade black rank protective inner armor had a crack cut open. With Yi Xing's vitality, this wound was nothing. The real injury was that the other party's saber energy had invaded his body and destroyed his internal organs. His opponent's saber energy contained saber intent, which was extremely destructive. Yi Xing was severely injured and his face turned pale. He quickly consumed a healing pill. Hee. Pang Zhan was in a good mood. He smiled and said, "A genius who possesses a supreme astrology, this is a heaven-defying monster that only exists in legends. Yi Xing, you are indeed a peerless genius, but unfortunately, you will die under my blade, haha." As he laughed, Pang Zhan's saber tore through the void, and another terrifying slash came at Yi Xing. He did not give Yi Xing any time to catch his breath. Healing pills required a certain amount of time, and Pang Zhan would not give Yi Xing time to heal. Yi Xing's super brain scanned and paid attention to Pang Zhan. He was aware of Pang Zhan's every move. The moment Pang Zhan slashed, Yi Xing had already dodged to the side. At the same time, a beam of starlight shot into the sky, and the surroundings turned into endless darkness. A huge black hole vortex appeared in the sky. Yi Xing used the black hole astrology. As Yi Xing's cultivation base grew higher and stronger, the world of darkness formed by the black hole astrological aspect grew wider and wider. In an instant, Pang Zhan fell into darkness. The moment before he fell into darkness, he saw Yi Xing dodging. He was about to adjust his direction and attack the dodging Yi Xing. However, the sudden darkness caused him to lose sight of Yi Xing. Moreover, everyone had an instinctive fear of darkness. If there was nothing in front of them and nothing was known, no one would dare to move forward boldly. Pang Zhan also had this feeling and his attacks were greatly reduced. What astrology is this? Looking at the only visible black vortex, Pang Zhan was shocked. Although the ultimate astrological form was a legend, every ultimate astrological form had a name. However, Pang Zhan didn't know what kind of astrological form this dark vortex was. While Pang Zhan was shocked, an extremely penetrating aura locked onto him, causing his heart to tighten. He knew that Yi Xing was aiming at him in the dark, but he did not know where Yi Xing was. Without knowing Yi Xing's location, he could not attack randomly. Pang Zhan knew that this would only give the other party an opportunity to find him. Whoosh! Another beam of starlight shot out from between Pang Zhan's brows, forming an earthy yellow astrology in the sky. It was an extreme earth astrology. Pang Zhan had two astrology. One was the Saint-level Heaven Blade astrology, and the other was an extreme earth astrology. The Heaven Blade astrology focused on offense, while the earth astrology focused on defense. Pang Zhan rarely used his earth astrology because when facing opponents he only attacked and rarely defended. Most of his opponents died when he attacked, so he did not need to defend. However, this time he did not even know where Yi Xing was, so he could only defend. The earth astrology poured down surging earth astral energy, forming a protective shield in all directions. Pang Zhan also put away his blade and got into a defensive posture, using his blade to protect his body. Pang Zhan had always felt that extremely penetrating aura locking onto him, but Yi Xing did not make a move. He knew that Yi Xing must be using the time to recover from his injuries, so he waited patiently, focusing on defense and staying alert. After a dozen breaths, there was a sudden sonic boom. Pang Zhan's heart tightened and his eyes shone brightly. He was extremely alert. Almost at the same time as the sonic boom, there was a blood-curdling scream. Pang Zhan was not attacked, but he looked horrified. Yi Xing did not attack him. Instead, he attacked his other 9 teammates. Yi Xing's action was beyond Pang Zhan's expectations, and it was exactly what Pang Zhan did not want to see. That blood-curdling scream was short and mournful. The person who was hit by the arrow had clearly died. Senior brother Pang Zhan? In the darkness, the voices of the other Brilliance Temple disciples were heard, their voices filled with terror. Soon there was a second scream and another Brilliance Temple disciple died. Yi Xing. Pang Zhan was furious. Come at me if you have anything. Yi Xing's reply came from the darkness. Don't worry, it will be your turn. I'll take care of these hindrances first. Yi Xing used the grand momentum of darkness. The grand completion of the grand momentum of darkness allowed him to become one with the darkness. In the world of darkness, he moved stealthily without a trace. The sound came from different places. Pang Zhan was unable to determine Yi Xing's location based on the sound. At this moment, Pang Zhan's expression really changed. He was somewhat frightened. He realized that he could not do anything to Yi Xing, but Yi Xing could kill them one by one. Chapter 800. Although Yi Xing had acted quickly, he had only killed 4 people. The Black Hole's world of darkness had a limited range, but the peak 3-star kings were extremely fast. In the beginning, the 9 peak 3-star kings were trapped in the world of darkness. As they did not know what was going on, they did not dare to act rashly. However, after the first scream rang out, the other 3-star peak kings all scattered and fled. They only managed to escape the world of darkness after running several hundred miles away. Their hearts were filled with fear. Yi Xing's archery was too powerful. Even if they faced him head-on, they would not be able to block one arrow. In the world of darkness, they did not even have the chance to resist. Yi Xing did not chase after the 5 who had escaped the world of darkness. His first target was Pang Zhan. In the world of darkness, Yi Xing pulled open the red flame bow. A black flame arrow condensed as he aimed at Pang Zhan. Whoosh! When his power and aura had accumulated to the limit, Yi Xing instantly released the bowstring. The black flame arrow shot out. The black flame arrow was too fast. In an instant, it had traveled more than 100 miles. As soon as it left the bowstring, it had arrived behind Pang Zhan. The protective shield formed by the Earth Star power was instantly penetrated. However, Pang Zhan's strength was comparable to a 5-star king. His reaction speed was extremely fast. The moment the black flame arrow penetrated the Earth Star power shield, Pang Zhan turned around and raised his saber. The black flame arrow was split into 2. With the Sky Blade Star form and saber intent, Pang Zhan's saber was not only powerful, but also extremely sharp. Unless the black flame arrow hit his body before he could block it, it would immediately be cut in half and lose all its strength the moment it came into contact with his saber. After all, the black flame arrow was only an energy arrow and not a true metal arrow. If it was a metal arrow made of a mystic high-grade metal, Pang Zhan would not be able to split it. However, Pang Zhan's strength was enough to split the metal arrow. Pang Zhan's saber split the black flame arrow in 2. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent as he shouted, "Die!" His saber intent shattered the sky as Pang Zhan rushed toward Yi Xing. In an instant he had traveled dozens of miles. 100 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. It had to be said that Pang Zhan's reaction was extremely fast. Just from that instant of contact with the black flame arrow, he was able to determine Yi Xing's direction and distance from the arrow. However, the distance between the two of them was more than 100 li. No matter how fast Pang Zhan was, he couldn't be like an arrow instantly arriving. And Yi Xing's reaction speed was not slower than Pang Zhan's. By the time Pang Zhan charged over, Yi Xing had already moved. Pang Zhan's attack missed and he lost sight of Yi Xing. He could only turn back to defense and wait for Yi Xing to attack. After a few breaths, Yi Xing shot another arrow. The result was the same as before. The black flame arrow merely pierced through Pang Zhan's earth astral energy shield before Pang Zhan reacted and cut the black flame arrow in half. Furthermore, Pang Zhan once again made use of the black flame arrow to attack Yi Xing. This time, Pang Zhan swept his blade horizontally. The blade aura spread out in a fan shape, spanning dozens of li. Although Yi Xing relied on his speed to dodge and advance, he was still shocked. Fortunately, the direction he changed was not within Pang Zhan's attack range. Otherwise, he would have taken the initiative to collide with the blade aura. Pang Zhan's strength was much higher than Yi Xing's. Through the 2 arrows, Yi Xing judged that the possibility of killing Pang Zhan was very low. Unless Pang Zhan made a mistake with his reaction speed, he would be able to block Yi Xing's arrows. Yi Xing didn't think that Pang Zhan, a 5-star king and a 3-star king, would make a mistake at the critical moment of life and death. Therefore Yi Xing gave up on shooting. Yi Xing walked in the world of darkness, heading towards the Heavenly Bao Palace. The world of darkness moved along with the black hole astral energy. As the distance between the two increased, Pang Zhan finally left the world of darkness. At this moment, the distance between the two was already a few hundred li. Yi Xing was already standing outside the Heavenly Bao Palace. Yi Xing could feel a powerful force pulling him closer and closer to the Heavenly Bao Hall. The seal that enveloped the Heavenly Bao Hall did not stop him. When Pang Zhan saw Yi Xing, he rushed towards Yi Xing with extreme speed, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. However, Pang Zhan was blocked by the Heavenly Bao Palace's seal. Looking at Yi Xing who had entered the seal, Pang Zhan couldn't help but be stunned. Then he roared, "Yi Xing, remember this. Next time Pang Zhan, will take your dog life." Yi Xing smiled faintly and said loudly, "You also remember this. Next time my arrow will pierce through your head." Just as Yi Xing said that, he felt the surrounding space begin to distort. At this moment, he realized that the attractive force just now had sent him to a small altar. This small altar was densely covered with runes. From the looks of it, it seemed to have the effect of teleportation. In the blink of an eye, the distorted space turned into a spatial whirlpool. Yixing was sucked into the spatial whirlpool and disappeared. When Yixing's feet touched the ground, he realized that he was already in a spacious hall. This hall was dozens of meters tall and about 100 meters in both length and width. In front of Yixing there was a portrait on the wall. It was a middle-aged man in black with a bow on his back. Below the portrait there was a bronze coffin. There was nothing else in the entire hall. It seemed very empty. A thought arose in Yixing's mind: this is Luo Tiangong's burial ground? Luo Tiangong is buried in the coffin? Didn't they say that Luo Tiangong's burial ground has his inheritance and that it's a huge treasure? Where's the treasure? Just as Yixing was feeling puzzled, the sound of air slapping against each other suddenly came from above. Yixing looked up and saw a black eagle about half an arm's length flying towards him. Yixing's heart skipped a beat. He had scanned the entire hall and did not see this black eagle. Now that it had appeared above him, could it have appeared out of thin air? The black eagle flew in front of Yixing and only stopped when it was at the same level as Yixing's head. Its eyes were fixed on Yixing. Yixing also looked at the black eagle with a strange expression. Then he activated his super brain to scan it. The result surprised Yixing. This black eagle was not alive. It was just a ball of nothingness that was similar to energy. After the black eagle glanced at Yixing, it spoke in human language: "Young man, you don't have to be surprised. It's all thanks to me that you're able to come here." Seeing that the black eagle could speak, Yixing immediately asked, "Senior, why did you ask me to come here? Please tell me." A human-like smile appeared on the black eagle's face as it said, "I was ordered by my master to wait for the person with the Sagittarius constellation. I've waited for 20,000 years. Young man, you're finally here." Hee. As Yixing had expected, the image in the sky had led him here because of the Sagittarius constellation. Yixing asked, "Senior, is your master Luo Tiangong, Senior Luo?" Chapter 801. After chatting with the Black Eagle, Yixing understood the situation. The Black Eagle was called Eagle Rail, and his master was indeed Luo Tiangong. Eagle Rail was originally a demon god and a true god-level demon god at that. After he was subdued by Luo Tiangong, he had been guarding the Heavenly Bao Hall for Luo Tiangong. Later on, when Luo Qinggong's time was up, Eagle Rail was worried that he would end up like Luo Tiangong, so he asked Luo Tiangong to help him cultivate the demon clan's art of immortality, to give up his physical body and turn into a demon spirit, becoming an immortal body of energy. Luo Tiangong helped him succeed, and Eagle Rail's reward was that after Luo Tiangong died, he would guard the Heavenly Bao Hall forever, as Luo Qinggong's tomb guardian. Eagle Rail knew everything about Luo Tiangong and the methods he left behind after his death. Luo Tiangong also told him to find a descendant with the Sagittarius constellation. Senior Luo Tiangong also has the Sagittarius constellation? Yixing couldn't help but ask. Eagle Rail replied, "No, Master has the Heavenly Bao constellation. However, Master's life's opportunities all came from the Star Secret Realm, and the Almighty who left the Star Secret Realm was a supreme being with the Sagittarius constellation. When Master was young, he obtained many benefits in the Star Secret Realm because of the Heavenly Bao constellation. However, Master's constellation is still not enough to obtain all the inheritance of that Almighty. Only the Sagittarius constellation can obtain it." Yixing understood and said, "So Senior Luo Tiangong is looking for an inheritor for the Almighty who left the Star Secret Realm?" Eagle Rail replied, "That's right. Yixing, you are the inheritor, the only lucky person who has the chance to obtain all the treasures in the Star Secret Realm." Hearing Eagle Rail's words, Yixing's heart thumped and he was very excited. Yixing was already looking forward to Luo Qinggong's inheritance. Now that he knew that he could obtain the inheritance of a supreme being, his joy was 100 times stronger. Yixing took 2 deep breaths to calm his mind and said, "Senior Eagle Track, how can I obtain the inheritance of that almighty being?" Eagle Track said, "With your current cultivation you are still miles away. You need to at least become a 9-star king before you have the right to enter the Star Secret Realm. However, my master's inheritance came from the Star Secret Realm. Since you have obtained my master's inheritance, you can also be considered to have obtained part of that Almighty's inheritance." Yixing said, "What should I do now?" Ingui waved his hand, and a hexagonal jade box appeared out of nowhere and flew toward Yixing. Eagle Track said, "My master left you 3 gifts. This is the first one." Yixing opened the jade box. Inside was a ball of blood the size of a finger. This ball of blood was bright red with a hint of gold, and it exuded an extremely surging aura. Although it was only the size of a finger, Yi Xing felt as if he was looking at a vast ocean. This blood definitely had an extraordinary origin. It was 100 times more powerful than the divine dragon blood essence that Yi Xing had obtained before. Yi Xing said in surprise, "What blood is this?" Eagle Track said, "This is the blood essence of a true god. It is the essence of a true god's blood. The most powerful part is condensed from the blood in the heart." Yi Xing's heart thumped. True gods were extremely powerful existences. The power contained in the blood of a true god was extremely terrifying, and the blood essence in the heart was the most powerful. The blood essence condensed from the heart's blood essence contained unimaginable power. Although the true god blood essence in front of him was only the size of a finger, it was a priceless treasure that could only be found by chance. Ingui continued, "The blood essence of a true god can only be condensed from the blood of the heart with surging vitality. Condensing the blood essence of a true god is extremely harmful to their vitality, affecting their lifespan by at least 1,000 years. Only a true god can condense the blood from their heart into blood essence, but no true god is willing to sacrifice their vitality to condense the blood essence. Thus, the blood essence of a true god is extremely rare. This ball of blood essence was condensed from the blood of my master's heart. He originally had a lifespan of 3,000 years, but after condensing this ball of blood essence, he only lived for 500 years. Yi Xing's heart was somewhat heavy. This small ball of blood essence actually contained 2,000 years of Luo Qinggong's lifespan. 2,000 years. The lifespan of a king was only 1,000 years. Only by undergoing nirvana and becoming a quasi-god could one live for 2,000 years. At this moment, Yi Xing felt that the jade box in his hand was as heavy as 10,000 kilograms. Yi Xing sighed and said, "I don't know Senior Luo Tiangong. How can I accept such a valuable gift from him?" Ingui said, "My master said that if he hadn't obtained the fortune left behind by that Almighty in the Star Secret Realm, his cultivation might have stopped at the 9-star King Realm. Even if he had encountered other opportunities later on, becoming a quasi-god in the first nirvana was his limit. However, because of his fortuitous encounter in the Star Secret Realm, he became a true god with a lifespan of 30,000 years. Moreover, he was invincible in the flowing light world for 20,000 years. Even the 3 sacred temples had to retreat before him. That Almighty's kindness to him was higher than the heavens and thicker than the earth, and he had no way to repay it. Therefore, spending 2,000 years of his lifespan to find a successor for that Almighty was nothing. Although it was Ingui's narration, Yi Xing was still deeply moved when he heard Luo Qinggong's words. He deeply admired Luo Qinggong's character. Yi Xing said, "That Almighty and Senior Luo Tiangong both used their kindness to benefit the future generations. This Yi sincerely admires them. Today I have received Senior Luo Qinggong's kindness. When my cultivation reaches a certain level, I will definitely leave behind an opportunity for the future generations." Ingui revealed a human-like smile and said, "I believe that my master's greatest wish is for you to become a 9-star king as soon as possible and obtain that Almighty's inheritance. Then you can become a sovereign like that Almighty. My master was invincible among true gods, but he still couldn't take that step to become a sovereign. Was a pity. The reason why he left behind the true god's blood essence for you was to build your foundation and increase your chances of becoming a sovereign in the future." Yi Xing's eyes shone with unswerving determination. Becoming a sovereign and stepping into the peak of the martial path was also the goal he had always pursued. The true god's blood essence was surging with power. Although a 9-star venerable needed to accumulate a large amount of astral energy to break through to the king realm, Yi Xing was sure that refining this true god's blood essence would make it easy for him to break through to the king realm. The key was what grade of imperial body this true god's blood essence would help him build after he broke through to the king realm. The biggest difference between venerables and kings was their physique. After breaking through to the king realm, one would be able to build an imperial body and possess a powerful physique. The stronger one's physique, the stronger one's vitality, and the more astral energy one could store. After reaching the star nirvana realm, one would have to undergo life nirvana. Each life nirvana would allow one's physique to soar and their vitality to increase rapidly. Obviously, if one's physique was already very strong before nirvana, then it would naturally be even stronger after nirvana. From this, it could be seen that the strength of an imperial body was the foundation of the martial path's future. It was extremely important. Chapter 802. An imperial body was divided into 4 grades: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. The vast majority of kings had low-grade imperial bodies. Only 1 in 100,000 kings had a medium-grade imperial body. Only 1 in 100,000 kings with a medium-grade imperial body had a high-grade imperial body. Only 1 in 100,000 kings with a high-grade imperial body had a top-grade imperial body. And this was just a rough ratio. In fact, the probability was even lower. An imperial body was formed when one broke through to the king realm. When one was an initial stage king, they could use treasures to enhance it. But when one became a mid-stage king, it would be completely fixed and could not be changed. Every 100 years, a void portal would appear in the heavenly bow continent seal, and only mid-stage kings and below could enter. This was obviously not an accident, but something Luo Tiangong had done on purpose. Otherwise, if the cultivator who entered the heavenly bow palace was already a 4-star king, then this true god blood essence would not have any effect on his imperial body. Yi Xing was already a 9-star king, and the next step was to break through to the astral sea realm. Naturally, he was very concerned about the grade of his imperial body. Yi Xing thought to himself, the higher the grade of the imperial body, the stronger the vitality. Even a low-grade imperial body can withstand many fatal injuries at the venerable realm. A medium-grade imperial body has no vital points except for the head. A high-grade imperial body can regrow severed limbs, and there are no vital points on the body. Even if the brain is severely damaged, it can still be treated. As for a top-grade imperial body, it is even more heaven-defying. In terms of vitality, it is comparable to a divine body. It is an immortal body, and even if the head is cut off, it will be fine. True God blood essence is condensed from the blood of a true God's heart. High grade, or top grade. A true God blood essence's vitality was too overwhelming. The imperial body formed would definitely be extraordinary. Yi Xing did not even consider a low-grade or medium-grade imperial body. In fact, Yi Xing felt that the probability of a high-grade imperial body was not high. It would most likely be a top-grade imperial body. A true god had spent 2,000 years of his life essence, and if he couldn't make a king's imperial body reach the top grade, it would be a bit unreasonable. However, an extreme-grade king body was only a legend. Even an upper-grade king body was rare. The Dark Star Divine Palace was a top 5-star sect. But for hundreds of years, there had been several batches of disciples without a single upper-grade king body. As for the best quality imperial body, it was something that only the temple masters and divine emperors had ever possessed. On the Dark Star continent, true gods were the peak, numbering around 100. Quasi-gods were the backbone, numbering in the tens of thousands. As for kings, they were extremely ordinary existences, numbering in the hundreds of millions. How many kings had there been in the Dark Star continent for tens of thousands of years? This was an unimaginable number. From this, it could be seen how rare a top-grade imperial body was. It wasn't strange to call it a legend. Yi Xing retracted his gaze from the true god blood essence and asked, "Senior Ingui, shall I refine the true god blood essence here?" Eagle Track said, "That's right. After you refine the true god's blood essence, I'll give your master the 2nd and 3rd gifts." After Eagle Track finished speaking, he flapped his wings and flew away, disappearing without a trace. Yi Xing sat on the ground with the jade box placed in front of him. After refining this true god blood essence, he would be able to break through to the king realm and build an excellent imperial body. He was a little excited in his heart. After a while, Yi Xing slowly calmed down. At this time he began to circulate the profound grade high-rank falling star art, the 3rd layer. Under the control of Yi Xing's astral star, the true god blood essence rose from the jade box and moved above Yi Xing's head before stopping. The surging energy in the true god blood essence turned into wisps of light that were attracted by the falling star art. They fell down and were absorbed into Yi Xing's body. The energy in the true god blood essence was different from normal astral energy. It didn't gather in the Dantian star vortex along his meridians. After entering his body, most of it seeped into his body and merged with Yi Xing's flesh, blood, and bones. Yi Xing could clearly feel that after absorbing the true god blood essence, not only did the astral energy in his body increase in strength, but his physical body also became stronger. Moreover, most of the energy in the true god blood essence was used to strengthen his physical body. Yi Xing's astral energy and physical body were improving at an extremely fast speed. However, the true God blood essence above his head didn't shrink at all. It seemed to be the size of a finger, but the energy light that fell from it didn't decrease at all. It could be seen that although the true God blood essence was small, the energy it contained was surging like the sea. Yi Xing couldn't absorb it all in a short time. Time passed slowly. Yi Xing closed his eyes, wholeheartedly cultivating and absorbing the true God blood essence as if he was in a meditative state. After an entire day passed, the true God blood essence didn't seem to have changed at all. However, Yi Xing's physical body had improved by leaps and bounds. His cultivation at the peak of Heavenly Layer 9th stage was becoming increasingly stable. In just one day, Yi Xing's physical body had risen to a new level. Yi Xing could clearly feel the vitality in his body surging and his self-healing ability greatly enhanced. Although this was partly due to Yi Xing's previous accumulations, to have such progress in a single day was enough to prove the miraculous effects of the true God blood essence. This was also because the true God blood essence had divided a lot of energy to consolidate Yi Xing's cultivation. Otherwise, Yi Xing's physical body would have strengthened even faster. Although his vitality had risen, it was still inferior to a low-grade king body. With the energy of the true God blood essence, he would need to build a high-grade king body at the very least or even a top-grade king body. Now this was only a small step forward. It would take a long time. Yi Xing sat cross-legged. The finger-sized true God blood essence constantly shined with light. Wisps of pure and surging energy were constantly absorbed into Yi Xing's body, repeating this process over and over again. The first day, the second day, the third day, time passed day by day. Yi Xing's physical body grew stronger with each passing day. Every few days, Yi Xing could feel that his physique would undergo a qualitative change. As for his cultivation, it became increasingly stable at the peak of Heavenly Layer 9th stage, only a single step away from reaching the Star Sea realm. However, this single step was extremely difficult to cross. It was even more difficult than cultivating from the early Heavenly Layer 9th stage to the peak of Heavenly Layer 9th stage. Countless 9-star High Lords had been stuck at the peak of Heavenly Layer 9th stage for their entire lives because their destiny was only a 9-star green destiny. Even after hundreds of years, they still weren't able to break through that single step. As for those 9-star High Lords with the King Destiny, they were stuck at this single step for far longer than the time it took to cultivate from the early Heavenly Layer 9th stage to the peak of Heavenly Layer 9th stage. From this, it could be seen that Yi Xing still needed a massive amount of energy to break through to King Realm. Time continued to pass. Yi Xing's astral stellar within his body had been strengthened to the limit, but it was still constantly fusing with the star force and accumulating strength. He was getting closer and closer to breaking through to King Realm. Yi Xing's body, because of the nourishment of the true God blood essence, had undergone earth-shaking changes. His vitality surged as deep as the sea. Chapter 803. Although the true God essence blood's energy was surging, it wasn't truly endless. As Yi Xing's absorption time grew longer and longer, the true God essence blood became less and less until it finally reached the end. On the 35th day, the last strand of energy light entered Yi Xing's body. Above his head, there wasn't a single strand of true God essence blood left. It had all been absorbed by Yi Xing. This last strand of energy light was like the straw that broke the camel's back. It had completely broken through the barrier between the 9th level of astral reaching realm and Star Sea realm. At this moment, Yi Xing felt like his inflated body was suddenly empty. A comfortable feeling instantly spread throughout his body. Even his soul seemed to be trembling. King? This is a Star Sea realm king? Yi Xing was overjoyed. Although the energy in his body was surging, his body was like an ocean. He could freely control the surging energy in his body as if it was his arm. Just having a powerful energy in one's body wasn't truly powerful. Being able to freely control this powerful energy and bring out its greatest effect was truly powerful. Right now, Yi Xing had this feeling of true power. Whoosh. Just as Yi Xing felt this powerful feeling, a frightening pressure surged from above. Yi Xing raised his head. High up in the sky, pitch-black clouds were rolling. Lightning snakes wandered within the black clouds, and thunder dragons bobbed up and down. The frightening pressure was transmitted from this black cloud. When a martial artist broke through to the astral reaching realm from the astral reaching realm, they would begin to experience the thunder calamity. From the astral reaching realm to the Star Sea realm, it was a major realm breakthrough. Naturally, one would have to undergo the baptism of the thunder calamity. Moreover, the king body had to undergo the tempering of the thunder calamity to become a king body. Otherwise, no matter how much energy a ninth-star venerable lord absorbed, it wouldn't be a king body. This wasn't a difference in quantity but in quality. The king thunder calamity was the law of heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it. The restrictions of the heavenly Bao continent and the heavenly Bao palace couldn't. Yi Xing had just broken through to the star sea realm when he was immediately separated from the heavenly Bao palace by the law of heaven and earth, appearing in the dimensional space. Looking at the rolling tribulation clouds in the sky, he couldn't help but be startled. When he went through the thunder calamity, the tribulation clouds only covered an area of a few mu. But now the tribulation clouds covered an area of 100 li. The thunder dragons in the tribulation clouds were a few li long, while the long ones were dozens of li. The pressure coming from the tribulation clouds was extremely terrifying. Yi Xing was clear about the strength of a one-star king. If it were any other one-star king, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the tribulation clouds. His venerable realm lightning tribulation was one level more than ordinary people's. His king realm lightning tribulation seemed to be more terrifying than ordinary people's. Rumble. Soon, a bolt of tribulation lightning struck down like a huge electric snake. It rushed down from the sky in an instant. How fast lightning? S speed. Lightning, TT. TT test gods. Yi God, S calamity, Act 8. S head. Yi Xing was right. His king thunder calamity was indeed much more terrifying than an ordinary person's. The power of the first tribulation lightning was at the level of a 3-star king. After all, there were only a few kings who could challenge those of a higher level. Most of the kings were at the normal level. If an ordinary 1-star king encountered a lightning tribulation with the might of a 3-star king, he would probably be fatally injured or even killed instantly. However, compared to Yi Xing, the tribulation lightning of an ordinary 3-star king was nothing. When Yi Xing was a 9-star venerable lord, he was already invincible among 3-star kings. When he used all his trump cards, he could even kill a peak 4-star king. Now Yi Xing had broken through to the star sea realm and become a king. Although he hadn't built his king body, his strength was much stronger than when he was a 9-star venerable lord. A mere 3-star king was nothing in Yi Xing's eyes. Yi Xing didn't even use his astrology. Using his body as a bow and his astral energy as an arrow, he pointed a finger at the sky. The astral energy of a king realm cultivator had a qualitative breakthrough compared to an honorable realm cultivator's astral energy. It was more than 10 times stronger. Coupled with the penetrative power of the arrow intent, the destructive power of the astral energy finger had reached a terrifying level. The 1,000-meter-long tribulation lightning was instantly pierced through by the astral energy finger. It shattered and turned into tiny electric currents that scattered in all directions. Many tiny electric currents fell on Yi Xing's body, but they were directly absorbed by Yi Xing's body. When a venerable broke through to the king realm, his body would absorb the power of thunder and lightning during the king thunder calamity. Only then would he be able to build his king body. Yi Xing's flesh and blood had absorbed the energy of a true god's blood essence. In order to refine his king body, he needed far too much power of thunder and lightning. The power of thunder and lightning he absorbed just now wasn't even 1/10 of the required amount. Naturally, it was like a clay ox flowing into the sea, absorbed by Yi Xing's flesh and blood without causing any fluctuations. It didn't take long for the lightning energy in his body to completely merge with his flesh and blood. Yi Xing could sense that his flesh, blood, tendons and bones had changed. Hong Long. Not long after, another earth-shaking thunderclap rang out. The second wave of tribulation lightning descended from the sky, instantly striking down. Compared to the first tribulation lightning, this tribulation lightning was more than twice as thick. Its power was also several times stronger. It wasn't inferior to a peak 3-star king's all-out attack. The first tribulation lightning was only at the level of an ordinary 3-star king. The second tribulation lightning was at the level of a peak 3-star king. However, Yi Xing still ignored the might of a peak 3-star king. Yi Xing still didn't use his astrology. He only took out his high-grade Shen Bao, Flame Bao, and used Myriad Flames Thunder. The Flame Bao's shadow shot towards the sky. The second tribulation lightning was instantly dispersed by the Flame Bao's shadow. It turned into a rain of lightning and fell. Yi Xing absorbed a lot of it into his body, continuing to refine his body. Hong Long. The third tribulation lightning struck, and the sound was even louder. If the second tribulation lightning was only bigger than the first, it was still a lightning snake. The third tribulation lightning had a qualitative change. A right horn grew on the lightning snake, turning it into a lightning dragon. In terms of power, the third tribulation lightning had a qualitative change compared to the second tribulation lightning. It had already reached the level of a 4-star king. Yi Xing sensed it and immediately used his flame astrology. At this moment, the tribulation clouds were in the sky. The flame astrology was an extreme flame astrology, but it couldn't compete with the tribulation clouds. It was pushed to the corner of the sky. Although it was pushed aside, the power of the flame astrology didn't change. Yi Xing's strength increased greatly. Myriad flames thunder. Yi Xing used the same move. He waved his scarlet flame bow, and the flame bow's shadow instantly shattered the void. Even the third tribulation lightning was dispersed. Chapter 804. A large amount of fine lightning bolts fell from the sky and were absorbed by Yi Xing. The lightning power contained in the third wave of tribulation lightning was of a much higher quality than the previous 2 waves. Absorbing it into his body had a much better effect on tempering his fleshly body. After easily passing the third wave of tribulation lightning, Yi Xing's expression didn't show any joy. Instead, it was somewhat serious. According to convention, the tribulation lightning for venerables was 4 waves, the tribulation for kings was 6 waves, and the tribulation for quasi-gods was 9 waves. However, Yi Xing's lightning tribulation was different from ordinary lightning tribulations. It was a 5-fold tribulation, 1 more than an ordinary lightning tribulation. Now, Yi Xing's tribulation for kings had a very high starting point. Its power was equivalent to that of a 3-star king. Just the third wave of tribulation lightning was already at the level of a 4-star king. If the rest of the tribulation lightning followed this pattern, the 4th wave of tribulation lightning would have the power of a peak 4-star king. The 5th wave would have the power of a peak 5-star king. The 6th wave would have the power of a peak 5-star king. Peak 5-star king was much stronger than Peng Zhan. Even Yi Xing felt a lot of pressure when breaking through to king. Furthermore, what made Yi Xing feel even more pressured was whether his tribulation of the king realm would be the same as the tribulation of the martial highness realm. If it was, then he would have to face the 7th wave of tribulation lightning. The 7th wave of tribulation lightning was truly terrifying. If it was 1 level higher than the 6th wave, wouldn't it be at the level of a 6-star king? This was what Yi Xing was most worried about. Rumble. Before Yi Xing could think any further, the sound of thunder came from the sky. The 4th wave of tribulation lightning had already struck down. As Yi Xing had expected, the 4th wave of tribulation lightning was already at the level of a peak 4-star king. This was a special tribulation lightning that targeted him. If an ordinary martial artist encountered such a lightning tribulation while breaking through to king, only death would await them. The greater the pressure, the more it aroused Yi Xing's desire to resist. Facing the tribulation lightning in the sky, Yi Xing seemed to have a ball of fire burning in his heart. Kill? Yi Xing roared as he circulated his astral energy to the limit. Darkness, wind, and fire, the 3 grand Daos of heaven and earth circulated as he leaped into the sky, facing the tribulation lightning. Yi Xing's speed wasn't slow, but the speed at which the lightning struck was countless times faster than his. When Yi Xing was less than 100 meters above the ground, he collided with the 4th tribulation lightning. Yi Xing's flaming bow shadow exploded the nearly 10-mile-long tribulation thunder. Yi Xing was also struck to the ground by the terrifying power contained in the tribulation thunder. Fortunately, this was a dimensional space. Otherwise, the impact of Yi Xing's landing would have caused a large area to collapse. This time, the tribulation lightning did not scatter very thin. The electric current paths formed were as thick as a finger. The short ones were a few meters, while the long ones were more than 10 meters. When these electric currents fell on Yi Xing's body, they were also absorbed by his flesh and blood. However, when the electric currents entered his body, Yi Xing felt as if he was being electrocuted. The power of thunder contained life, but it also contained destruction. Although Yi Xing's physique was powerful, the electric energy absorbed by his body was too strong. He still felt pain, which meant that his body was injured. If the 4th tribulation lightning was already like this, then it could be foreseen that the next few tribulation lightning would be even more difficult to bear. The pain quickly disappeared. Although Yi Xing had yet to establish an imperial body, his body had absorbed the energy of a true divinity's blood essence. His life force was surging, and even a small injury was automatically healed in a breath of time. The stronger the power of thunder, although it would cause damage to the body, it also meant that the effect of tempering his flesh and bones would be better. Yi Xing could feel that the strengthening of his physique had significantly increased. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the fifth tribulation lightning struck down. Resplendent electric light instantly illuminated the entire dimensional void. A thunder dragon that was as thick as a bucket and dozens of miles long rushed out from the tribulation clouds, instantly smashing down. The first and second tribulation lightning was a thunder snake. The third and fourth tribulation lightning was a thunder flood dragon. The fifth tribulation lightning had evolved into a thunder dragon, and its power had risen to another level. As Yi Xing expected, the fifth tribulation lightning's power had reached the level of a 5-star king. Whoosh, a beam of starlight shot out from between Yi Xing's eyebrows. Yi Xing instantly used the Sagittarius constellation astrological avatar, his strength erupting to the max. The black hole astrological avatar was unable to enhance Yi Xing's combat strength. It only had a supporting role. When he fought with other martial artists, it was very effective. But facing the attack of the thunder tribulation, it was useless. The black hole astrological avatar formed a dark world that simply couldn't affect the thunder tribulation. This was because the attacks of the thunder tribulation were formed by the rules of the world. Towards Yi Xing, it wasn't something that could be seen with the naked eye. Rather, it was a lock on the level of the Tao. There was simply no way to avoid it. He could only rely on his formidable strength to directly resist it. The Sagittarius constellation astrological avatar was truly worthy of being called the highest astrological avatar. As the power of the stars fell down, Yi Xing's power rose. In the blink of an eye, the crimson flame bow shot out an arrow. Just as the arrow left the bow, it collided with the thunder dragon that was falling from the skies. Bang! With a loud explosion, the arrow pierced through the thunder dragon like starlight. After passing through the thunder dragon, it shot another 10 miles into the sky before its power was exhausted and it vanished without a trace. The thunder dragon that contained the wild power of thunder was pierced through by the arrow. It exploded inch by inch, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into arcs of electricity that drifted down like a rain of lightning. Many of these arcs of lightning fell onto Yi Xing's body. They were absorbed by his flesh and blood, causing him to feel an intense stabbing pain. The power of these arcs of lightning was much more destructive to his body than the fourth stage of tribulation lightning. After a full 5 breaths of time, the stabbing pain finally disappeared. The surging life force in his flesh and blood healed the damage. This was only the 5th stage of tribulation lightning. There was still the even stronger 6th stage and the even more terrifying 7th stage. Yi Xing's expression was solemn and firm. He looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky with vigilance. The attacks of the tribulation lightning would become stronger and faster as it went on. It was already difficult to judge the attacks of the tribulation lightning just by the sound. One had to look at it with their eyes to be able to react immediately. Not long after, the 6th stage of tribulation lightning descended. Another 10-mile-long thunder dragon rushed out from the tribulation clouds. Now the lightning instantly lit up the entire sky. This thunder dragon was even stronger than the 5th stage of tribulation lightning. Its power was even more terrifying, reaching the level of a peak 5-star king. Yi Xing was already prepared. The moment the thunder dragon appeared, he had already locked onto it. He had already pulled back the crimson flame bow, and a black flame arrow shot out. This was Yi Xing's most powerful arrow. The black flame arrow instantly soared into the sky and collided with the thunder dragon. Bang! The two forces collided and instantly exploded. Resplendent electric light bloomed and shot out in all directions. The power of this arrow was too terrifying. More than half of the thunder dragon was instantly blown apart. However, the 6th stage of tribulation lightning was also extremely powerful. Before the black flame arrow could completely penetrate it, its power was exhausted. The thunder dragon that was still several miles long continued to fall. Chapter 805. If this lightning dragon was a true living being, then even if it had an immortal body, it would have lost its ability to fight after half of its body was blown apart. Unfortunately, this lightning dragon was only condensed from the power of lightning. It wasn't alive. Even if it was blown into strands of electricity, it still contained the power of lightning. It was just that the power was scattered. The lightning dragon's lower half wasn't destroyed by the arrow. Its power was still as one and its attack power was still terrifying. It was only a small part of the lightning dragon's body, but the power it contained was not inferior to the 5th stage of the lightning tribulation. Fortunately, Yi Xing didn't stop after shooting the arrow. Instead, he had a backup plan. With a slash of the crimson flame bow, he immediately drew out a huge black vortex. The lightning dragon's lower half instantly charged into the black vortex. The lightning as thick as a water bucket was cut into pieces by the sharp power of the black vortex. The black vortex also started to collapse due to the power of the lightning. In the end, the black vortex exploded with a boom. About 90% of the lightning dragon's body had been cut into pieces by the black vortex. However, the remaining 10%, which was still hundreds of meters long, blasted onto Yi Xing's body. Even though the several hundred meters of lightning was only 1/10 of the lightning dragon's size and 1/30th of the entire lightning dragon's size, it was still a colossus for Yi Xing's body. In an instant, Yi Xing's figure disappeared. Only the resplendent electric current covered the entire ground, covering hundreds of meters. After a breath's time, the dazzling white electric light disappeared. All the electric current dissipated into the void. Only Yi Xing's body was left on the ground. The crimson flame bow had already fallen to the side. Yi Xing was already on the ground. Electric light swam all over his body and his body was twitching. At this moment, Yi Xing finally understood what pain was. Every inch of his body, every inch of his flesh, every inch of his tendons and bones felt like they were being torn apart. The pain caused his mind to go blank, and his mental power felt like it was being pierced by needles. After 10 breaths, the electric light swam around Yi Xing's body disappeared. Although the pain in his body wasn't light, it was much better. He finally regained control of his body. Yi Xing spat out a big mouthful of blood. The blood he spat out was black and had a burnt smell. After spitting out the blood, Yi Xing felt his body relax a lot, and the pain was quickly alleviating. Although the pain he had just endured was intense, the benefits he obtained were equally rich. His entire body had been tempered by the power of thunder. Yi Xing's physique had almost become 10 times stronger. The injuries in his body were recovering at an extremely fast speed. It could be seen that his vitality was surging. In less than 10 breaths of time, Yi Xing's sense of pain had completely disappeared. Instead, he felt that his body was filled with comfort and strength. Judging from the pain he felt a moment ago, Yi Xing's injuries were definitely not light. Yet he was able to recover so quickly. His healing ability was even faster than a mid-grade imperial body, almost at the level of a high-grade imperial body. Yi Xing yeeted to the sky. He saw that the tribulation clouds in the sky had not dissipated. Instead, they were gathering more and more intensely. More and more thunder condensed in the rolling black clouds, as if they were brewing the next wave of terrifying attacks. Yi Xing's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he was about to face the attack of the 7th level of thunder tribulation. Regarding the 7th level of thunder tribulation, Yi Xing was both looking forward to it and also a little afraid. The 6th level of thunder tribulation had an obvious effect on strengthening his flesh and blood. Now that he had reached the level of a high-grade imperial body, the 7th level of thunder tribulation was even more terrifying than the 6th. If he successfully crossed it, Yi Xing was sure that he would be able to build a legendary top-grade imperial body. Therefore, Yi Xing was looking forward to it. However, Yi Xing had already experienced the power of the 6th level of thunder tribulation. It had struck him so hard that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. The power of the 7th level of thunder tribulation, according to Yi Xing's estimation, would reach the level of a 6-star king. Yi Xing was worried about whether he could withstand it. If he couldn't survive and was directly struck to death by the tribulation thunder, everything would be over. Therefore he was also a little afraid. Yi Xing took a deep breath and stabilized his mind. Whether he was looking forward to it or afraid of it, the 7th level of thunder tribulation was about to arrive. The only thing he could do now was to abandon all thoughts and prepare himself with all his heart and soul, so that he could face the attack of the 7th level of thunder tribulation in his best state. If he died, there would be nothing left. Only by living would he have a future and be able to think about other things. Therefore, in order to survive, Yi Xing had to abandon all other thoughts and focus on dealing with the upcoming terrifying attack. Above, the tribulation clouds surged, becoming more and more intense. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the tribulation clouds. The 7th level of thunder tribulation had arrived. Yi Xing saw that this bolt of lightning was not a thunder snake, nor was it a thunder flood dragon, but a thunder arrow that was dozens of miles long. As this thunder arrow shot out from the tribulation clouds, one could vaguely see the endless power of thunder condensing into a bow of thunder. Yi Xing was an archery martial artist. His strongest astrological sign was the Sagittarius constellation. This level of thunder tribulation was clearly aimed at Yi Xing. That thunder arrow was incomparably resplendent and contained an extremely violent power. With extreme speed it flashed down. If Yi Xing's mind was not stable, facing the 7th level of thunder tribulation, he would definitely be shocked and unable to react in time. However, at this moment Yi Xing was fully focused on dealing with this attack. Any changes that occurred in the 7th level of thunder tribulation did not affect his mind at all. The moment the thunder arrow appeared, Yi Xing also shot out the black flame arrow that he had long prepared. Then, the power of the astral stars, astrological signs, and the momentum of heaven and earth were all pushed to the limit. The crimson flame bow drew a huge dark vortex in the sky. This was already his limit. Previously, he had not been able to block the 6th level of thunder tribulation. Now, he naturally could not block the 7th level of thunder tribulation. However, this was all he could do. The rest would depend on his body to withstand this terrifying attack, persevere and survive. Although the black flame arrow that Yi Xing shot out was terrifying, it was clearly not on the same level as the thunder arrow. When the two arrows collided, the black flame arrow instantly turned to ashes, but the thunder arrow only lost less than 30% of its power. The thunder arrow continued to shoot down. The dark vortex also exploded in an instant, but it only dissipated about 10% of the thunder arrow. The thunder arrow still carried about 60% of its power. It shot into Yi Xing's body. Resplendent lightning exploded, instantly submerging the ground for hundreds of meters. After a breath, the lightning disappeared. Yi Xing's body was revealed. He was still in a standing position. But in the next moment his body fell to the sides. He was actually split in two by the thunder arrow. This time what Yi Xing felt was not only severe pain in his body, but also the pain of his soul being torn apart as well as the great horror of death. Yi Xing's consciousness went blank as he fell into the dark abyss. However, his flesh and blood were squirming. One side of his body was drying up and blood was flowing out, while the other side of his body was surging with vitality. Blood gathered and flesh and blood were reborn. In just a dozen breaths, the dry half of his body turned into a mummy, while the other half of his body grew new flesh and blood. Yi Xing's consciousness broke free from the dark abyss and returned to his body. Immortal body, best grade imperial body, I survived and built a best grade imperial body. The moment his consciousness recovered, Yi Xing was overjoyed. Chapter 809. When Gu Ming mentioned Xuezi, the others felt the same way. Zhang Yuanshan said, "Unfortunately, we don't know where senior brother Xue is now." Huyan Long said, "Senior brother Xue is no longer here." Huyan Long's words were like a clap of thunder, shocking everyone. Yi Xing was also shocked. When Yi Xing killed Xuezi, there was no one nearby. He thought that no one would know about it. He didn't expect Huyan Long to know that Xuezi was dead. Yi Xing immediately calmed down. Huyan Long might know that Xuezi was no longer here, or he might have other ways to sense it. He might not know that Yi Xing was the one who killed Xuezi. Gu Ming admired Xuezi very much. When he heard Huyan Long's words, he immediately became excited. Gu Ming said, "You're talking nonsense. Senior brother Xue is strong. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's the strongest in the outer sect. How can he be no longer here?" Zhang Yuanshan and the others nodded, agreeing with Gu Ming's words. They still thought that Xuezi could deal with Pang Zhan. In their hearts, Pang Zhan couldn't kill Xuezi. Naturally, they didn't believe that Xuezi was dead. Huyan Long said, "Senior brother Xue is indeed no longer here. I saw it with my own eyes. The disciple of the 10th peak, Yi Xing, killed him." Gu Ming exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Zhang Yuanshan didn't believe it either. He laughed. "The disciple of the 10th peak, Yi Xing? The 9th star venerable lord from a mid-level continent? Ah, he might be able to show off in the 10th peak where trash gather. However, how can he kill senior brother Xue? The two of them, one is the sky and the other is the earth. There's a world of difference." Yi Xing was also surprised. He didn't expect Huyan Long to see him killing Xuezi. Didn't that mean that Huyan Long saw him possessing the Sagittarius constellation? Yi Xing suddenly had a murderous intent. He was not particularly concerned about the fact that he had killed Xuezi being exposed. After leaving the Heavenly Bao continent, he did not intend to return to the Dark Star continent. Instead, he intended to return to the Star continent. When he returned to the Dark Star continent in the future, he would already have the strength of a quasi-god. With his aptitude, he should be able to gain the appreciation of the upper echelons of the deity's Templar. Moreover, the reason why he killed Xuezi was because Xuezi wanted to kill him. At that time, the deity's Templar would not give up on a genius because of this. However, his possession of the Sagittarius constellation astrology was a secret in the Dark Star Divine Palace. Other than Feng Xiaoxiao, no one else knew about it. His intuition told him that it would not be a good thing to expose his supreme astrology. Towards the killing intent towards Huyan Long, the majority of it originated from the fact that she knew the secret of him possessing the Sagittarius constellation. Unfortunately, the distance between him and Huyan Long was countless tens of thousands of miles. Even if he wanted to kill him, there was nothing he could do. Huyan Long was not surprised by the reactions of Gu Ming, Zhang Yuanshan, and the others. Huyan Long said, "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either." As she spoke, Huyan Long opened her martial path heavenly eye. Her martial path heavenly eye was different from others. Whether it was her eyeballs or other parts of her eyes, they were all pitch black. Clearly she had cultivated an eye technique. Huyan Long continued, "My dark eye can see up to a distance of 10,000 miles. That day, I knew that senior brother Shui was going to find Yi Xing, so I used my eye technique to observe from afar. I didn't expect that Yi Xing had concealed himself so deeply. He had an extremely powerful trump card that allowed him to kill senior brother Shui." Huyan Long did not reveal that Yi Xing possessed the Sagittarius constellation astrology. She only said that Yi Xing had an extremely powerful trump card. However, Yi Xing knew that since Huyan Long had seen it with her own eyes, it was impossible for her not to recognize the Sagittarius constellation astrology. The more she did not reveal it to others, the more certain Yi Xing was that the exposure of his Sagittarius constellation astrology was definitely not a small matter. Seeing Huyan Long use her eye technique, Yi Xing understood in his heart that when he was fighting Shui Zi, he had felt someone watching him. So it was Huyan Long. However, something had happened in the sky at that time, diverting Yi Xing's attention. It made Yi Xing think that the feeling of being watched came from the change in the sky. Therefore Yi Xing did not investigate further. Although Gu Ming, Zhang Yuanshan, and the others still found it hard to believe that Yi Xing could kill Shui Zi, they still somewhat believed it when they saw Huyan Long's eye technique. Gu Ming still had doubts in his heart. He said, "Yi Xing is only a 9th-star venerable lord. How could he be so powerful that he could kill senior brother Shui?" Furthermore, the first peak search area is in the southern region, while the third peak search area is in the eastern region. The two places are very far apart. Why would senior brother Shui run to the eastern region to find Yi Xing? Huyan Long smiled coldly and said, "They had some conflict at Enlightenment Peak. Furthermore, why would senior brother Shui need to explain to you why he was looking for Yi Xing?" Hearing Huyan Long's words, everyone understood in their hearts. So Shui Zi went to find trouble with Yi Xing. He even wanted to take Yi Xing's life. However, he was killed by Yi Xing in the end. Seeing the change in everyone's expression, Huyan Long said, "No matter what, Yi Xing killed senior brother Shui. When we leave the Heavenly Bao continent, I will definitely report this to the Shui clan's old ancestor and reveal all his secrets. He will die without a burial place." In the Heavenly Bao palace, Yi Xing's expression turned cold. The killing intent in his heart grew even stronger. Puchi, Eagle Rail appeared and flew in front of Yi Xing. He said, "Not bad, not bad. You only used 8 days to cultivate the divine eye technique. It's faster than I expected." Hearing Eagle Rail's voice, Yi Xing retracted his gaze. Closing his divine eye technique, he opened his eyes. Yi Xing said, "It was all thanks to Senior Luo Tiangong's blood essence that I was able to cultivate it." Eagle Rail said, "Since you have cultivated the divine eye technique, I can give you the third gift." As he said that, Eagle Rail flapped his wings, and 3 silver arrows appeared in front of Yi Xing. Yi Xing said, "3 arrows? What are their effects?" Ever since he could condense astral arrows, Yi Xing had not used metal arrows. Firstly, metal arrows were troublesome to make and their lifespan was not long. Although their power was stronger than astral arrows, there was no qualitative difference. In terms of convenience, they were far from astral arrows. As such, metal arrows were naturally eliminated. However, if there were metal arrows of black grade and above, then it would definitely have a special effect. If it were just ordinary metal arrows, there was no need to forge them. Eagle Track said, "These 3 arrows are just ordinary dark-level metal arrows, but my master has infused them with the power of his void-shattering archery, which allows them to travel through the void. With the help of the void-shattering God Eye, the arrows will be able to shoot wherever the eyes lock onto." Yi Xing's eyes widened. He said, "Wherever the divine eye technique's gaze is locked on, the arrows can be shot there? This is too heaven-defying. Moreover, archery can be cultivated to the void-shattering realm?" According to Yi Xing's knowledge, the realms of archery were transformation, following the heart, binding space and soul lock. He was currently at the embryonic form of binding space, and soul lock could only be achieved by archers of the quasi-god level. Once an arrow was shot, it would lock onto the soul. Even if a quasi-god had an immortal body, he would be killed by an arrow of soul lock. As for the realms above soul lock, Yixing was not sure. Chapter 8:10. Ingui said, "There are 6 realms in archery: transformation, following the heart, binding space, soul locking, void shattering, and realm crossing. However, the 6th realm, realm crossing, is only a legend. It is said that when one reaches the realm crossing, the arrow can penetrate the realm barrier and shoot out beyond a realm. Once the arrow is shot out, it can cross a realm and kill a soul. I'm afraid that only the legendary supreme being of the Tao of archery would have such means. As far as I know, even the most powerful true god of archery could only reach the shattering void tier. My master is invincible among true gods, but he has only reached the peak of the void-shattering realm. Once he shoots an arrow, it can penetrate multiple spaces. Within a realm, no one can block it. However, no matter how strong an arrow of the void-shattering realm is, it can only sweep across a realm. It cannot penetrate the realm barrier." Yixing looked at the 3 silver arrows in front of him and said, "These 3 arrows can also penetrate multiple spaces?" Yixing thought to himself, if these 3 arrows could penetrate multiple spaces, wouldn't they be able to shoot to the star continent? Ingui shook his head and said, "If my master used it, it would be easy for him to go through multiple spaces, but you can't. That arrow only contains a little bit of my master's void-shattering power. Without my master's archery power, it can only travel through one space. Plus, even if that power could go through space, your void-shattering godly eyes has not reached the 2nd level. You can't see the other space and your arrow will not be able to reach there." Yixing nodded. The void-piercing arrow wasn't shot out aimlessly. Instead, the void-piercing arrow's target would be where the void-piercing arrow was aimed at. If one couldn't even see the target with their eyes, then naturally the arrow wouldn't be able to reach it. Yixing suddenly had an idea. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he said, "The arrow can penetrate through the void within the same space. In other words, it can reach any corner of the heavenly Bao continent. Let me try." As soon as he finished speaking, Yixing took out the crimson flame bow and knocked the void-shattering arrow. Yixing used the god's void-shattering eye, and his gaze penetrated forward. Soon he found Huyan Long, Gu Ming and the others. Yixing's gaze locked onto Huyan Long. The void-piercing arrow also shone brightly and locked onto Huyan Long, who was talking to Gu Ming, Zhang Yuanshan, and the others to testify that Yixing had killed Shuizi, suddenly had a change in expression. As a genius amongst the peak 3-star kings, Huyan Long's reaction was extremely quick. The moment the void-piercing arrow locked onto her, she felt a piercing aura, and a sense of crisis arose in her heart. Huyan Long immediately revolved his astral defense. At the same time, he took out a high-grade Xian weapon and vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. Huyan Long immediately circulated his dark gloomy eye. Soon, he determined the direction of the danger and searched carefully. However, to her disappointment, she didn't find anything even after carefully searching for several hundred kilometers ahead. However, that penetrating aura had always been there, and she could always faintly sense it. What was going on? Huyan Long could not understand. In the heavenly Bao continent, only 4-star kings and below were allowed to enter. Even if someone wanted to stab someone in the back, shouldn't there be some distance between them? How far could a low-level king shoot? In order to make it difficult for the opponent to dodge, the distance had to be within 100 kilometers. However, if one were to shoot an arrow from the back, 200 kilometers would be the limit. If the distance was too far, the arrow would stay in the air for too long, and the target would have enough time to dodge. However, Huyan Long had observed more than 400 kilometers. Not to mention the lethality, just the range alone was difficult for low-level kings to reach. Being able to shoot out 300 kilometers was already the limit. Huyan Long saw that there was nothing within 400 kilometers, and naturally found it strange. She could only use her dark gloomy eye to continue searching further. Huyan Long was the only one who had sensed that penetrating aura. The other 4 were not locked onto by the void-piercing arrow, and their lives were not in danger. Naturally, they didn't sense anything. Seeing Huyan Long suddenly acting as if she was facing a great enemy, they were all surprised and also raised their guard. Huyan Long was getting more and more surprised. She had searched more than 1,000 kilometers in the direction of the danger, but she didn't find anything. Her dark gloomy eye could see more than 100,000 kilometers. Searching 1,000 kilometers only took a breath's time. With the eyesight of her dark gloomy eye, if someone shot an arrow from the back and the other party could see her, she would definitely be able to see the other party. Could it be that I sensed wrongly? Huyan Long thought to herself. If someone were to say that someone was ambushing her from more than 1,000 kilometers away, she wouldn't believe it. Even a high-level king couldn't shoot an arrow from 1,000 kilometers away. Only a quasi-god archer expert could do that. Huyan Long repeatedly searched the area within 1,000 kilometers several times. She even gave a cursory glance beyond 1,000 kilometers, but she still found nothing. Finally she relaxed her mind. In her opinion she was being overly suspicious. Just as Huyan Long relaxed her mind, the void in front of her suddenly rippled like a stone thrown into a calm water surface. With a certain point as the center, ripples spread out in all directions. A silver arrow pierced through that point and shot toward Huyan Long. Huyan Long was still maintaining her dark gloomy eye. Her eyesight was extremely strong and she could see the arrow very clearly. However, she didn't have time to dodge. The arrow appeared less than 100 meters away from her. It had suddenly shot out from the void and she simply couldn't react in time. Under the gaze of her dark gloomy eye, the arrow drew a clear trajectory in the void and became larger and larger. Ah! Huyan Long suddenly let out a miserable scream. Before she could close her dark gloomy eye, the silver arrow pierced through her protective astral shield and shot into her dark gloomy eye. The silver arrow's penetrating power was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it shot through the dark gloomy eye and out the back of Huyan Long's head, forming a thumb-sized bloody hole. Huyan Long's miserable scream was short and shrill. At the same time, the silver arrow brought out an arrow of blood, and her body fell backward. The power contained in the arrow instantly destroyed the vitality in her head. Although she had built a mid-grade imperial body and had strong vitality, she would die instantly if her brain was destroyed. Even if she had a high-grade imperial body, the damage to her brain was very serious. The vitality of a mid-grade imperial body couldn't save her at all. After the silver arrow pierced through Huyan Long's head, it shot forward for more than 100 kilometers, piercing through countless trees and finally shooting into a mountain peak. Senior Sister Huyan, Gu Ming, Zhang Yuanshan, and the others were all horrified. They never thought that an arrow would suddenly shoot out from the void and take Huyan Long's life. In the first moment they had already fallen to the ground, afraid that another arrow would shoot out from the void. Yi Xing retracted his gaze and closed his void-breaking god eye. Huyan Long was dead, and she would only take his secret to the Yellow Springs Road. Chapter 8:12. Outer Palace. The sound of the door opening rang in the ears of every martial artist. The gazes of all the cultivators turned to look at that big door in unison. This was a very large stone door. It was 30 feet tall and 20 feet wide. Previously, the disciples of the Radiance Temple and the Star River Temple had tried to open the stone door, but none of them succeeded. This was a stone door that could only be opened from the inside. The Heavenly Bow Hall was originally buried deep underground, and had only recently appeared on the surface. Then these martial artists came to the Heavenly Bow Hall, broke the restriction outside the hall and came to the outer palace. At this moment, a stone door that led to the inner palace was suddenly pushed open. All the martial artists were shocked, and a chill ran down their spines. Only Pang Zhan reacted after a shock. He remembered that Yi Xing had disappeared outside the Heavenly Bow Hall. At that time, Pang Zhan thought that Yi Xing had entered the Heavenly Bow Hall. However, when Pang Zhan entered the Heavenly Bow Hall, he did not see Yi Xing's figure. At this moment, the stone door leading to the inner palace was suddenly opened. If nothing strange had happened, the only person Pang Zhan could think of was Yi Xing. The stone door was not completely pushed open. When it was wide enough for one person to pass through, Yi Xing walked out from inside. It was indeed Yi Xing. Pang Zhan's pupils shrank. His gaze locked onto Yi Xing, and the killing intent in his heart exploded instantly. Yi Xing's killing intent towards Pang Zhan was very strong, and he wanted to kill him. Pang Zhan was the same. He wanted to kill Yi Xing outside the Heavenly Bow Hall, but he failed. Instead, he lost the lives of 3 of his junior brothers. His killing intent towards Yi Xing was very strong. Later, the disciples of the Radiance Temple had attacked the disciples of the Dark Star Temple. Because of this, Pang Zhan could not find Yi Xing, and could only vent his anger on the other disciples of the Dark Star Temple. Yi Xing's appearance elicited different reactions from the crowd. The disciples of the Star River Divine Palace and the majority of the Radiance Divine Palace's disciples didn't recognize Yi Xing. They looked at Yi Xing in shock. Pang Zhan, Wu Kongqin, and the other disciples of the Brilliance Divine Hall who knew Yixing looked solemn and murderous. When the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace saw Yixing, they were delighted at first, but their hearts soon cooled down. They did not think that Yixing could save them. Even the disciples of the 10th Summit were no exception. That was because Pang Zhan was too powerful. Zhuo Fifan, the number 1 disciple of the 7th Summit, was so powerful that he was almost invincible among the 4-star kings. However, he was still severely injured after taking only one strike from Pang Zhan. Yixing. Pang Zhan stared at Yixing and was the first to speak. I knew that you must be in the Heavenly Bao Palace. You really showed up. Let's see where you can run to in the Heavenly Bao Palace. Yixing had broken through to the King Realm and built an extreme-grade imperial body. The extreme-grade imperial body had returned to its original state and concealed Yixing's King Realm aura. None of the martial artists present could tell that Yixing was already a King Realm expert. Of course, those who did not know that Yixing was a 9th-star Venerable Lord could not tell what cultivation level Yixing was at. However, those who knew that Yixing was a 9th-star Venerable Lord assumed that Yixing was still a 9th-star Venerable Lord. Previously, in the battle between Pang Zhan and Yixing, Yixing had used the Black Hole Astrology and the Sagittarius Astrology. Even after using all his trump cards, he still could not defeat Pang Zhan. There was a huge gap between their strength. Moreover, Pang Zhan thought that the reason why he could not kill Yixing was that Yixing's astrology was too strange. Secondly, Yixing had enough space. Now, although the Heavenly Bao Palace was big, it was only a few hundred feet in radius. For Pang Zhan's strength, a few hundred feet was no different from being in a square meter. Even if Yixing used the Black Hole Astrology to create a dark world, Pang Zhan was confident that he could kill Yixing. Yixing glanced at Gao Jian, Zhuo Fifan, and the others who were lying on the ground. Flames of anger burned in his eyes. Yixing said, "Run? I came to kill you. Why should I run?" As he spoke, Yixing's aura burst out. The surging power was like an invisible mountain, making all the martial artists feel heavy. Whoosh! A beam of starlight soared into the sky. Yixing used the fire astrology. Flames of nothingness burned, and the aura of the entire Heavenly Bao Palace became scorching hot. Yixing's cultivation aura burst out. Only then did Pang Zhan discover that Yixing's cultivation had changed. He was actually a king. Astral reaching Venerable breaking through to Astral Sea King was a breakthrough of a major realm, and the increase in strength was huge. Pang Zhan's expression immediately turned serious. When Yixing was a 9th-star Venerable Lord, although there was still a big gap between them with the Sagittarius Astrology and Black Hole Astrology, the two could be said to be evenly matched. Now Yixing had become a king and his strength had increased greatly. Pang Zhan was naturally apprehensive. Whoosh, whoosh. Pang Zhan acted as if he was facing a great enemy, and used 2 astrology at the same time. One was the Extreme Earth Astrology, and the other was the Saint-level Skyblade Astrology. Both of their auras were extremely terrifying. They were equivalent to 5-star kings. In the void, the saber intent and the arrow intent collided. Sharp auras cut through the void and penetrating auras pierced through the void. The faces of the martial artists in the palace changed drastically, and they hurriedly retreated to 2 sides. Pang Zhan's strength was well known. Even in the Star River Palace, there was a 5-star king genius, but he was not Pang Zhan's opponent. Pang Zhan's strength was at least a mid-5-star king. As for this Yixing who had suddenly appeared, was actually able to contend against Pang Zhan, and forced him to use 2 astrology right from the start. The martial artists who didn't know Yixing were incomparably shocked. They thought to themselves, how could there be such a powerful character in the Dark Star Palace? I've never even heard of him. Yixing didn't use the Sagittarius Astrology or Black Hole Astrology. Pang Zhan was overjoyed. His apprehension of Yixing came mainly from those 2 astrology. Die for me. Pang Zhan's aura accumulated to the peak in the blink of an eye, and his strength exploded to the limit. He executed the Death Blade slash and slashed towards Yixing. The distance between the two was only a few hundred feet. To Pang Zhan this distance was as close as an eye. Yixing definitely wouldn't be able to dodge this slash. Thinking of this, Pang Zhan sneered in his heart. If they were in a vast space and Yixing used the 2 astrology, he might not be Yixing's opponent. However, in the Heavenly Bao Palace, Yixing didn't use those 2 astrology, and he would definitely die under his blade. Facing Pang Zhan's slash, Yixing's expression was normal. He didn't even take half a step back and he didn't even try to dodge. Whoosh. Instead, he faced Pang Zhan's slash and moved his astral force to the limit. The 3 heavenly forces circulated, and the dark, wind and fire yuan qi gathered at the tip of his finger. They merged with the astral force and astrology to form an arrow. The arrow was aimed at Pang Zhan's head. Pang Zhan sneered. At such a short distance he made the first move, and Yi Xing made the second move. This slash was going to split Yi Xing in half and kill him instantly. Once Yi Xing died, the arrow attack would naturally disappear, and he wouldn't need to be distracted. In Pang Zhan's opinion, if he was distracted, he would fall into Yi Xing's trap of fighting with his life on the line. At such a short distance, the two of them attacked in less than a tenth of a blink of an eye, and the result was already decided. Pang Zhan's slash was indeed terrifying. Yi Xing's protective astral force couldn't block it at all, and even his protective inner armor was split open. Yi Xing's head was split in half. The treasured saber continued downward, cutting through Yi Xing's chest and reaching near his stomach. Only then did it stop because of his protective inner armor. His head and upper body were split in half. If a king received such an injury, he would definitely die instantly. However, Yi Xing didn't. Yi Xing didn't seem to be injured at all. The astral arrow at his fingertip was still as bright as ever. The astral arrow penetrated Pang Zhan's protective astral force and shot into his head. No! Pang Zhan screamed in horror. His eyes widened as he watched Yi Xing's finger attack. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that Yi Xing could still maintain the power of his astral finger attack even after his head and chest were split open. Pang Zhan's scream was sharp and short. The astral finger arrow shot into his head and exploded, creating a fist-sized hole. The flesh and blood in Pang Zhan's head were instantly destroyed by the energy, turning into mush. Pang Zhan had a middle-grade imperial physique. Even if his head was destroyed, it would be fatal, let alone his head and body being split open. Pang Zhan's body fell backward with a look of disbelief on his face. As for Yi Xing, the flesh and blood on his upper body and head wriggled. In less than a breath, the two halves of his body merged back together, and he was as good as new. Chapter 8:13. The battle between Yi Xing and Pang Zhan had started and ended quickly. In the blink of an eye, Pang Zhan had died. Most of the martial artists had retreated because of their aura and did not pay much attention. Before they could react, they found that Pang Zhan had died. What was going on? Time had passed too quickly. If they were not paying attention, they would have missed that moment. Many martial artists did not understand how it had turned out like this in the blink of an eye. Whether it was the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace, the Starry River Divine Palace, or the Radiance Divine Palace, they were all dumbfounded when they saw Pang Zhan dead on the ground. Senior brother Pang Zhan? After a breath, a disciple of the Radiance Divine Palace finally reacted and exclaimed. Pang Zhan was the first genius disciple of the Radiance Divine Palace in hundreds of years. He had a 6-star blue fate and would definitely become a 6 Nirvana quasi-god in the future. If he was lucky, he might even become a true god. Moreover, Pang Zhan's battle talent was even rarer. He could fight someone 2 levels above him in the king stage. Among his peers, no one could beat him. As the leader of this batch of disciples in the Brilliance Shrine, Pang Zhan could be said to have a bright future. The disciples of the Radiance Divine Palace could not believe that Pang Zhan had died in the Heavenly Bao continent. Especially when the one who killed him was only a 1-star king from the Dark Star Divine Palace. Avenge senior brother Pang Zhan. A disciple of the Radiance Divine Palace shouted. Pang Zhan had a strong reputation and appeal among the disciples of the Radiance Divine Palace. His cry for revenge was immediately answered. Avenge senior brother Pang Zhan. Avenge senior brother Pang Zhan. The disciples of the Radiance Divine Palace shouted loudly. In the Heavenly Bao Palace, there were close to 100 disciples of the Radiance Divine Palace. Even if only half of them were shouting, their aura was enough to topple mountains and overturn seas. Yi Xing snorted. Killing Pang Zhan was just the beginning. He looked around and fixed his eyes on the 3-star peak king who was shouting the most fiercely. Yi Xing remembered him. He was the disciple of the Brilliance Shrine who had chased after him in the beginning. There were 5 of them at that time, and the other 4 were also by his side. Seeing Yi Xing's eyes fall on him, Wu Kongqing was startled and immediately retreated, trying to get out of the Heavenly Bao Palace. He shouted that he wanted to avenge Pang Zhan, but this was clearly not his true intention. He was afraid that Yi Xing would recognize him, so he wanted to incite the other Radiance Shrine disciples to besiege Yi Xing. It would be best if he could kill Yi Xing, but if he couldn't kill Yi Xing, he could take advantage of the chaos to escape. However, Wu Kongqing did not expect that Yi Xing had fixed his eyes on him in the blink of an eye. Even Pang Zhan had been killed by Yi Xing with only one move. Wu Kongqing did not believe that he could block even one move from Yi Xing. Moreover, although the Radiant Shrine disciples had the advantage in numbers, the Heavenly Bao Palace was too small to make full use of their advantage in numbers. On the contrary, if Yi Xing wanted to start a massacre, he could kill a large number of the Radiant Shrine disciples with only one move. What was more, there were also many disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace here. Although they were under the control of the Radiant Shrine disciples, they would definitely take the opportunity to counterattack when the situation became chaotic. Therefore, as soon as Wu Kongqing saw Yi Xing's eyes fixed on him, he decisively rushed out of the Heavenly Bao Palace. Although Yi Xing would not kill all the disciples of the Radiant Shrine, there were a few people he must kill, such as Wu Kongqing and the other 4 who had chased after him first. The reason why Yi Xing had a deadly feud with the disciples of the Radiant Shrine was that Wu Kongqing and the other 4 had chased after him. As the source of the hatred, Yi Xing certainly had to get rid of them. Although the disciples of the Radiant Shrine were shouting to avenge Pang Zhan with overwhelming momentum, none of them had attacked Yi Xing yet. Yi Xing was able to kill Pang Zhan in one move, so all the disciples of the Radiant Shrine were afraid of him. Only because they had the advantage in numbers did they have the courage to shout for revenge in front of Yi Xing, otherwise, they would have been scared out of their wits. Therefore, when Wu Kongqing ran away, Yi Xing was not restrained at all. At the same time, he moved his body. Breaking through from Venerable to King was not only a great breakthrough in cultivation, but also in comprehension. The higher a martial artist's cultivation was, the higher his comprehension. Therefore, in most cases, only when one's cultivation reached a certain level could he practice martial arts of the same level. Only geniuses with better comprehension than ordinary people could practice martial arts of a higher level. Geniuses with better comprehension than ordinary people would have their comprehension improved when their cultivation broke through. Therefore, once they were one step ahead, they would always be ahead. Yi Xing was a monstrous genius with better comprehension than ordinary people. After becoming a king, his comprehension had improved greatly, and he had made great progress in all kinds of comprehension. For example, Yi Xing had already comprehended the perfection of force of darkness, wind and fire, but now he had reached a higher level and touched the true meaning of the 3 great Taos of heaven and earth. Above force was the conception. Even for a high-level king, it was difficult to comprehend the true meaning of Tao, and it would take a long time to reach this level. Yi Xing operated the wind will, and his speed was so fast that it was almost like teleportation in the Heavenly Bao Palace. Wu Kongqing's speed was fast enough, but Yi Xing was even faster. When Wu Kongqing rushed to the gate of the palace, Yi Xing had already blocked his way and pointed out a finger. A beam of finger aura shot out, aiming at Wu Kongqing's head. At this moment, Wu Kongqing was rushing out of the Heavenly Bao Palace with all his strength. Yi Xing suddenly stopped in front of him and pointed out a finger. Wu Kongqing's head seemed to bump into the beam of finger aura. When Wu Kongqing realized what had happened, it was already too late. Although he had stopped moving at the critical moment, the astral protective shield was even faster than he was. In an instant, it had pierced through his astral protective shield and shot into his head. After breaking through to the Star Sea realm and going through the Thunder Trial, Yi Xing's body had improved greatly, and his martial will had also been tempered in pain, and his arrow intent had been strengthened greatly. The stronger arrow intent and the true meaning of Tao level, together with the King's Star aura inside Yi Xing's body and his perfect King's body, maximized the effect of the attack. As a result, the beam of finger aura shot out by Yi Xing had reached the level of a 5-star king. Even Pang Zhan, who had the strength of a 5-star king, was killed instantly when his head was hit by Yi Xing's beam of finger aura. Wu Kongqing naturally could not bear the attack of Yi Xing's beam of finger aura. A fist-sized hole was made in Wu Kongqing's head by the beam of finger aura. The inside of his head was completely destroyed, and he fell to the ground instantly, with a frightened look on his face. The death of Pang Zhan and Wu Kongqing completely destroyed the defense line among the disciples of the Brilliance Palace. The fear of Yi Xing took over and they all fled out of the palace. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden Yi Xing launched a series of attacks. The other 4 people who had been chasing him together with Wu Kongqing were all killed in less than a breath. Chapter 8:15. Xing Yin looked at Yi Xing and said, "Even if we can't open it, do you think you can? Senior brother Yi, the Dark Star Divine Palace already has half of the stone cabinets, yet you still want to take the other half that belongs to my Star River Divine Palace? Isn't your appetite too big? Yi Xing said, You're right, I can open these forbidding formations and I have some treasures that belong to Senior Luo Tiangong. Now that I'm able to take them out, yet you're still occupying the latrine without taking a shit. I don't think that's a good idea. All the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace were shocked. Even the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were no exception. They knew how difficult it was to open the seals on the stone cabinets. They had so many kings and worked hard for a month, but they still couldn't open them. They didn't even have a clue. However, Yi Xing said that he could open these seals. Of course, everyone was shocked. Xingyan was shocked. He looked at Yi Xing doubtfully and said, Can you really open these seals? Yi Xing nodded. In the Heavenly Bao continent, Yi Xing was invincible. He could open the seals on the stone cabinets in the Heavenly Bao Hall without fear of anyone knowing. Xingyan's eyes were burning with desire. He took a deep breath and said, Senior Brother Yi, if you can open these seals, we can split the stone cabinets with you. You can open all the stone cabinets and half of them will belong to you. Yi Xing smiled faintly and said, Are you kidding? Strictly speaking, Yi Xing was Luo Chenggong's chosen successor. The treasures of the Heavenly Bao continent belonged to Yi Xing. However, Yi Xing didn't intend to reveal his identity as Luo Chenggong's successor to the public. Although people would guess, guesses were just guesses. Even if these treasures were ownerless, they would belong to whoever obtained them first. Now, the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace didn't get these treasures. It was impossible for them to get these treasures. Therefore, Yi Xing was the first person to get these treasures after breaking the seals on the stone cabinets. No matter how you looked at it, these treasures belonged to Yi Xing. It was Yi Xing who had opened the seal, so the treasures he obtained belonged to him. Yet Xingyan wanted half of it. How could there be such a logic in this world? Xingyan also knew that his request was a bit excessive. Seeing Yi Xing's expression change, he hurriedly changed his tone. If you're not satisfied with a 50-50 split, then we'll split it 30-70. I'll take 30 and you take 70. 15 stone cabinets and we only need 5. You can have the other 10. Yi Xing continued to smile and said, These stone cabinets don't belong to the Divine Palace of Star River. I opened them. Why should I share them with you? Although Yi Xing's words weren't without reason, Xingyan was still enraged when he saw so many treasures before his eyes, yet he couldn't obtain any of them. Just as Xingyan was about to explode, Yi Xing changed the topic and said, However, treasures should be shared with those who see them. You must feel unbalanced when you see so many treasures in front of your eyes. How about this? I'll open all the stone cabinets and then I'll give you one of them. What do you think? A single stone cabinet contained 3 God-tier treasures and several top-level mystic-tier treasures. There were more than 10 of them. For a low-level king, this was already a huge treasure trove. Originally, the Divine Palace of Star River wouldn't be able to obtain anything. When the time came, they could only leave the Heavenly Bao continent with their tails between their legs. Now Yi Xing was giving them a stone cabinet full of treasures. This was equivalent to giving them a huge treasure trove. Logically speaking, this should make them go wild with joy. However, people's hearts didn't always follow logic. Besides logic, there were many other factors that could affect people's hearts. Moreover, for most people, these factors had a greater impact on their hearts than logic. For example, jealousy, unbalanced feelings, loyalty, hobbies, and so on. At this moment, Xingyan's heart was extremely unbalanced. If there were only 2 or 3 stone cabinets, Yi Xing would give one to the Divine Palace of Star River, and he would be grateful. However, there were 30 stone cabinets in the Heavenly Bao Palace, and Yi Xing only gave one to the Divine Palace of Star River. This made him extremely unhappy. This was because he was jealous of the Divine Palace of Star River's 29 stone cabinets. Therefore he felt extremely unbalanced. Xingyan said angrily, 1 stone cabinet? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? 5 stone cabinets, that's my bottom line. Yi Xing's face turned cold and said, It seems like you don't understand the situation. You only have 2 choices. 1, you won't get anything. 2, you can get one of the treasures in the stone cabinet. There's no third choice. Looking at Yi Xing's aura that was about to explode, a hint of fear flashed in Xingyan's eyes. However, it was more of greed. Xingyan's gaze swept across the stone cabinets in the palace. Looking at the treasures in the stone cabinets, his greed overcame his fear. Xingyan gritted his teeth and said, Without 5 stone cabinets, I won't give up any of the 15 stone cabinets that belong to the Divine Palace of Star River. Yi Xing smiled disdainfully and said, Belong to the Divine Palace of Star River? You dare to say such words in the Heavenly Bao Palace. Aren't you afraid that Senior Luo Tiangong will leave behind some tricks to crush you? Xing Yan's heart skipped a beat. He was indeed afraid of Luo Tiangong's reputation. Although true God experts stood at the peak of martial arts in the flowing light world and led the era, there were still quite a number of true God experts accumulated over time. When they were still alive, true God experts could be said to be able to call the wind and summon the rain in the flowing light world. However, there were not many of them who could leave behind a name after death. Luo Tiangong was one of them who left behind a name after death. Although he had been dead for 20,000 years, his name was still known throughout the world. Xing Yan felt that he should give Luo Tiangong an explanation. He said, Senior Luo Tiangong left the heavenly Bao continent for the benefit of future generations. He left the treasures inside for future generations to discover. Now that we have found these stone cabinets, they naturally belong to us. The first cultivator who entered the heavenly Bao continent said that the entire heavenly Bao continent belonged to him. Yixing smiled coldly and said, I can't be bothered to waste my breath on you. You still have 1.5 days to continue trying to open the restrictions on the stone cabinets. Once you have opened the restrictions, the treasures inside will naturally belong to you. If you still haven't opened the restrictions by tomorrow afternoon, you'd better leave on your own accord. Otherwise I will personally ask you to leave. After saying that, Yixing turned around. He had already given them an ultimatum. He did not want to waste his breath on them. When the time was up, if they did not leave, he would chase them away. Senior brother Yi, can you really open the restrictions on the stone cabinets? As soon as Yixing returned to the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace, a large number of disciples asked him about it. Their eyes were shining brightly. The treasures in the stone cabinets were too precious. Obtaining a single treasure in the stone cabinets was a huge gain. As for the treasures in the stone cabinets, they were even more precious than all the treasures produced in the heavenly Bao continent for the past 200 years. When they heard Yixing say that he could open the restrictions on the stone cabinets, which disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace would not be excited? Chapter 8:16. Yixing nodded and walked to the front of a stone cabinet. The disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace immediately gathered around and looked at Yixing eagerly. Yixing glanced at the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace. Most of them did not react, but there were still some who understood. Tu Qianzhang shouted, Be careful, there are outsiders here. The disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace immediately reacted. In the heavenly Bao Hall, there were still disciples of the Star River Divine Palace eyeing them covetously. Because of Yixing's strength, they had neglected the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace. However, the temptation of the treasures in the stone cabinet was too great. If Yixing opened the seal of the stone cabinet, the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace might attack him out of greed. Once a group had a backbone, it would be cohesive. The disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were not as united as the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace and the Radiance Divine Palace, but they lacked a backbone. Now that Yixing had become the backbone of the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace, the unity of the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace naturally increased. Without needing Yixing to deliberately remind them, they turned their attention to the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace and took precautions. Even if the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace wanted to sneak up on them, they would not succeed. Yixing stood in front of the stone cabinet and opened his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, revealing an eye full of runes. He activated the God's Void Breaker Eye. The wall in front of him suddenly turned transparent under the gaze of the God's Void Breaker Eye. On the wall, the restriction that covered the stone cabinet, under the gaze of Yixing's God's Void Breaker Eye, wisps of energy moved and could be seen clearly. Yixing soon saw through the entire structure of the restriction. If a restriction could be compared to a lock, then breaking the restriction by force was like smashing the lock open. Yixing had seen through the entire structure of the restriction, which was equivalent to finding the way to open the lock. It was like having a key in his hand. When a lock was big enough and strong enough, breaking it by force was impossible. However, with a key it was easy to open it. Yixing took a step forward, stretched out his hand, and pressed it on the invisible restriction in front of the stone cabinet. Yixing circulated his astral energy, and strands of astral energy shot out from his palm like fine threads. The restriction outside the stone cabinet was extremely complicated and tight. If one were to carelessly infuse astral energy into it, it would definitely be blocked. However, Yixing had scanned every inch of space in the restrictive spell and knew where there were gaps that could allow astral energy to pass through. These cracks were as thin as a strand of hair, and they were twisted and turned. If one couldn't see them clearly, it would be impossible for one to infuse one's astral energy through them. However, with the help of the void-breaking God eyes, the impossible became possible. Yi Xing was very clear about the structure of the restriction. Strands of thread-like astral energy were controlled by Yi Xing and penetrated layer after layer of the restriction. The restriction wasn't solid, but was made of energy. The strands of energy were like threads weaving into a dense net. No matter how complicated the net was, no matter how long the threads were, there was only one source. As long as the source was destroyed, the entire restriction could be destroyed. Yi Xing's palm was only half a meter away from the stone cabinet, which meant that the thickness of the restriction was only half a meter. However, this half-meter thickness had tens of thousands of layers. If it was a blind cat running into a dead mouse, it was still possible to penetrate through several layers or even a dozen layers. However, it was impossible to penetrate through tens of thousands of layers just by relying on luck. Only Yi Xing, who had the shattering void divine palace, could see the inside of the barriers clearly, and could control the astral energy to quickly penetrate through layers of barriers. After spending 15 minutes, Yi Xing's astral energy threads had penetrated through all the layers and reached the inside of the restriction, finding the source. Even if the astral energy was as thin as a thread, the power it contained was still shocking. Especially the arrow intent it contained, it had an extreme penetrating power. Under Yi Xing's control, the astral energy threads immediately pierced into the source of the restriction and destroyed it. With the source destroyed, the restriction collapsed from the inside out. Soon it was completely destroyed and disappeared without a trace. However, the restriction was invisible and the process could not be seen with the naked eye. The rest of the people only saw Yi Xing pressing his hand into the void. They did not know that the restriction in front of Yi Xing had changed. When the restriction was completely destroyed, Yi Xing took a step forward and walked directly to the stone cabinet. He stretched out his hand and touched a treasure in the stone cabinet. The restriction is gone. It's really been broken. The disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace immediately cheered excitedly. However, even so, they did not let down their guard against the disciples of the Starry River Divine Palace. This was often the most dangerous time. The disciples of the Starry River Divine Palace looked at each other with envy and jealousy. The stone cabinet was right in front of them and the treasure inside seemed to be within reach. However, when they really stretched out their hand and were about half a meter away from the stone cabinet, they would be blocked by the invisible restriction. The disciples of the Starry River Divine Palace had used all kinds of methods. They had forcefully attacked it and used array masters to break it, but to no avail. Now, when they saw Yi Xing open the restrictions on the stone cabinet and touch the treasures in the stone cabinet, they could only sigh and feel very upset. It was not that Ming Yan did not want to sneak up on Yi Xing and steal the treasure. However, he knew very well that although Yi Xing seemed to be focused on breaking the restriction, there was actually a penetrating aura that was watching him. Obviously, as long as Ming Yan did anything, he would not be able to hide it from Yi Xing. Ming Yan obviously wanted to sneak up on Yi Xing. However, sneaking up on the other disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace was meaningless. He was only afraid of Yi Xing. Unless he killed Yi Xing with a sneak attack, he would not be able to steal the other party's treasure. Instead, he would be sending himself to his death. Ming Yan knew very well that if he dared to make a move, Yi Xing would definitely not spare his life. Therefore, Ming Yan did not dare to make a move. Moreover, even if he wanted to sneak up on Yi Xing, it would not be now. He would have to wait until Yi Xing opened all the stone cabinets. Otherwise, even if he succeeded, he would only be able to obtain the treasure in one of the stone cabinets. Wouldn't that be the same as what Yi Xing had promised? After opening the stone cabinets, Yi Xing waved his hand and put all the treasures in the stone cabinets into his storage ring. Seeing Yi Xing put away all the treasures, although the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were a little envious, no one said anything. Yi Xing walked to the next stone cabinet and continued to break the restriction. After 15 minutes, the restriction was broken and Yi Xing took away the treasures in the stone cabinets. One by one, the restrictions on the stone cabinets were broken by Yi Xing. The treasures inside were all taken away by Yi Xing. 4 hours later, the 15 stone cabinets on the right side of the Heavenly Bow Palace had their restrictions broken by Yi Xing. All the treasures were taken away by him. In other words, Yi Xing had obtained a total of 45 God-grade treasures and more than 100 mystic-grade treasures. This was more than all the treasures of many 4-star forces combined. Chapter 8:17. The disciples of the Starry River Sacred Hall looked at Yi Xing with red eyes and short breaths. They were extremely jealous. Even the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace couldn't help but feel jealous, let alone the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace. So many treasures were worth a fortune to a quasi-god. Even if they worked hard for their entire lives, they wouldn't be able to obtain them. Perhaps only a true god expert would treat them as normal. Yi Xing had been paying attention to Xing Yan. He could feel the struggle in Xing Yan's heart. But in the end, Xing Yan didn't make a move. Yi Xing had killed Pang Zhan in one move. He was indeed powerful and Xing Yan was afraid. "You're wise," Yi Xing thought to himself. Looking at the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace who were staring at him, Yi Xing said, "Every disciple here will have a share of the treasures in the palace. Every disciple will get a stone cabinet of treasures." "Thank you, Senior Brother Yi Xing." "Long live Senior Brother Yi Xing." The disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were overjoyed and immediately cheered. Although Yi Xing meant that every disciple would get a stone cabinet of treasures and the rest would belong to him, none of the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace thought otherwise. It was Yi Xing who had opened the seals on the stone cabinets. Strictly speaking, these treasures belonged to Yi Xing. There were 10 peaks in the outer sanctum of the Dark Star Divine Palace, and each peak had a stone cabinet. Yi Xing had given them 10 stone cabinets of treasures. What else could the disciples say? There was only gratitude and excitement. Yi Xing said, "I'll keep the treasures first. After I open all the stone cabinets, I'll distribute them to you." The disciples of the Star River Divine Palace were still in the Heavenly Bao Hall. The treasures were with Yi Xing, so Yi Xing wasn't afraid of them. However, if the treasures were with other disciples, it would be a different story. The Heavenly Bao Hall was small and there were many people. Once chaos broke out, Yi Xing would not be able to control the situation. If all the disciples of the Star River Deity Temple were to join the fray, the other party would snatch the treasures and run away, and Yi Xing would not be able to stop them one by one. However, as long as the treasure was with Yi Xing, the Star River Temple's disciples would never be able to snatch it away. Therefore Yi Xing had to keep it with him first. The disciples thought for a moment and understood this logic. They said in unison, "We will listen to Senior Martial Brother Yi Xing's instructions." Yi Xing looked at Xing Yan and said, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You still have a day or so. Tomorrow afternoon if you don't leave, I will personally ask you to leave." Yi Xing had his own principles when it came to dealing with people. He would not completely deprive the Star River Temple's disciples of the opportunity to obtain the treasures and chase them out directly. However, he would not allow them to occupy the latrine without taking a sh*t. When the time was up, he would snatch what should be snatched even if he had to use force. Time passed. The disciples of the Starry River Sacred Hall tried all sorts of methods to break the restrictions around the 15 stone cabinets, but they couldn't break them. The time limit that Yi Xing had given them was getting closer and closer. Yi Xing was surrounded by the Star River Temple's disciples. He looked at the Star River Temple's disciples indifferently, waiting for the time to be up so that he could chase them out by force. Xing Yan's face became uglier and uglier. He could not accept the fact that he did not even get a single piece of treasure after so many treasures. Seeing that noon was almost up, Xing Yan said, "Yi Xing, we only need 3 stone cabinets. If you give us 3 treasures, we will give you all of them." Yi Xing chuckled and couldn't be bothered to respond. He didn't even want to waste his breath. Xing Yan gritted his teeth and shouted, "2. We only need 2 stone cabinets." Yi Xing still ignored him. Xing Yan panted heavily. He was very emotional as he shouted, "Fine one then." The Star River Temple's disciples laughed. Xing Yan did not even have a single bargaining chip, yet he dared to negotiate with Yi Xing. He was definitely asking for trouble. Yi Xing did not change his mind because of Xing Yan's compromise. He still ignored Xing Yan. Xing Yan shouted, "Yi Xing, quickly open the seals and give us one of the stone cabinets. We will leave immediately." Yi Xing's gaze finally fell on Xing Yan. He said, "Time's up. You should leave." Xing Yan said angrily, "You tricked me? You said you would give us 1 stone cabinet." Yi Xing said, "That was then and this is now. I have given you a chance, but there is only 1 chance. You missed it." Xing Yan's aura suddenly became violent. He clenched his fists like an angry lion, as if he was going to pounce on Yi Xing at any time. The Star River Temple's disciples were invigorated, and their auras surged. Yi Xing's expression was still as usual. He looked at Xing Yan and said indifferently, "I will only count to 10. After that, If there are any Star River Temple's disciples in the Heavenly Bao Palace, I will kill them without mercy. Although Yi Xing's voice was soft, it was like thunder in the ears of the Star River Temple's disciples. Fear immediately appeared on their faces. 1, 2, 3. Yi Xing began to count. He counted every breath. When Yi Xing counted to 3, the Star River Temple's disciples had already rushed out of the palace. Xing Yan's face was extremely ugly. 4, 5. With the first to escape, there was naturally a second and a third. When Yi Xing counted to 5, there were already more than 10 Star River Temple's disciples running out of the palace. Moreover, there were even more who were preparing to follow. Go! When Xing Yan saw this, he knew that he could not compete with Yi Xing in the Heavenly Bao Palace, so he could only retreat. Following Xing Yan's order, the Star River Temple's disciples sped up and rushed out of the palace. In just a few breaths' time, there was not a single Star River Temple's disciple left in the Heavenly Bao Palace. Xing Yan's voice came from outside the palace. Yi Xing, just you wait. You will not have a good ending if you offend the Star River Temple. Yi Xing treated Xing Yan's threat as a fart. He did not take it to heart at all. His gaze had already landed on the 15 stone cabinets in front of him. 4 hours later, the restrictions on the 15 stone cabinets were all opened by Yi Xing. The treasures inside were all kept by Yi Xing. Then Yi Xing gathered all the Dark Star Temple's disciples together and began to distribute the treasures. There were about 70 disciples in the Dark Star Temple. There were disciples from each peak. Yi Xing gave each peak's disciple a stone cabinet of treasures and said, "Although these treasures are with you, they do not belong to you. They belong to each peak's disciple. After you hand them over to the temple, the contribution points obtained will be divided equally among the disciples of each peak." All the disciples said in unison, "Yes, senior brother Yi Xing." Yi Xing said, "The treasures in the other 20 stone cabinets belong to me. Do you have any objections?" All the disciples shook their heads. Chapter 8:19. Gai Qing used his eye technique to look into the distance and said, "No, Yi Xing is very far away, at least a few 100,000 miles away. However, he seems to have cultivated an extremely powerful eye technique and should be watching this place." The only person Xing Yan was afraid of was Yi Xing. Knowing that Yi Xing was still a few 100,000 miles away, Xing Yan was relieved. Xing Yan sneered, "What a good kill without mercy. Very good. I will also count to 10. After 10 counts, if you still don't hand over your treasures, I will also kill you without mercy. In front of me you are just a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. I can easily kill you until your corpses litter the ground and you piss your pants in terror." Gao Jian ignored Xing Yan's sneer and started counting. 1. "Senior brother Gao Jian, what's going on?" Immediately, a large number of Dark Star Divine Palace disciples asked Gao Jian through voice transmission. Gao Jian transmitted his voice to a few key disciples. "Don't worry, senior brother Yi Xing has made arrangements." These key disciples also transmitted their voice to the other disciples. After knowing that it was Yi Xing's arrangement, they were relieved despite their doubts. 1. A confident smile hung on Xing Yan's face as he followed Gao Jian and started counting as well. 2, 2, 3, 3. As the numbers were getting closer to 10, both sides' auras became more and more intense. Both sides' disciples exploded with violent auras. A great battle was about to break out. The Dark Star Divine Palace disciples were full of confidence after knowing that Yi Xing had made arrangements. The Star River Divine Palace disciples were also relieved after knowing that Yi Xing was a few 100,000 miles away. Both sides were confident that they could defeat the other. 9. Gao Jian's eyes narrowed and his gaze sharpened. 9. Xing Yan was still smiling. Other than Yi Xing, no one was his match. Knowing that Yi Xing was a few 100,000 miles away, Xing Yan was not worried at all. Gao Jian looked at Xing Yan with murderous eyes and shouted, "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." 10. Hee. Xing Yan shrugged. His expression was relaxed as he expressed his disdain. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a ripple suddenly appeared in the space in front of Xing Yan. A silvery white arrow shot out from the center of the ripple and shot towards Xing Yan. Just as Xing Yan was about to count to 10, his disdainful smile froze on his face. His eyes were instantly filled with fear. This arrow had appeared too suddenly, completely outside of Xing Yan's expectations. At this moment he was completely unprepared. The speed of the arrow was too fast, like a flash of light. Moreover, the arrow was too close to the star flame, less than 100 meters away. With such speed and such a short distance, Xing Yan had no time to react. Poof! Under Xing Yan's horrified gaze, the silver arrow instantly pierced through his astral shield and into his head, leaving behind a fist-sized hole. After the silver arrow pierced through Xing Yan's head, it did not stop there. It continued to shoot forward like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, the 5 Starry River Temple disciples behind Xing Yan were all pierced through by the silver arrow. It was only when the arrow hit the 6th person that the power of the arrow was exhausted and lodged in the 6th person's body. The power of the arrow was extremely terrifying. Xing Yan and the 5 Starry River Temple disciples behind him were instantly killed and fell from the sky. The one who was hit by the arrow was also severely injured. His body swayed and he spat out a mouthful of blood, almost falling to the ground. Hiss! Whether it was the Dark Star Temple disciples or the Starry River Temple disciples, they all sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. This arrow that had appeared out of nowhere was too terrifying. Not only was its power terrifying, but the most important thing was that it had suddenly shot out from the void, making it impossible to guard against. However, the difference was that the Dark Star Temple disciples were pleasantly surprised, while the Starry River Temple disciples were horrified. A single arrow had killed Xing Yan and 5 Starry River Temple disciples at the same time. It had even severely injured one of them. This arrow had struck fear in their hearts and completely shattered their confidence. At this moment, Gao Jian roared, "Kill!" The battle cry shook the sky. When the Dark Star Temple disciples heard the battle cry, their spirits were lifted and their morale soared. As for the Starry River Temple disciples, their hearts were filled with fear. When they heard the battle cry, they turned around and fled at the same time. In fact, the 40 people from the Starry River Temple who had come were all elites. Even though 6 of them had died and 1 was severely injured, the remaining 33 people still had the strength to fight against the Dark Star Temple disciples. After all, most of the Dark Star Temple disciples' top elites were not here. There were fewer 4-star kings compared to the Starry River Temple disciples. If the two sides were to fight normally, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. But now, the Starry River Temple disciples were frightened by the death of Xing Yan and the others and fled in panic. The situation was completely different. The Dark Star Temple disciples chased after them like chickens and dogs, easily reaping the lives of many of the Starry River Temple disciples. In the end, less than 15 of the Starry River Temple disciples escaped. Most of them were killed by the Dark Star Temple disciples in the process of fleeing. The losses were extremely heavy. As time was limited, the disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace did not pursue the disciples of the Star River Divine Palace who had escaped. Instead, they collected the storage rings left behind by the dead disciples of the Star River Divine Palace. After distributing them, they continued south, returning to the entrance of the Dark Star continent. In the distant eastern part of the Heavenly Bow continent, Yi Xing used his God's Eyes of Void Breaker to observe everything from afar. The result was exactly as he had expected. He had expected that the Starry River Temple disciples would be scared out of their wits after Xing Yan's death. He had let Gao Jian roar the word "kill," which was enough to make them flee. Once they fled, they would be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Heavy losses were inevitable. Seeing that the Dark Star Divine Hall's disciples were on their way back, Yi Xing looked away. The Starry River Divine Hall's disciples were no longer a threat after their defeat. Without Pang Zhan, the Radiance Divine Hall's disciples wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. As for the Dark Star Divine Hall's disciples, they didn't need to worry about them. The spatial crack that led to the Star Mainland was located at the eastern edge of the Heavenly Bow continent. Yi Xing followed the route that Zhuohongyuan had taken and found the spatial crack without much effort. At this time, the Dark Star Temple disciples had also arrived at the entrance of the Dark Star Mainland and gathered with the other Dark Star Temple disciples. Yi Xing used his God's Eyes of Void Breaker to watch the Dark Star Temple disciples leave the Heavenly Bow continent through the Void Door. He retracted his gaze and walked toward the spatial crack in front of him. The energy in the spatial crack was very chaotic. Yi Xing could feel an inexplicable danger in it. However, since Zhuohongyuan could pass through it, Yi Xing was confident that he could pass through it as well. Chapter 820. The space crack was like a hideous wound in the void. It was also like the mouth of a demon, swallowing all the energy around it. When Yi Xing was still a dozen miles away from the space crack, he felt an invisible suction force pulling him closer to the space crack. As he got closer and closer to the spatial crack, the invisible suction force became stronger and stronger. In the beginning, Yixing was still able to forcefully control his body. However, when he was only about 100 meters away from the spatial crack, the suction force of the spatial crack exceeded his ability to control himself. Whoosh! Yixing was like a sharp arrow, sucked into the space crack in an instant by the invisible suction force. In the space crack, there was a void torrent that brought Yixing's body forward rapidly. It was like an ordinary person falling into a surging river. He could not control his body and could only go with the flow. The difference was that ordinary people would drown in the surging river. However, Yixing was a king. Although he could not escape the void torrent, he would not suffocate because of it. However, there were dangers in the void torrent that could kill a king. In less than 10 breaths after entering the space crack, Yixing felt pain in his body. It was as if he had been cut by a sharp blade. A deep wound appeared on his body and even his bones were broken. It was the space wind blade hidden in the void torrent. The space wind blade was extremely sharp, and the speed of the void torrent was fast. Therefore, once it came into contact with the space wind blade, one's body would be injured. Even the black-level upper-grade inner armor could not withstand it. Zhuohongyuan had arrived at the star continent through the space crack. However, he had been seriously injured and had not recovered. His cultivation had remained at the 2-star king realm. He had not made any progress in his life. A king realm had a lifespan of 1,000 years. However, Zhuohongyuan had only lived for a few hundred years before he died. It was because he had been seriously injured while traveling through the space crack. It had damaged his life source. Zhuohongyuan was a genius at the same level as Pang Zhan, Xing Yan, and Zhuo Fifan. When he was in the king realm, he could fight opponents 2 levels higher than him. Moreover, he had built a middle-grade king body. He was 1 in 100,000 kings. But Yixing was different. Yixing had constructed a top-grade imperial body, and had an undying body. His survivability was thousands of times stronger than Zhuohongyuan's. The wounds on Yixing's body healed in the blink of an eye. With the self-healing effect of his top-grade imperial body, his wounds were completely healed, leaving no scars behind. There were many spatial wind blades hidden in the void torrent. Whether one was lucky or not, one would always encounter some. If one was lucky, one would encounter fewer spatial wind blades. If one was unlucky, one would encounter more. Zhuohongyuan was lucky that he hadn't been killed by the spatial wind blades in the torrent of space. At least he was much luckier than Yixing. At least a dozen breaths of time, at most a few dozen breaths of time, Yixing would always come into contact with the spatial wind blades. Injuries to his body were a small matter. Once, a spatial wind blade just so happened to slash across Yixing's neck, directly chopping off his head. If Zhuohongyuan had encountered such an experience, he would have died instantly. Fortunately, Yixing had an undying body. Even if his head was chopped off, his flesh and blood would regenerate, and he would recover to his original state. In the torrent of space, he bumped into the spatial wind blades for almost half an hour. Suddenly, the surrounding temperature changed, becoming incomparably hot. Yixing was surrounded by raging flames. Just a moment ago, Yixing had left the torrent of space, but now he had entered a torrent of flames. Perhaps Yixing was still in the same torrent, but this torrent had different forms in different locations. The area Yixing had passed through before was a torrent of space, but now the area he was in was a torrent of flames. As for what was going on, Yixing could only guess. He didn't have a definite answer in his heart. But one thing was certain, for Yixing, it was much safer to be in a torrent of flames than in a torrent of space. The danger in the torrent of space came from the spatial wind blades, but there was also danger in the torrent of flames, which came from the special flames hidden in the torrent of flames. Yixing had the flame astral aspect and the star fire seed in his body. Facing these foreign flames, his defensive power was the strongest. Yixing used the flame astral aspect and at the same time stimulated the star fire seed in his Dantian star vortex, laying down a double defense outside his body. Whether it was ordinary foreign flames or special flames, they could all be blocked by these 2 layers of defense. Whoosh! A black starlight rushed out from between Yixing's eyebrows. Yixing had used the black hole astral aspect again. In the torrent of flames, there was an endless supply of foreign flames, and there were also many powerful special flames. For Yixing, this was not a dangerous place but a place of great treasure. Yixing's star fire seed and flame astral aspect could be upgraded by absorbing the flame energy here. The black hole astral aspect followed Yixing through the torrent of flames, producing a huge devouring power that swallowed the surrounding flame energy and strengthened the flame astral aspect. The star fire seed in his Dantian star vortex also instinctively absorbed the foreign flames from all directions. Yi Xing's star fire seed originally came from the foreign flames that fell on the star continent. Now that Yi Xing was passing through the void crack and traveling through the starry sky, the endless foreign flames were the best supplement for the star fire seed. Traveling through the torrent of flames, Yi Xing was in a good mood. He only hoped that he could travel a little longer so that his star fire seed and flame astral aspect could absorb enough flame energy and have a qualitative breakthrough. According to the description in Zhuo Hongyuan's notes, the torrent of flames would last for an hour, and then they would arrive at the space where the star continent was. There was a large area of unstable void there, and it was easy to tear space. Through tearing space, one could reach the star continent. Under normal circumstances, tearing space was extremely difficult. Only true god experts or peerless geniuses among quasi-gods could do it. However, the tearing space caused a part of the space in the star continent to be unstable, which allowed even kings to tear space. Zhuo Hongyuan was only a 4-star king, but he could tear space and reach the star continent. This was naturally not a problem for Yi Xing. Yi Xing divided his attention into 3 tasks. On one hand, he controlled the black hole astral aspect to absorb the flame energy to strengthen it. On the other hand, he controlled the star fire seed to absorb the flame energy to strengthen it. On the other hand, he calculated the passage of time. After only a quarter of an hour, Yi Xing's flame astrological aspect had undergone a qualitative change. In the starry crescent land, the flame astral aspect in the heavenly flame ancient land had reached the limit of the extreme grade astral aspect due to the black hole astral aspect's absorption of the flame energy. It was only one step away from evolving to the saint grade astral aspect. However, because the flame energy in the heavenly flame ancient land was not strong enough, it did not succeed. Now there were foreign flames everywhere and the flame energy was strong enough. Yi Xing's flame astral aspect naturally underwent a qualitative change very quickly. On the flame astral aspect, a flame divine bird vaguely appeared. It had evolved into the saint grade astral aspect, the vermilion bird astral aspect. Chapter 821. The evolution of the fire astrological aspect from the extreme grade to the saint grade was a qualitative breakthrough, and its power had increased greatly. In the space between his eyebrows, the fire astrological aspect was no longer in a corner. Instead, it had squeezed into the middle. Although it was still unable to compete with the Sagittarius and black hole astrological aspects, it was already on the verge of contending with them. The black hole astrological aspect continued to devour the fire energy, strengthening the vermilion bird astrological aspect that had already evolved. Within the fire astrological aspect, the vermilion bird's figure gradually became clearer as it absorbed more and more fire energy. It looked like it was about to soar into the sky. This meant that even though it had evolved into the vermilion bird astrological aspect, its power was still increasing. This could be seen from the fact that the vermilion bird astrological aspect was getting closer and closer to the Sagittarius and black hole astrological aspects in the center. Although the vermilion bird astrological aspect's power would increase as it absorbed more fire energy, there wouldn't be a qualitative change. Yi Xing's focus shifted to the star fire seed. As Yi Xing pushed the star fire seed's ability to absorb fire energy became stronger and faster. Finally, an hour ago, the star fire seed's grade had also increased qualitatively. Its size was clearly one size larger and its power was more than 10 times stronger. Before, the star fire seed's power could only threaten ordinary kings. Now, Yi Xing was sure that even high-level kings wouldn't be able to withstand the burning power of the star fire seed. Although the star fire seed didn't pose any real threat to high-level monarchs as long as it didn't burn their bodies, having such a power in their bodies would still be useful at crucial moments. An hour later, Yi Xing felt the space around him weakening. Clearly, he had arrived at the space where the star continent was. Yi Xing didn't hesitate. He circulated the dark wind fire arrow art. The astral energy in his body, darkness, wind, and fire yuan qi gathered at the tip of his finger, forming a black astral arrow. Break. Yi Xing attacked with all his strength. Using his body as an arrow, he instantly pierced through the torrent of fire and landed on the edge of the torrent. Within the torrent of flames, Yi Xing was unable to go against the power of the torrent. However, he could still move left and right along with the torrent. With the arrow well attached to his body, Yi Xing's body shuttled through the void as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the astral finger arrow collided with the spatial barrier at the edge of the torrent of flames. If it had been an intact spatial barrier, then even a normal quasi-god wouldn't have been able to break through it. However, the space here was weak and its strength had decreased by more than 100 times. Even Zhuo Hongyuan had been able to break through it in the past, so what more Yi Xing? The astral finger arrow pierced through the thin spatial barrier and tore a huge crack in it in the blink of an eye. Crash! Yi Xing rushed out of the spatial rift, wreathed in a large amount of foreign flames. The torrent of flames was like a surging river. The sudden appearance of the spatial crack was like a hole at the bottom of the river. Naturally, the water in the river would be repelled by the hole at the bottom of the river, and the flames in the torrent of flames were the same. Therefore, Yi Xing rushed out of the spatial crack not only because of the impact of his own power, but also because of the expulsion of the torrent of flames. Yi Xing suddenly accelerated. Before he could control his body, he was squeezed out of the torrent of flames. He appeared in the sky above the star continent and fell heavily to the ground. He fell from a height of several thousand meters in the blink of an eye. Yi Xing hit the ground hard and felt a sharp pain in his internal organs. Clearly they had been damaged. A large amount of foreign flame fell and landed on the ground, covering a radius of several hundred meters. In an instant, the surrounding flowers and trees were burned to ashes. Even the soil and stones on the ground were burned away. The star continent was a complete starry sky continent. Its laws were very complete. The spatial crack in the sky only appeared in the blink of an eye. Under the power of the laws, it was quickly mended and returned to normal. Yi Xing, who was on the ground and a large expanse of extraterrestrial flames, proved what had just happened. Compared to the immortal body, the damage to the internal organs was only a minor injury. They recovered in the blink of an eye. Yi Xing stood up and took a step forward. He rushed out of the flames and appeared in the sky. Yi Xing's eyes swept across the land in front of him. His face was filled with excitement and excitement. He was back. He was finally back. What entered his eyes were lofty mountains and hills. It was indeed very similar to the Green Cloud Mountain range. Yi Xing opened his martial Dao heavenly eye and used his void-breaking god eyes. His eyes immediately looked forward. Not long after, Yi Xing was shocked and surprised. Yes, this was indeed the Green Cloud Mountain range. He saw the old site of the Green Cloud sect and the square outside the Green Cloud ancient land. Back then, he had explored the Green Cloud ancient land with the genius disciples of the various sects in the Green Cloud region. At that time he was only a celestial vortex realm marquis. Now he was already a ruler of the Star Ocean. He did not know the cultivation of the genius disciples who explored the Green Cloud ancient land with him. Most of them were probably still celestial vortex realm marquis. Some of them were at most astral dipper realm enlightened persons. Their life experiences were different. Yi Xing was already in a different world from them. After confirming that this was the Green Cloud Mountain range and that he had indeed returned to the Star Land, Yi Xing was even more delighted and excited. Since 2 years ago, Yi Xing had been forced to use the Great Space Breaching Talisman to leave the Star Land under the Supreme King Meng Tai's saber. Yi Xing had always wanted to return. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Now that his wish had finally come true, he was naturally very excited. 2 years ago he was forced to leave by Meng Tai in the Green Cloud Mountain range. 2 years later he returned to the Star Land and was still in the Green Cloud Mountain range. 2 years ago he was only a 7-star reverend. He could not withstand a single blow from Meng Tai. 2 years later he was already a 1-star king. A mere Meng Tai was no longer in his eyes. At the same place, at a different time, Yi Xing's cultivation and strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. After 2 years, Yi Xing returned to the Star Land once again. There was no more pain in his heart. There was no more resentment. There was only joy. Today he would pay back the enmity of the past with double. There was only joy in his heart. Moreover, Yi Xing's thoughts quickly shifted to Wei Qingxian. That flawless face appeared in Yi Xing's mind. Although they had not seen each other for 2 years, it was still very clear. He had not forgotten it at all. Qingxian, I'm back. How have you been these 2 years? Yi Xing thought silently. At the same time, he confirmed the direction and looked in the direction of the Dark Star sect with his void-breaking god eye. The void-breaking god eye pierced through the void. Yi Xing's heart had already flown towards the Dark Star sect. Chapter 822. In the eastern sea region of the Star Continent, there was an island with a radius of several thousand li, shrouded in layers of fog. This was the headquarters of the Dark Star sect, the Dark Star Island. These layers of fog were all formed by formations and restrictions. Even a Star Ocean Realm king would get lost inside, unable to discover the existence of the Dark Star Island. Yi Xing used his void-shattering god eyes, and his gaze pierced through the layers of the void. He knew the location of the Dark Star Island, but he had to search for a while before he could find it. The layers of fog outside the Dark Star Island naturally couldn't block the void-shattering god eye's gaze. However, what made Yi Xing astonished was that the fog outside the Dark Star Island had actually disappeared. It wasn't because the void-shattering god eyes had pierced through it, but because it didn't exist in the first place. In such a situation, either the Dark Star sect had removed the formation outside the island, or someone had broken the formation outside the island. Regardless, it was a big matter for the Dark Star sect. The void-shattering god eyes continued forward, and soon saw the Dark Star Island. In the sky above the Dark Star Island, a huge flying ship stopped in the void. Yi Xing recognized this flying ship. 2 years ago, he had been chased by the Supreme King Meng Tai in the Green Cloud Mountain Range. This was a high-grade profound-grade flying ship, 30 meters wide and 100 meters long. It could carry more than 10,000 people. The Supreme King Meng Tai's flying ship appeared in the sky above the Dark Star Island, and the result was obvious. Meng Tai was leading the Great Yuan Dynasty's martial artists to attack the Dark Star sect. At this moment, there were only a few dozen people on the flying ship. However, there were 2 large groups standing on both sides of the ship. Each group had several thousand people, adding up to 10,000 people. These people were standing in the air. Each and every one of them was an astral-reaching realm warrior. An army of about 10,000 warriors was an extremely powerful army. However, the several dozen people on the flying ship were even more frightening. They were all kings. The Supreme King Meng Tai stood at the front of the group of kings. Yi Xing's expression changed. Seeing Meng Tai, a killing intent appeared in his heart. Beside Meng Tai there was a man standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Seeing this man, Yi Xing was also filled with killing intent. It was Zhui Yupeng who had been possessed by the King of Death Spirit. The Dark Star Island was extremely hidden, and the Great Yuan Empire did not know where the headquarters of the Dark Star sect was located. However, Zhui Yupeng, the young sect leader of the Dark Star sect, was extremely familiar with the Dark Star Island. Although Zhui Yupeng had been possessed by the King of Death Spirit, his memory had not been erased. It was not surprising that he had colluded with Meng Tai and led the Great Yuan dynasty to Dark Star Island. However, logically speaking, Zhui Yupeng had already been possessed and betrayed 2 years ago. At that time, he could have led the Great Yuan dynasty to attack Dark Star Island. Why did he wait 2 years to carry out this step? When Yi Xing noticed Zhui Yupeng's cultivation, he immediately understood. After not seeing him for 2 years, not only had Zhui Yupeng broken through to the Star C tier, but he had also become a 3-star king. In the past 2 years, Yi Xing had advanced from a 7-star supremacy to a 1-star king. This was already a godly improvement. However, Zhui Yupeng had advanced from a 9-star supremacy to a 3-star king. This was even more heaven-defying than Yi Xing. However, there was still a difference between the two. Although Yi Xing had experienced some fortuitous encounters, his cultivation base was cultivated step by step. On the other hand, Zhui Yupeng had been possessed by the King of Death Spirit. This King of Death Spirit was not an ordinary king in the world of death. He was a 7-star C realm high-level king. After possessing Zhui Yupeng's body, the increase in his cultivation was not so much cultivation as recovery. As long as there was enough energy for him to devour, his cultivation would be able to increase rapidly. In the past 2 years, Zhui Yupeng had harmed countless living beings before his cultivation had rapidly increased to the 3rd-star C realm. In the Star Continent, the only 4-star king was the Great Yuan Supremacy King Meng Tai. Zhui Yupeng could not devour enough energy in a short period of time to recover to the 4th-star C realm. Therefore, he stopped cultivating and joined forces with the Supremacy King Meng Tai to attack the Dark Star sect. As early as 10 days ago, Meng Tai had led the Great Yuan Dynasty's army and attacked the Dark Star Island. Because of Zhui Yupeng's betrayal, the Dark Star sect's formation elder Ling Daochen had added a few new level 5 formations outside the Dark Star Island. Zhui Yupeng knew the details of the previous formations, so those new formations could only last for 10 days. Today, all the formations outside the Dark Star Island had been broken. The two sides were about to engage in close combat, and the battle was about to begin. Yi Xing was anxious. He was more than 10 million li away from the Dark Star Island. Although his current speed was extremely fast, rushing back to the Dark Star sect would still take a long time. Even if he rushed to the nearest middle-rank empire and used the teleportation formation to return to the Dark Star Island, it would still take some time. The battle between the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty was about to begin, and Yi Xing would not be able to participate in it. Yi Xing's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of the void-piercing arrow. He could use the void-piercing arrow to attack, but he had obtained 3 void-piercing arrows in the heavenly Bao Hall. One of them had killed Huyan Long, and the other had killed Xing Yan. Now there was only one left. If I had known that the situation would be so urgent when I returned to the Star Land, I would have kept all 3 void-piercing arrows. Yi Xing thought to himself, and he could not help but feel a little regretful. If there were 3 void-piercing arrows, Yi Xing would have shot 1 arrow each at Meng Tai and Zhui Yupeng. However, with only 1 void-piercing arrow left, Yi Xing did not dare to act rashly. He could only attack when he needed it the most. Yi Xing stood in the sky above the Green Cloud Mountain range, using his god eyes of void-piercing, and looking at the Dark Star Island from afar. He was constantly paying attention to the situation on the Dark Star Island. On the Dark Star Island, the disciples of the Dark Star sect had already retreated to the plaza outside the main hall of the Dark Star sect. The disciples below the Honorable Realm had retreated to the main hall of the Dark Star sect. The main hall of the Dark Star sect was protected by a powerful formation. These disciples were the future strength, and they were of no use to the current war. Naturally, they would stay in the main hall of the Dark Star sect in a safe place. As for the martial artists above the Honorable Realm, regardless of whether they were disciples of the younger generation or elders, they had all gathered in the plaza, preparing for the final battle with the Great Yuan dynasty. The kings of the Dark Star sect stood at the forefront. Yi Xing saw Wei Qingxian and the Black Biao King among these kings. Wei Qingxuan's body emitted the aura of a king. She had already become a 1-star king, and her body contained an extremely terrifying power. Only with the powerful vision of the god eyes of void-piercing could he see the hidden power in Wei Qingxuan's body. Naturally, other martial artists would not be able to see it. Yi Xing knew that Wei Qingxian was the daughter of a prime. Then, the power in her body was naturally the power of a prime's bloodline. No wonder it was so terrifying. It was like there was a huge dragon hidden in her body. Yi Xing had obtained the true god's blood essence left behind by Luo Tiangong, and had successfully established a peak-grade imperial body. Wei Qingxian had the prime's blood flowing in her body, which was even more superior than the true god's blood essence. Presumably, establishing a peak-grade imperial body would not be a problem. Chapter 823. Yi Xing knew all the kings of the Dark Star sect. There were a total of 15 kings, 1 supreme sect master, 1 sect master, 2-star envoys for guardian kings and 7 elders. Now that Wei Qingxian was added, there should be 16 kings, but Yi Xing only saw 13. Only 13 kings? Why are there 3 missing? The Great Yuan dynasty has more than 60 kings. How can they stop them? Yi Xing was secretly anxious. Even though they knew that Wei Qingxian possessed a terrifying bloodline of the 9 supremes, the Great Yuan dynasty still had the advantage in numbers. Moreover, the Supreme King Meng Tai was a 4-star king, and his strength could not be underestimated. There was also Zhui Yupeng, whose real identity was the Death Spirit King. To be able to recover to a 3-star king in 2 years, one could see that his true realm was very high, and his strength was probably not something a king of the same realm could contend against. Yi Xing glanced at the kings of the Dark Star sect and knew who the 3 missing kings were. Guardian King Zhuo Jiangong, Elder Lin Jindao and Zhao Wenfeng weren't here. At this moment, the Dark Star sect was facing a crisis of life and death, but these 3 kings weren't here. Most likely they were no longer in this world. A total of 3 kings had fallen, and one of them was even a 2nd-level Astral Sea Realm Guardian King. It could be seen that the Dark Star sect had not had a good time these 2 years. In the sky above the Dark Star Island, the Great Yuan dynasty's army was pressing down on the island, and its aura was like dark clouds covering the sky, making it hard for people to breathe. Meng Tai stood at the front of the ship, and his gaze swept down as he laughed. Traitors of the Dark Star sect, your last support has already turned into nothingness. Without the protection of the formation, you are like fish on the chopping block in front of this king's army, waiting to be slaughtered, haha. Now this king will give you one last chance. Those who choose to be loyal to this king will be spared from death, and this king will reward you with wealth and glory. Those who choose to be enemies with the Great Yuan dynasty will be killed without mercy, and this king will grant you an incomplete corpse. Whoosh, a figure soared into the sky and stopped 1,000 meters away from the ship. At this moment he had a tall figure, black hair and naked upper body. His muscles were like dragons, filled with a sense of wildness. It was the Dark Star sect's left emissary, Black Biao King. Black Biao King's gaze landed on Meng Tai and said, "Tai, ever since the Dark Star sect was founded, our martial artists have always been free, and will never become your Meng clan's dogs. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Let's fight. 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 Today if you want to fight, fight, let's fight. Fight battle battle King King, Black Biao King knew that the Dark Star sect could not resist. If a great battle broke out, the scene would be chaotic. With a strong enemy like Meng Tai, the Black Biao King would have no time to care about anything else. If he could injure or even kill Meng Tai in a one-on-one battle, as long as he made Meng Tai lose his ability to battle, then with the Black Tiger King's strength, he would be able to fight more than 10 kings from the Deyuan Empire without Meng Tai's obstruction. Then the pressure on the other Dark Star sect's kings would be greatly reduced. Meng Tai sneered and said, "Black Biao, do you think you can save the Dark Star sect from danger by yourself? Ah. Fine, if you want to fight, I'll fight with you. I'll let you see the 10,000 years of accumulation of my Meng clan." While speaking, Meng Tai had already flown out of the ship. A mystic-grade high-grade treasure saber appeared in his hand, and as he charged toward Black Biao King, he slashed down with his saber. The saber was like a dazzling golden light, instantly splitting the void in half. This saber was extremely domineering and its power was shocking. Most of the kings looked at Meng Tai's saber and secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Among the kings present, there were only a few who could withstand Meng Tai's saber. Black Biao King was obviously one of these few. Facing this saber, Black Biao King's expression was normal as he punched out. The fist energy was like a dark light that scattered out, instantly covering a large part of the sky and collided with the saber. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the golden saber broke through the void airflow, but it could not break through the pitch-black fist energy. When the two forces collided, intertwining dark and golden ripples bloomed, and instantly rushed out in all directions. Both of them were extremely powerful. Their attacks were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye they had completed a round of attacks. Then the saber aura and the dark fist aura continued to collide. In the blink of an eye the two of them had collided at least 10 times. Boom 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 boom, the explosions were endless. To the venerable ones, because the process of the exchange was too fast, they only heard one explosion. This exchange of blows in the blink of an eye was just a probing attack. In the blink of an eye both of them were dozens of miles away. Whoosh, whoosh. Two starlights soared into the sky. Black Biao King and Meng Tai used their astrology at the same time. Black Biao King's astrology was pitch black, and it was an extreme dark attribute astrology. Meng Tai's astrology was golden light, and it was an extreme metal attribute astrology. Heaven-breaking 13 slashes die. Meng Tai shouted. The extreme metal attribute astrology emitted a brilliant golden light, causing his strength to increase by several times. Heaven-breaking 13 slashes, an upper-grade Xuanwu martial art of the Meng clan. It was a secret technique of the Meng clan, and it was extremely powerful among upper-grade Xuanwu martial arts. Meng Tai's body also emitted a golden light, revealing an extremely powerful physique. This was the result of cultivating the Golden Dipper battle force. Not only did it strengthen the physical body, but it also strengthened the astral energy. When using the Golden Dipper battle force, the heaven-breaking 13 slashes was even more terrifying. Dark Aurora Fist. Black Biao King also exploded with terrifying strength. His Dark Star Shen body had been cultivated to the greater success stage, and his physique was even stronger than Meng Tai's. The extreme dark attribute astrology poured down surging dark astral energy, and the Black Biao King's upper-grade Xuanwu martial art, Dark Aurora Fist, exploded in power. Heaven-breaking 13 slashes was a saber technique that maximized both strength and speed. Dark Aurora Fist also pursued speed. In the blink of an eye, Meng Tai had already slashed 10 times, and every slash was blocked by the Black Biao King's Dark Aurora Fist. The exchange between the two seemed to be evenly matched, but Meng Tai's heaven-breaking 13 slashes were stronger with each slash. After 10 slashes, the strength of the saber energy had already surpassed the fist energy. The Black Biao King could feel the strength of the saber energy gradually increasing. If it wasn't for his Dark Star Shen body being strong enough, he would have been forced back by the first 10 slashes. But after all, he had already cultivated his Dark Star Shen body to the greater success stage, and his darkness force was at the greater perfection stage. Although he was slightly at a disadvantage, it wasn't particularly difficult for him to receive his opponent's attacks. In the blink of an eye, Meng Tai had already slashed 12 times and laughed loudly. "Black Biao, you haven't changed much from 2 years ago, but this king has already cultivated all of the heaven-breaking 13 slashes. Ha! 13th slash out, die." Chapter 824. A resplendent golden light shot out along with Meng Tai's laughter. Heaven-breaking 13 slashes, the 13th move. If the first 12 moves were said to be a gradual increase in strength, then the 13th move was an explosive leap. The reason why the heaven-breaking 13 slashes was so powerful was because of the 13th move. After the accumulation of the blade aura from the first 12 moves, the 13th move would be unleashed in one go. Meng Tai's strength was only at the level of a late-stage 4-star king before he used the heaven-breaking 13 slashes. But after using it, his strength had increased greatly, reaching the peak of the 4-star king level. The corresponding strength of a late-stage 4-star king could only be considered mid-tier among the 4-star kings. It was not even considered upper tier, let alone the peak. The 13th move of the heaven-breaking 13 slashes was enough to sweep through 4-star kings. It would be hard for anyone in the same realm to contend against it. Therefore, when the 13th slash was executed, Meng Tai was laughing heartily. He was in a very good mood. In the Star Continent, the only one who could contend against him, the Black Biao King, was about to be slain by his saber. He wanted to prove to everyone that he, Meng Tai, as the supreme king of the Star Continent, was also supreme and invincible. In the Blue Cloud Mountain range, Yi Xing used his void-shattering god eyes to observe from afar. He had already taken out his crimson flame bow and knocked the last void-shattering arrow, ready to shoot at any time. The strength that Meng Tai had erupted with at this moment had already made Yi Xing want to make a move. However, the void-shattering god eye's vision was extremely sharp. When Meng Tai attacked, Yi Xing noticed that the Black Tiger King's aura did not panic at all, and his expression was also very calm. Facing Meng Tai's attack, the Black Tiger King did not show any fear. Instead, he sneered. Yi Xing was surprised. Looking at the Black Tiger King's performance, he seemed to have the confidence to block Meng Tai's attack. This made Yi Xing suppress the thought of shooting the void-shattering arrow. In the sky above the Dark Star Island, the Black Tiger King sneered facing Meng Tai's terrifying attack. "You've already improved. Do you think I, the Black Tiger King, can't compare to you? You should also experience my sect's ultimate move, Black Dragon 9 Styles." As he spoke, the Black Tiger King's move changed, and his fist turned into a palm as he pushed out. At this moment, the Black Panther King's aura skyrocketed, erupting with a pressure that caused one's heart to palpitate. Vaguely, 9 black dragon silhouettes appeared, coiling around the Black Panther King's body. Following the Black Tiger King's push, 2 black dragon phantoms instantly materialized and charged forward. The Black Dragon's silhouette only gave off an oppressive aura. However, when the Black Dragon's silhouette materialized, its oppressive aura had already solidified. Even the surrounding space was pushed aside and solidified. Bang bang, the 2 black dragons collided with the terrifying saber aura at the same time, resulting in an earth-shaking explosion. This slash was enough to sweep through 4-star kings. Some ordinary 4-star kings wouldn't even be able to block this slash and would be chopped down. However, before the 2 black dragons, this terrifying slash was completely destroyed in the blink of an eye. What? How could this be? The kings of the Deyuan dynasty were all shocked. The most shocked was none other than the Supreme King Meng Tai. He knew how powerful the last move of the heaven-breaking 13 slashes was. Originally, Meng Tai thought that he was invincible and didn't have much motivation to improve his strength. However, after knowing that the Black Panther King could contend against him, Meng Tai's fighting spirit was reignited. Since he was able to become a 4-star king, he was already one of the top geniuses of the Star Continent. Moreover, he had already cultivated the heaven-breaking 13 slashes to a critical point. He was only one step away from completing the 13 slashes. Under the pressure of the Black Panther King, he finally took that step and completed the heaven-breaking 13 slashes, greatly increasing his strength. He originally thought that after completing the 13th slash, he would be able to win against the Black Panther King. Who would have thought that the Black Panther King's strength would increase greatly in these 2 years, and he would have mastered a martial art that was even more heaven-defying than the heaven-breaking 13 slashes. The 9 styles of the Black Dragon was the Dark Star sect's supreme martial art. Zhuangyuan had learned it from the Dark Star Divine Palace. Even in the Dark Star Divine Palace, the 9 Styles of the Black Dragon was a first-class upper-grade black martial art. Its power was not inferior to that of a supreme-grade black martial art. Naturally, it was much more powerful than the heaven-breaking 13 Slashes, which was considered powerful in the Star Continent. After all, the heaven-breaking 13 Slashes could only be considered as ordinary amongst high-grade profound martial arts in the Dark Star Divine Palace. The 9 Styles of the Black Dragon had always been a martial art exclusive to the sect master of the Dark Star sect. Only the sect master had the qualifications to cultivate it. However, 2 years ago Yi Xing the Fiend Star had fallen, and the young sect master Zhui Yuping had been possessed. The Dark Star sect could be said to be in a precarious situation. In order to deal with the future dangers of the Dark Star sect, the Star Dragon King and the Sovereign Sect's King Xiaomu had discussed and decided to let the Red Panther King cultivate the 9 Styles of the Black Dragon. Back then, Zhuo Hongyuan hadn't been able to complete the 9 Styles of the Black Dragon. He had only cultivated it to the level of 4 Dragon Strike. The 9 Styles of the Black Dragon that he had left behind was only an incomplete version. The more powerful a martial art was, the more difficult it was to cultivate. Other than Zhuo Hongyuan, none of the Dark Star sect masters had ever cultivated the 9 Styles of the Black Dragon. Most of them had only cultivated 1 style, and a few had cultivated 2 styles. For example, the Star Dragon King and King Xiaomu had only cultivated 1 style and could only attack 1 black dragon. The fact that the Black Panther King was able to comprehend the Dark Force to its peak when he was a 3-star king showed how high his comprehension ability was. His 9 Styles of the Black Dragon was indeed much faster than the Star Dragon King and King Xiaomu. In just 2 years he had cultivated 2 styles. From what had happened today, the Star Dragon King and King Xiaomu's decision to let the Black Panther King cultivate the 9 Styles of the Black Dragon was clearly a wise decision. The 2 black dragons that the Black Panther King had attacked with were 300 meters long. The dragon's aura was so strong that it was almost material. It made the Black Panther King look even more dignified, giving off a feeling that one couldn't look straight at him. Meng Tai, what kind of bullshit title is this? It's time for today to end. Die. The Black Panther King shouted and continued to use the 9 Styles of the Black Dragon. The 2 black dragons roared and rushed toward Meng Tai. Although there was shock in Meng Tai's eyes, he didn't panic. His eyes were very calm. You want to kill me? You're still far from it. Meng Tai shouted coldly. He put away his dark weapon and formed a hand seal with both hands. Whoosh! A green sword flew out of thin air. As soon as the sword appeared, it shone brightly, illuminating the entire sky. The sword light flashed and turned into a huge green dragon. The green dragon's length exceeded 300 meters. It was close to 1,000 meters. It formed a circle and protected Meng Tai in the middle. Boom! Boom! In less than a blink of an eye, the 2 black dragons arrived in front of Meng Tai. The green dragon formed by the green sword immediately stretched out its claws. Rip! The green dragon's claws contained terrifying power. The 2 black dragons were instantly torn apart. However, sweat faintly appeared on Meng Tai's forehead. The green dragon seemed to be under his control, but it was very strenuous for him to do so. After blocking the attacks of the 2 black dragons, Meng Tai shouted, "What are you waiting for? Slaughter them all." Chapter 825. After Meng Tai yelled at the Deyuan dynasty martial artists, he turned to the Black Tiger King and smiled coldly. Hee. Black Tiger, my Deyuan dynasty's 10,000 years of accumulation isn't something you can imagine. With the dynasty's dragon luck protecting me, even a 5-star king can't do anything to me, let alone you. Meng Tai's expression was filled with pride. The Deyuan dynasty had ruled the Star Continent for 10,000 years. For 10,000 years, the Deyuan dynasty was the orthodox and was recognized by the martial artists of the Star Continent. Moreover, every time the Outer Realm Star Continent opened, it was the Deyuan dynasty's core martial artists who took the Star Continent's fate. As time passed, the dynasty accumulated a huge amount of fate. This was the dynasty's dragon luck. To destroy a dynasty, one must first destroy its fate. When Yi Xing was in the Star Continent, he had taken the Star Continent's fate the last time the Outer Realm Star Continent opened, which had damaged the Deyuan dynasty's dragon luck. However, the Deyuan dynasty's fate that had been accumulated for 10,000 years was too thick. When there was a 4-star king, it was also when the dynasty's dragon luck was at its peak. A single destruction was unable to shake its foundation. Moreover, in these 2 years when Yixing wasn't in the Star Continent, the Dark Star sect had been suppressed to the point that they had to defend their headquarters. The Dayuan dynasty's control over the Star Continent had greatly increased, and its fate had recovered. Therefore, the dynasty's dragon luck that Meng Tai had taken out was extremely powerful, reaching the level of a 5-star king. The dynasty's capital had a fate-gathering altar. Only at the altar could the dynasty's dragon luck be controlled freely. If the dragon luck was taken out of the capital, it would be extremely difficult to control it. Although Meng Tai was a 4-star king, controlling the dynasty's dragon luck that was equivalent to a 5-star king was still quite strenuous. He could only use it for defense and couldn't control its attack. As for the current situation, Meng Tai only needed to defend against the Black Tiger King's attack. In Meng Tai's opinion, the Dark Star sect's true enemy was the Black Tiger King. As long as he delayed the Black Tiger King, the Dayuan dynasty still had more than 60 kings, including a few 3-star kings. On the other hand, the Dark Star sect only had a dozen or so kings and only one 3-star king. Once the battle started, the Dark Star sect would definitely be crushed. Under Meng Tai's order, the 60 kings all flew out of the flying ship. They all exploded with terrifying auras as they looked at the Dark Star sect's martial artists with cold smiles on their faces. The kings of the Dark Star sect also flew into the sky. The sect leader, Star Dragon King, fixed his gaze on Zhui Yupeng. Looking at his son, there was no warmth on his face, only extreme killing intent. Give me back Pinger's life. Zhui Yu angrily Zhuomu. King 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 and King King. King. King 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 King. 9 moves. Outside of King Xiaomu's body, 9 indistinct shadows of black dragons instantly appeared. With a push of his palm, one of the black dragons rushed out and clawed at Zhui Yupeng's head. King King, SS King King, SSSSS King King, S King. S King 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 King. S King 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 King. Wei Qingxian yelled, Extreme Ice Seal. Wei Qingxian pushed her palms forward, and the air in front of her turned into cold mist. Ice crystals appeared in the air. The cold mist and ice crystals moved thousands of meters forward at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. More than half of the kings of the Great Yuan dynasty were within this range. Their bodies trembled and they were instantly covered by ice crystals, turning into ice sculptures. Even the astral light attacks from the few 3-star kings were no exception, and they were all frozen by the ice crystals. The weaker 1-star kings were frozen by the ice crystals and fell from the sky. As for the 3-star kings, they rushed out of the ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling from the cold. Their eyes were filled with shock. Many kings of the Great Yuan dynasty also struggled out of the ice sculptures. However, they were stronger than the kings of the Great Yuan dynasty, and they paid a higher price. They were all pale and they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Wei Qingxuan's move had dealt with more than half of the kings of the Great Yuan dynasty. She had also heavily injured more than 10 people. As for the remaining kings of the Great Yuan dynasty, they were still falling from the ice sculptures. It looked like they were in grave danger. Wei Qingxuan's cultivation was only at the first level of the Star Sea realm. A mere 1-star king had actually exploded with such terrifying strength. Whether it was the Dark Star sect or the Great Yuan dynasty's martial artists, they all sucked in a breath of cold air, greatly shocked. As for Yixing, who was watching from afar with his void-breaking god eyes, he had already expected this. The power of the sovereign bloodline in Wei Qingxuan's body was too strong. When used on any martial arts, the power would become extremely terrifying. That extreme ice seal was something that even the strongest kings of the 4 stars couldn't block. Wei Qingxuan's strength seemed to be even stronger than the Black Biao kings. The kings of the Great Yuan dynasty were all shocked by Wei Qingxuan's move. Fear rose in their hearts and they didn't dare to fight anymore. They hurriedly retreated. Only Zhui Yupeng didn't retreat. Facing King Xiaomu's attack, he instantly counterattacked. Boom. Zhui Yupeng's 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed at the black dragon's body. A claw aura instantly enlarged, and the black dragon's body was crushed by this claw. Then the 5 fingers pressed down and rapidly shrunk, grabbing at King Xiaomu's head. In the blink of an eye, Zhui Yupeng's attack had caused King Xiaomu to feel a fatal threat. Although the giant claw shrunk rapidly, its power didn't change. As it descended, the space below collapsed layer by layer. Before the claw arrived, King Xiaomu already felt a terrifying pressure descend. It was as if the space had solidified, making it impossible for him to dodge. The claw's power was so terrifying that if it grabbed his head, it would definitely split open and he would die in one strike. Under the threat of death, King Xiaomu's potential completely erupted. The astral energy within his body burned, and his aura instantly soared. He forcefully broke through the compressed space and rushed to the side. King Xiaomu's strength was already at the peak of the 3 stars kings. At this moment, his strength was unleashed, and his desire to live almost caused him to erupt with the speed of a 4 stars king. However, compared to Zhui Yuping's claw, it was still a bit too slow. Prince Filial Wood's body was bent forward. He had barely passed his head when Prince Filial Wood's claw had already landed on his shoulder. Rip. King Xiaomu's entire arm was instantly ripped off by this claw. His body was heavily injured and he fiercely fell to the ground. He was already vomiting blood in the air. Zhui Yuping's attack also shocked the Dark Star sect's martial artists. They never expected that Zhui Yuping, who was just a High Lord 2 years ago, would have such heaven-defying strength now. Chapter 826. Even Yi Xing, who had expected Zhui Yuping's strength, was surprised. Although Zhui Yuping did not kill King Xiaomu, the strength that Zhui Yuping displayed was not inferior to Wei Qingxian in Yi Xing's eyes. Although Wei Qingxian dealt with dozens of kings in one move and looked powerful, Wei Qingxuan's move was originally a wide-range attack. As for Zhui Yuping, Yi Xing could naturally see that the previous attack was just a casual one. He had not used his true strength yet. Originally, he thought that the strongest person in the Deyuan dynasty was the Supreme King Meng Tai. Unexpectedly, the strongest person was Zhui Yuping. This made Yi Xing secretly glad that he had not been in a hurry to shoot the void-piercing arrow. This last void-piercing arrow should have been used to deal with Zhui Yuping. Zhui Yuping did not continue to pursue after severely injuring King Xiaomu. Instead, his gaze turned and fell on Wei Qingxian in the distance. The kings of the Deyuan dynasty had all retreated. Only Zhui Yuping's aura was still soaring. Wei Qingxuan's gaze also looked at Zhui Yuping. You are the beauty that this body of mine can't forget. Not bad, you are indeed a peerless beauty. I really did not expect you to have such powerful strength. Hee. Zhui Yuping laughed and said, this body of mine covets your beauty and wants to sleep with you. However, I am interested in the strength in your body and want to eat you. Eee. As he spoke, Zhui Yuping licked his lips and his voice became sharper and sharper. A mere 1-star king's body contains such powerful strength. Your bloodline must be heaven-defying. After eating you, I will definitely be able to recover to a higher level of cultivation and become the ruler of the star continent. At this moment, waves of black aura surged out from Zhui Yuping. His entire body was shrouded in black fog. The black fog spread out and was 1,000 feet in size. Its shape was like the head of an evil spirit. Together with Zhui Yuping's sharp voice, it was like a devil had descended. It was a terrifying feeling. The kings of the Great Yuan dynasty had never seen Zhui Yuping in such a state before. Looking at the black fog ghost in the sky, they all felt fear in their hearts. At this moment, the only one who could see Zhui Yuping's body clearly was Yi Xing, who was thousands of miles away. The black fog surrounding Zhui Yuping's body naturally could not block the Void Breaker God Eye's vision. The current Zhui Yuping was completely different from his normal state. His skin was completely covered by a layer of black runes. Yi Xing could see that the black runes contained a powerful energy. Furthermore, it caused Zhui Yuping's body to become as tough as a profound armament. A third eye opened on Zhui Yuping's forehead. The eyeball was grayish-white without any hint of life. Clearly, it wasn't a normal martial path heavenly eye but a kind of eye technique. This was one of the eye techniques of the realm of death, the Eye of Death. As soon as Zhui Yuping opened Azura's eye, not only did his eyesight become much stronger, even his senses became sharper. He immediately sensed that someone was watching him. Under normal circumstances, Zhui Yuping would not suspect anything when he felt this gaze. However, he was now in the black fog and ordinary warriors could not see him at all. Being watched at this time naturally aroused Zhui Yuping's vigilance. However, Zhui Yuping immediately felt relieved because a third eye opened in the center of Wei Qingxuan's forehead. The eyeball was constantly changing and rotating. Obviously, it was not a normal martial path heavenly eye, but a kind of eye technique which penetrated the black fog and saw him. Thinking of this, Zhui Yuping naturally dispelled the doubts in his heart. Wei Qingxuan's eye technique was inherited from the bloodline memory. It was a god-level eye technique of the Holy Land Samsara Palace, the Samsara Divine Eye. Although the Samsara divine eye could not penetrate layers of hollow like the void breaker god eyes, it could easily see through the black fog outside Zhui Yuping's body. Zhui Yuping had been possessed by the King of Death spirit, so he was no longer a normal human being. Or rather, he was not a human being at all. Whether for justice or selfishness, Wei Qingxian wanted to kill Zhui Yuping. Go to hell? The Samsara divine eye locked onto Zhui Yuping's body. Wei Qingxian yelled and rushed over like a flash of light. At the same time, Wei Qingxian had already slapped out. A mist-like palm print moved faster than her body and slapped into the black fog in an instant. The mist-like palm print was extremely and cold. Wherever it passed, the void was frozen. Wei Qingxuan's previous palm print had spread the cold air over thousands of meters and attacked dozens of kings. Now the amount of cold air was not reduced. Instead, it increased and condensed into only one palm print. One could imagine how terrifying this palm print was. 3-star kings could escape from the previous wide-range attacks. However, if they were hit by this palm print, they would definitely die. Even 4-star kings could not resist it. Hee hee. Zhui Yuping's laughter came out of the black fog. Although Wei Qingxuan's palm print was terrifying, Zhui Yuping did not take it seriously. He rushed toward the palm print. His body was his most powerful weapon. Bang! The mist-like palm print hit Zhui Yuping and immediately froze him. However, Zhui Yuping's body continued to shoot forward. The layer of ice outside his body crumbled. It can't freeze you? Wei Qingxuan's eyes were filled with surprise. Her expression immediately became serious. The Dark Star sect's martial artists were also nervous. Now the Black Tiger King and Meng Tai were locked in a stalemate. Wei Qingxian had burst out with such terrifying strength. She had completely become the Dark Star sect's savior. They had all seen Zhui Yuping's strength. If Wei Qingxian was defeated, the Dark Star sect would have no way to survive. Therefore, this battle was the battle of the Dark Star sect's destiny. Seeing that Wei Qingxuan's cold air could not freeze Zhui Yuping, the Dark Star sect's martial artists became nervous. Little beauty, you are indeed powerful. However, it's a pity that you are still a little weaker than me. Zhui Yuping sneered. His 10 fingers suddenly lengthened and sharp claws grew out of his fingertips. They were like blades that shone with a cold light. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Zhui Yuping rushed in front of Wei Qingxian. His hands formed into claws and clawed continuously. In the blink of an eye, countless claw prints had struck out. The claw prints tore the void apart and enveloped Wei Qingxian in all directions. Wei Qingxian pushed the bloodline power in her body to the limit. Her palms turned into fists. In an instant, streaks of icy fist energy attacked in all directions and collided with the claw prints. Although Wei Qingxuan's strength was powerful, she was still at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. Moreover, she cultivated the Dark Star Shen body and her physical body was not as strong as her opponent's. In less than 30 moves, she was at a disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged nearly 30 moves and it had only been 2 to 3 breaths of time. Seeing that her opponent's physical body was powerful, Wei Qingxian immediately gave up on close combat. She retreated quickly and shouted, "Light of Reincarnation." Chapter 827. Whoosh. A multicolored light shot out from Wei Qingxuan's Samsara Divine Eye. The Samsara Divine Eye was an offensive eye technique. Although it wasn't as powerful as the void-breaking Divine Eye, it was still an extremely powerful attack. The power of this Samsara Divine Eye was terrifying. Even an ordinary 5-star king wouldn't be able to block it. In other words, if Meng Tai faced Wei Qingxuan's Samsara Divine Eye, he might not be able to block it even with his Dynasty Dragon luck. The attack power of a 5-star king was more than enough to kill a 4-star king. The Black Tiger King's life would be in danger if he faced this Samsara Divine Eye. However, Zhui Yuping was clearly stronger than the Black Tiger King and Meng Tai. Wei Qingxuan's Samsara Divine Eye didn't scare him away. Wei Qingxian retreated, but Zhui Yuping chased after her like a shadow. At the same time he shouted, "Death Ray." Whoosh. Zhui Yuping's eyes of death also shot out a ray of light. This was a pitch-black ray of light, but it contained a terrifying penetrative power. The moment the death ray appeared, the void in front of it was instantly pierced through. The death ray actually pierced through the void, directly passing through the Samsara Divine Eye and appearing in front of Wei Qingxian in an instant. The death ray struck Wei Qingxuan's body. The profound grade inner armor was instantly pierced through like it was nothing. Although the death ray was only an extremely thin thread, its power was terrifying. The moment it pierced through Wei Qingxuan's body, it exploded and destroyed a large amount of flesh. A bowl-sized hole appeared in Wei Qingxuan's chest. The Dark Star sect's martial artists all cried out in alarm, their expressions changing. If it were a low-grade king body, such an injury wouldn't be fatal, but it would still cause great damage to their vitality. They would lose their ability to fight for a short period of time and be at the mercy of others. When the death ray struck Wei Qingxian, the Samsara Divine Eye also struck Zhui Yuping. At this instant, the dark runes on Zhui Yuping's body emitted a resplendent light that collided with the light of reincarnation. Sparks flew in all directions, and Zhui Yuping's body was sent flying by the terrifying power contained within the light of reincarnation. However, Zhui Yuping only flew for 1,000 meters before stabilizing his body. At this time, the black fog outside his body was dispersed by the light of reincarnation, and his body was clearly visible to everyone. Zhui Yuping patted his body and revealed a devilish smile. A very powerful attack. Unfortunately, it's still a little lacking. If you were a 2-star king, you would definitely be able to kill me. However, you aren't. Therefore, you can only become my storage item. Ah. While Zhui Yuping was speaking, the wound on Wei Qingxuan's chest had already healed. Yi Xing's prediction was correct. Wei Qingxian had indeed constructed an immortal body. This bit of injury was nothing to her. However, Wei Qingxuan's expression was grim. Zhui Yuping's physical body was too powerful. Her light of reincarnation could kill a 4-star king, and even a 5-star king would be severely injured. However, Zhui Yuping had taken it head-on. As her trump card, the light of reincarnation could not be used multiple times. With her current cultivation, she could only use the light of reincarnation 3 times at most. Judging from Zhui Yuping's physical defense, the chances of killing him after using the light of reincarnation 3 times were not high. In fact, it might even be difficult to severely injure him. Even Yi Xing's void-piercing arrow could reach the level of a 5-star king. However, even he did not have the confidence to kill Zhui Yuping in one shot. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xing was not in a hurry to use the void-piercing arrow. There was only one void-piercing arrow. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill Zhui Yuping in one shot. After watching the exchange between Wei Qingxian and Zhui Yuping, Yi Xing had already found such an opportunity. He only needed to wait for the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Zhui Yuping. Above Dark Star Island, the martial artists of the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty were watching from afar. There were only 4 people fighting in the air. The Black Biao King was fighting Meng Tai, while Wei Qingxian was fighting Zhui Yuping. Meng Tai was in an invincible position with the dynasty's draconic luck protecting him. He took the initiative to counterattack the Black Biao King, causing the Black Biao King to be unable to pay attention to the battle between Wei Qingxian and Zhui Yuping. After a short pause between Wei Qingxian and Zhui Yuping charged toward Wei Qingxian again. Ghost-rending soul-chasing claw. Before Zhui Yuping's body arrived, numerous claw marks attacked first. Wei Qingxian knew that she would not be able to gain any advantage in a head-on clash with Zhui Yuping. She could only retreat and use her reincarnation divine eye again. The dazzling light of reincarnation shot out with terrifying power towards Zhui Yuping. This is the moment. In the Azure Cloud Mountain range, Yi Xing smiled faintly and shot out the void-piercing arrow in his hand. Hee hee. Zhui Yuping sneered and ignored the attack of the light of reincarnation. The death eye on his forehead blinked and shot out a death ray. The death ray did not collide with the light of reincarnation. It pierced through the void and shot toward Wei Qingxuan's body. Although the death ray was not as powerful as the light of reincarnation, its ability to pierce through the void was extremely difficult to deal with. Although Wei Qingxian had a supreme-grade imperial body and an immortal body, no one was willing to have a big hole in their body. Moreover, the immortal body also consumed vitality to heal injuries. Once the vitality was exhausted, the immortal body would become an ordinary body. Wei Qingxian immediately took out a green shield in front of her. It was a defensive dark weapon. Bang! The death ray hit the green shield and made a loud sound. However, it did not penetrate it in the end. The huge force sent Wei Qingxian and her shield flying thousands of meters away. The light of reincarnation hit Zhui Yuping's body at the same time as the death ray hit the green shield. However, Zhui Yuping sneered. He was very confident in his body's defense and was not afraid of the light of reincarnation. The black runes on Zhui Yuping's body shone brightly and collided with the light of reincarnation. Sparks flew in all directions. The light of reincarnation could not penetrate it and only send Zhuo Yupeng flying. However, at this moment, the void in front of Zhuo Yupeng suddenly rippled like a stone thrown into a calm water surface. At the center of the ripples, a silver-white arrow shot out. The speed of the silver-white arrow was like a ray of light. It was more than 10 times faster than Zhuo Yupeng's retreating speed. As soon as it appeared, it had already crossed the void and shot toward Zhuo Yupeng's head. The black runes on Zhuo Yupeng's body had just defended against the light of reincarnation. It was the moment when his defense was at its weakest. The void-piercing arrow shot by Yi Xing had the offensive power of a peak 5-star king. It was much stronger than Wei Qingxuan's light of reincarnation. Most importantly, the arrow intent contained in the void-piercing arrow had an incomparably terrifying penetrating power. Therefore, the black runes on Zhuo Yupeng's body were instantly penetrated. The void-piercing arrow went through Zhuo Yupeng's forehead and came out from the back of his head. It pierced a fist-sized hole in Zhuo Yupeng's head and instantly destroyed the flesh and blood inside. Chapter 828. Wei Qingxuan's expression froze, shocked. The martial artists of the Dark Star sect and the Great Yuan dynasty were also stunned. The silver-white arrow had appeared too suddenly. It had appeared out of nowhere and its power was terrifying. Even Wei Qingxuan's light of samsara was unable to break through Zhuo Yupeng's defense. The silver-white arrow had actually pierced through Zhuo Yupeng's head. Zhuo Yupeng's body was affected by the power of the silver-white arrow, and he retreated even faster in the air as he let out an ear-piercing scream of pain. This scream did not come from Zhuo Yupeng's mouth. Instead, it came from a black shadow that rushed out of Zhuo Yupeng's head. The black shadow twisted, and its mouth was stretched longer than its body as it let out a painful scream. This was the Death Spirit King's soul. As a 7-star Death Spirit King, his soul would not be destroyed so easily. Yi Xing's silver-white arrow had the power of a peak 5-star king, but it still could not hurt the 7-star Death Spirit King's soul. However, the 7-star Death Spirit King's body had been possessed by Zhuo Yupeng, and his body was only a low-tier king body. When the flesh in his head was destroyed, it was naturally fatal. Therefore his body died instantly. The 7-star Death Spirit King had possessed Zhuo Yupeng's body for 2 years, and his soul and body had already merged together. Although his soul had not been destroyed, he could still feel the pain of his body dying. The pain of death was so intense that even the 7-star Death Spirit King's soul had been damaged. The scream of the 7-star Death Spirit King's soul was ear-piercing, and it pierced through people's souls. Whether it was the martial artists of the Dark Star sect or the Great Yuan dynasty, they all felt a sharp pain in their minds. Some of the weaker venerables were even bleeding from their 7 orifices. Fortunately, the Dark Star sect had moved all the martial artists below the Venerable Realm into the Dark Star Palace. Otherwise, without the protection of the formation, they would have been killed by the 7-star Death Spirit King's soul howl. After one breath, the 7-star Death Spirit King stopped screaming and screamed, "Who did it? Who was the one who shot him in the dark?" When the 7-star Death Spirit King was still attached to his physical body, he was still afraid of the power of that silver-white arrow for the sake of his physical body's safety. However, at this moment, his physical body was already destroyed and his soul was a mental body. Normal attacks would not be able to harm him at all. Even if the silver-white arrow's power reached the level of a peak 5-star king, he was still completely immune to it. Without a physical body, even though his soul wouldn't be able to survive for a long time, he could still find a new body to possess. Besides, before possessing a body, his soul was immune to many physical attacks. Therefore, the 7-star Death Spirit King wasn't afraid at all. The person who shot the arrow was thousands of miles away. Naturally, no one answered the 7-star Death Spirit King's question. No matter if it was the Dark Star sect's martial practitioners or the Great Yuan dynasty's martial practitioners, they all looked at each other. They did not know who had shot the silver-white arrow, nor did they know where it had come from. This was because the silver-white arrow had appeared out of nowhere without any warning. The Star Continent was only a low-level continent. The peak of martial arts was the Star Ocean Realm. The arrow piercing through the void involved the attainment of the void-shattering realm. Normally, only true gods of archery could reach this level. Therefore, the martial artists of the Star Continent naturally didn't know about it. However, Wei Qingxuan's sovereign bloodline had awakened, and she had a lot of inherited memories. Therefore, she was much more knowledgeable than the martial artists of the Star Continent. As for the attainment of the void-shattering realm in archery, she naturally knew about it. True gods stood at the peak of martial arts in high-level continents. It was unlikely that they would come to a low-level continent like the Star Continent and help the Dark Star sect for no reason. Moreover, if it was a true god who shot the arrow, it wouldn't have just destroyed the physical body of the Death Spirit King. Therefore, the person who shot the arrow wasn't a true god of archery, but an arrow that contained the power of the void-shattering realm in his hand. Since this person helped the Dark Star sect, there must be a reason, and he should be related to the Dark Star sect. Being related to the Dark Star sect and an expert in archery, a figure flashed past Wei Qingxuan's mind. Yixing. Could it be that Yixing has returned? Wei Qingxian thought. She didn't believe that Yixing was dead, and was suspicious about the Supreme King Meng Tai killing Yixing. Within the Dark Star sect, the Black Biao King also didn't believe that Yixing was dead. At first he had indeed believed it. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that if Meng Tai had killed Yixing, he would definitely have hung Yixing's corpse as a display of force to attack the Dark Star sect. However, the Black Biao King didn't know the level of the void-shattering realm in archery, so he naturally didn't think that it was Yixing who did it. Wei Qingxian thought that Yixing might have returned, and he might be near the Dark Star Island, so she immediately looked around. Although the Eye of Reincarnation wasn't as heaven-defying as the Divine Eye of Void-Shattering Realm, just the first layer was enough to see over 1,000,000 miles. Yixing was thousands of miles away, so Wei Qingxian naturally couldn't see Yixing. However, before she could search a large area, the soul of the Seven-Star Death Spirit King rushed towards her. The Seven-Star Death Spirit King screamed, "No matter who shot the arrow, they dared to destroy my body, so I'll find a better one." Thousands of miles away in the Blue Cloud Mountain range, Yixing was shocked. If the Seven-Star Death Spirit King possessed Wei Qingxian, it would be very bad. However, Yixing's heart was nervous for a moment, but he calmed down again. Supremes were legendary existences in the Dark Star continent, and Wei Qingxian was the daughter of a Supremes. Since the Reincarnation Supremes had left the Supremes' bloodline in Wei Qingxuan's body, he must have other means of protection. It was unlikely that the soul of a Death Spirit King would possess his daughter. Before the Seven-Star Death Spirit King reached Wei Qingxian, Wei Qingxuan's gaze turned to him. Light of Reincarnation. Wei Qingxian shouted, and a dazzling colorful light suddenly bloomed in the Divine Eye of Reincarnation. The Seven-Star Death Spirit King's speed was fast enough, but the light of reincarnation was even faster. With a flash of light, it shot the soul of the Seven-Star Death Spirit King. Relying on his soul, the Seven-Star Death Spirit King obviously didn't take Wei Qingxuan's pupil technique seriously. Therefore he didn't dodge, thinking that the attack would have no effect on him. However, when the light of reincarnation came into contact with his soul, the Seven-Star Death Spirit King immediately let out an extremely shrill howl. The Divine Eye of Reincarnation was the pupil technique created by the Reincarnation Supremes. It contained the origin of heaven and earth. The attack of the light of reincarnation was not an ordinary attack. It could even kill a soul. The soul of the Seven-Star Death Spirit King trembled violently and shrank in an instant. Then he quickly retreated while howling, full of fear for Wei Qingxian. Chapter 829. The light of reincarnation was extremely harmful to souls. Just one attack had caused the Seven-Star Death Spirit King to suffer. And this was because Wei Qingxuan's cultivation was not high enough. If she could raise her cultivation by 2 more levels, the light of reincarnation would be even more terrifying. One light of reincarnation would be enough to instantly kill the Seven-Star Death Spirit King. After being attacked by Wei Qingxuan's light of reincarnation, the Seven-Star Death Spirit King naturally fled in the opposite direction, which happened to be where the Deyuan Dynasty martial artists were. Seeing the Seven-Star Death Spirit King flee, the Dark Star Sect martial artists were overjoyed and cheered. On the other hand, the Deyuan Dynasty martial artists were shocked. When they saw the Seven-Star Death Spirit King charging towards them, their faces were filled with fear. The Seven-Star Death Spirit King charged straight towards a One-Star King. Don't come over." The One-Star King's expression instantly turned into fear. The Seven-Star Death Spirit King was charging towards him, obviously wanting to possess his body. The One-Star King quickly retreated and waved his dark weapon sword at the Seven-Star Death Spirit King. Unfortunately, his attack was completely useless against the Seven-Star Death Spirit King's spiritual body. The Seven-Star Death Spirit King's speed was much faster than his and instantly charged into his mind. When the kings beside him saw the Seven-Star Death Spirit King charging over, They all ran to the side in fear. No one dared to stop him. After all, the 7-star Death Spirit King could possess anyone's body at this moment, so no one dared to provoke him. King Wu Gu, don't touch the disciples of the Meng family. In the distance Meng Tai roared. He had used the dynasty's draconic luck to protect himself, so the Black Tiger King could not stop him. King Wu Gu was the real name of the 7-star Death Spirit King. The Dark Star sect had already spread the news that Zhui Yuping had been possessed by the Death Spirit King. This was not a secret. Meng Tai had worked together with Zhui Yuping, so he naturally knew that Zhui Yuping was the World of Death's King Wu Gu. The two of them had an agreement. King Wu Gu would lead the men of the Great Yuan dynasty to the Dark Star Island and destroy the Dark Star sect. As for the martial artists of the Dark Star sect, they would all belong to King Wu Gu so that he could devour their flesh and blood to strengthen his cultivation. Of course, King Dark Crow didn't tell Meng Tai that he was a 7-star Death Spirit King. Instead, he lied to Meng Tai that he was only a 3-star Death Spirit King. Otherwise, Meng Tai wouldn't have agreed to let King Dark Star Church's martial artists devour. In the past 2 years, in order to quickly recover his cultivation, King Wu Gu had slaughtered countless warriors in the Star Continent. He had even destroyed a few 2-star empires. Meng Tai knew about this, but he had only made an agreement with King Wu Gu that he was not allowed to harm the warriors of the factions directly under the Great Yuan dynasty, especially the warriors of the Meng royal family. And now, the 1-star king that King Wu Gu had possessed was a member of the Meng royal family. Furthermore, he was a genius king of the Meng royal clan and Meng Tai's nephew. His name was Meng Yuanlai. Although Meng Yuanlai's talent wasn't as good as Meng Yuanxing's, he wasn't much inferior. Meng Tai's genius son had died at the hands of Yi Xing, so he had been grooming Meng Yuanlai as his future successor. Meng Yuanlai was already at the peak of the 1st-level Star Sea realm and wasn't far from breaking through to the 2-star Monarch realm. Naturally, he was valued by Meng Tai. Meng Tai hadn't expected that King Wu Gu would possess Meng Yuanlai. Zhui Yuping's talent was even higher than Meng Yuanxing's, so King Wu Gu was rather satisfied. He had joined forces with Meng Tai to destroy the Dark Star Church for the flesh and blood of the Dark Star Church's martial artists. However, King Wu Gu's physical body had been destroyed, and even his soul had suffered great damage. How could he still care about his agreement with Meng Tai? Originally, King Wu Gu had wanted to possess Wei Qingxian, but he had been scared out of his wits by the light of samsara. He could only settle for the next best thing, which was to find a random warrior of the Great Yuan dynasty to possess. Naturally, he had taken a fancy to Meng Yuanlai. Even though King Wu Gu's soul had suffered great damage, his willpower wasn't something a 1-star monarch realm could compare to. King Wu Gu rushed into Meng Yuanlai's body, and Meng Yuanlai struggled violently. In just a few seconds, his eyes were already glowing red. Meng Yuanlai had already been possessed and no longer existed. There was only King Wu Gu left. Whoosh! Black gas gushed out of King Wu Gu's body and he executed an extremely fast escape technique. Like a black light, he instantly streaked across the sky and escaped far away. Meng Tai looked at King Wu Gu, who had escaped far away, and shouted angrily, "King Wu Gu, I'm going to kill you." "Ah! Meng Tai, you'd better save your own life first." King Wu Gu's voice came from afar. His voice went from loud to soft, which showed how fast he was. "Meng Tai, where are you going?" King He Biao shouted as he chased after Meng Tai. He executed the 9 moves of the Black Dragon, and 2 Black Dragons instantly charged at Meng Tai. Although Meng Tai was furious, his heart could not help but tremble when he heard King Wu Gu's words. King Wu Gu's strength was stronger than Meng Tai's. Even so, King Wu Gu's physical body was destroyed and his soul was damaged. He had to escape in a sorry state. King He Biao was already difficult enough for Meng Tai. Now there was Wei Qingxian and an expert who was secretly attacking him. Meng Tai's heart was drenched in cold sweat when he thought about it. "Everyone get on the ship and retreat." Meng Tai used the dynasty's dragon luck to block King He Biao's attack as he shouted. Although Meng Tai could not use the dynasty's dragon luck to attack, his defense was already very strong. Any attack below the level of a 5-star king would not be able to shake the defense of the dragon luck at all. King He Biao's 9 moves of the Black Dragon naturally could not shake it. Seeing Meng Tai give the order to retreat, the Dayuan dynasty martial artist heaved a sigh of relief and flew toward the high-grade Mystic-class ship. At this moment, the Dark Star sect would not let go of the opportunity to beat up the Dayuan dynasty. All the kings and sovereigns flew into the sky and attacked the ship. Wei Qingxian rushed to the front and struck out with her palm. It was a palm formed by white mist and cold air. Wherever it passed, the void froze. The cold air palm landed on the azure dragon formed by the dynasty's dragon luck, causing the azure dragon to tremble slightly. Half of its body was covered in a layer of white frost. Although the azure dragon trembled and shattered the frost in an instant and was not injured, it could be seen that Wei Qingxian already had the strength to shake the dynasty's dragon luck. If she used the light of reincarnation, she could even penetrate the dynasty's dragon luck protection. Unfortunately, Wei Qingxian had already used the light of reincarnation 3 times. Before the power of the divine eye of reincarnation recovered, she would not be able to use it again. The dynasty's dragon luck surrounded the ship and blocked the attacks from all directions. Soon, all the Dayuan dynasty martial artists boarded the ship. Meng Tai controlled the ship and turned it into a stream of light and flew into the distance. Soon it disappeared from sight. A small area of the Dark Star Island was in a mess. The formations and restrictions outside the island were all destroyed. However, there were no casualties among the Dark Star sect martial artists. Seeing the Dayuan dynasty fleeing in a sorry state, the Dark Star Island immediately erupted with cheers. As for Wei Qingxian, she continued to use the divine eye of reincarnation to search the surroundings. She had a strong premonition that Yi Xing must have returned. Chapter 830. Wei Qingxuan's search range expanded from 1,000 miles to 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles. However, Wei Qingxian did not discover Yi Xing's figure from beginning to end. As Wei Qingxuan's search range expanded, the expectation on her face gradually disappeared, and she became more and more disappointed. She began to wonder if her premonition was wrong. In the Blue Cloud Mountains, Yi Xing used his god eyes to search for the King of Death Spirit and found that the King of Death Spirit was heading north. When Yi Xing's gaze returned to the Dark Star Island, Meng Tai had already escaped with the warriors of the Dayuan dynasty. Yi Xing saw Wei Qingxian using her eye technique to search the surroundings. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Seeing Wei Qingxuan's actions, Yi Xing reacted. Wei Qingxian had probably guessed that he was the one who shot the arrows and was looking for him. Yi Xing controlled his god eyes and locked onto Wei Qingxuan's eyes. Wei Qingxian immediately sensed that there was a pair of eyes staring at her. Her senses were the most sensitive when it came to eye contact. Yi Xing, is that you? Wei Qingxian was delighted. She looked in the direction of the gaze and asked softly. Not long after, Wei Qingxian sensed that the gaze that was watching her had left. Yi Xing could not give Wei Qingxian an answer. He looked away and soon found the King of Death Spirit. Meng Tai was the supreme king of the Dayuan dynasty. He could run away, but his temple could not. After being defeated in the Dark Star Island, he would definitely return to the capital of the Dayuan dynasty. Yi Xing naturally did not care about Meng Tai's whereabouts. The King of Death Spirit was a threat to the safety of the entire star continent. Yi Xing did not know where his nest was, so he naturally had to follow him. Otherwise, if the Lord of Death Spirit had hidden himself, Yi Xing would not have been able to find him even with his void-breaking god eyes. After all, the star continent was too vast. The Death Spirit King first headed north and then turned west. The Dark Star Island was very close to the East Divine Continent. The Death Spirit King arrived at a middle-rank empire in the East Divine Continent and used the teleportation array to reach the Divine Continent Mountain. Then he used the Class 5 teleportation array to reach the extreme north of the North Tranquil Continent. Yi Xing saw the scale of the array that King of Death Soul had adjusted, so he naturally knew where he was teleported to. Finally, King of Death Soul went all the way north to the edge of the Sea of Dark Prison and entered a mountain by the sea. Inside the mountain there was an ancient tomb. The Death Spirit King had sealed the entrance and was sleeping in a coffin. The Death Spirit King's soul had been attacked by the reincarnation light, and he was severely injured. Apparently he needed to rest and recover. It seemed that he would stay in the ancient tomb for a while. Seeing that the Death Spirit King was not moving, Yi Xing retracted his gaze and a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. In case something went wrong and this scourge escaped from his surveillance, Yi Xing decided to set off for the North Tranquil Continent and kill the Death Spirit King. After all, Yi Xing needed to use his void-breaking god eyes, and he could not keep it up all the time. Even if Yi Xing could use it all the time, he couldn't watch the King of Death and Spirit all the time. If the King of Death and Spirit left the ancient tomb without being monitored, it would be very difficult to find him again. Yi Xing raised his left hand, and the blue cloud wings appeared in his palm. Then he raised his right hand and the star fire seed appeared. In the heavenly Bao Hall, Yi Xing had obtained 20 treasures from the stone cabinets. After handing over 10 of them to the Dark Star Temple, he still had 10 treasures from the stone cabinets. Among them there were materials to upgrade the blue cloud wings. However, because the power of the Starfire Seed was not enough, it could not be integrated into the blue cloud wings. While moving in the space crack, Yi Xing's Starfire Seed had absorbed enough flame energy, and its grade had a qualitative breakthrough. It was more than enough to refine these materials. Among the treasures obtained in the heavenly Bao Hall, the worst was the black level top grade. Yi Xing took out a large piece of black level top grade black gold and spent 4 hours refining it into the blue cloud wings. After absorbing the black level top grade black gold, the blue cloud wings evolved and upgraded to the black level top grade. Yi Xing kept the blue cloud wings and used his void-breaking god eyes to look at the location of the Death Spirit King. The Death Spirit King was still sleeping in the coffin. Retracting his gaze, the blue cloud wings appeared on his back and turned into a pair of huge wings. Whoosh! Yi Xing soared into the sky and traveled more than 100 miles in the blink of an eye. With the black level top grade blue cloud wings, Yi Xing's flying speed was comparable to the Arrow Essence body shuttling through the void. In just half a day, Yi Xing flew more than 1,000,000 miles and came to the capital of the Qingyu Empire. On the way, Yi Xing passed by the barbaric mountains and looked at the falling star sect from afar. In the past 2 years, the star continent had not been peaceful, but the barbaric mountains were uninhabited, so the disturbance did not spread here. Yi Xing had moved the falling star sect here, which was obviously a wise move. As business was more important, Yi Xing did not enter the falling star sect. Instead, he went to the nearest middle-grade empire, the Tianlang Empire, through the transmission formation in the capital of the Qingyu Empire. After another half a day, Yi Xing arrived at the capital of the Tianlang Empire and went to the Divine Continent Mountain through the transmission formation. Then, through the transmission formation in the Divine Continent Mountain, he went to the extreme north of the North Mountain Continent. In the extreme north, Yi Xing was close to the place where the King of Death Soul was hiding. More than 2 hours later, he arrived outside the mountain where the King of Death Soul was hiding. Boom! The entrance of the ancient tomb that the King of Death Soul had sealed was blasted open by Yi Xing, and the whole mountain was shaking and collapsing. In the ancient tomb, the King of Death Soul jumped out of the coffin. Then he broke through the soil and stones in front of him and rushed out like an arrow. Who is courting death? The King of Death Soul rushed out of the mountain and shouted. Just then, the King of Death Soul saw Yi Xing standing in the void, and his expression suddenly changed into surprise. Why are you here? The King of Death Soul looked as if he had seen a ghost and said in surprise, Didn't Meng Tai say that he would kill you? You are not dead? Yi Xing chuckled and said, Thanks to you I am not dead. The King of Death Soul couldn't see through Yi Xing's cultivation base. However, 2 years ago Yi Xing was only a 7-star reverend. In the King of Death Soul's eyes, the current Yi Xing was at most a 9-star reverend, and the body that he had possessed was a 1-star king. Therefore he was naturally not afraid of Yi Xing. After the King of Death Soul recovered from his surprise, he chuckled and said, Meng Tai, that trash can't even kill an astral-reaching reverend. What a good-for-nothing. But it's fine. I can kill you myself. The King of Death Soul was quite resentful of Yi Xing. He originally wanted Yi Xing's body, but because of the black hole constellation, not only did he fail to possess Yi Xing's body, but his soul was also almost devoured by Yi Xing. Since he couldn't get this perfect body, he naturally had to destroy it. Yi Xing looked at the King of Death Spirit disdainfully and said, Meng Tai is indeed a good-for-nothing, but you're an idiot. You're even worse than Meng Tai. Apparently, you didn't learn a lesson from the arrow that destroyed your body yesterday. The King of Death Soul's expression changed drastically and he said in shock, How is this possible? You are the one who shot that arrow? Chapter 831. Yi Xing raised his hand, took out the red flame bow and said, You don't believe me? Then I'll do it again. Using the Dark Windfire Arrow spell, a black flame arrow was formed in the blink of an eye and locked onto the King of Death Soul. Feeling a strong penetrating aura, the King of Death Spirit believed that the person who destroyed his body with an arrow yesterday was Yi Xing. However, the King of Death Soul was still shocked and he said, Yesterday the arrow suddenly shot out of the void without any warning. How did you do it? And since you were on Dark Star Island yesterday, why didn't you continue to attack me? Instead, you chased me all the way to the extreme north of the North Netherworld continent? The King of Death Soul was very confused and wanted to figure it out, As for Yi Xing's ability to destroy his body, he was not afraid. After all, he was not a human warrior but a dead soul. As long as his soul was not destroyed, he could continue to possess other people's bodies. As a 7-star king of Death Soul, his soul was very powerful. On the star continent, except for Wei Qingxuan's light of reincarnation, he did not care about any other warrior's attack. Whoosh! The black flame arrow suddenly shot out of the bow toward the king of Death Soul. Although he did not use astrology, this arrow contained arrow intent, 3 kinds of true meaning of Tao, and the embryonic form of arrow Tao, which was enough to threaten a 5-star king. Meng Yuanlai, who was possessed by the king of Death Soul, was only a 1-star king. In front of Yi Xing's arrow, he could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, the arrow pierced through the king of Death Soul's head, killing him instantly. As Yi Xing shot the arrow, he said, "You won't understand even if I explain it to you. Why bother asking? You only need to know that I destroyed your body yesterday, and I'm here to kill you today. That's enough." The king of Death Soul experienced the pain of the death of his body again. Although he had only possessed this body for a day and the pain was not as great as the pain of Zhui Yupeng's death yesterday, the pain of death was not pleasant. The king of Death Soul's soul rushed out of Meng Yuanlia's body and turned into a black skull, letting out a shrill howl. "Yi Xing!" The Lord of Death Spirit roared angrily, "So what if you destroyed my body? What can you do to this king's soul? Since you destroyed one of my bodies, I'll take over another one. Let's see how many you can kill." Yi Xing looked at the soul of the king of Death Spirit with cold light in his eyes and said, "Who says I can't do anything to your soul? You've caused enough trouble in the star continent. Today is the day you die." Yi Xing's tone made the Lord of Death Spirit tremble. If someone had said that they could kill him yesterday, the king of Death Spirit would never have believed it and would have only snorted at it. However, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of Wei Qingxin yesterday, and he still had lingering fears. Now Yi Xing's tone made him feel threatened and instinctively fearful. His rationality told him that he should run away immediately. Otherwise, he might really fall in this beautiful world of living beings. Whoosh! The king of Death Spirit immediately turned into a black light and rushed toward the Sea of Dark Prison. The Sea of Dark Prison was a forbidden area for human kings. The king of Death Spirit was just a soul, so he was not affected by the chaotic space of the Sea of Dark Prison. Therefore, as long as he escaped into the Sea of Dark Prison, he would be safe. "You can't escape," Yi Xing shouted coldly, and the blue cloud wings appeared on his back instantly. Yi Xing had finished speaking in a flash. But as soon as he finished speaking, he had already flown more than 100 miles in the sky, blocking the king of Death Spirit and the Sea of Dark Prison. The king of Death Spirit was shocked. Yi Xing's cultivation had been exposed. He was only a 1-star king, but he could move so fast. The king of Death Spirit wanted to change his direction, but he had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, the king of Death Spirit had rushed to Yi Xing. At this moment, the king of Death Spirit was only dozens of miles away from the Sea of Dark Prison. He only needed one breath's time to rush into the Sea of Dark Prison. Since he had already rushed to Yi Xing, and it was too late to change his direction, the king of Death Spirit made up his mind. Instead of slowing down, he increased his speed and rushed over directly. Anyway, he was just a soul now. Even if Yi Xing and Wei Qingxian could injure him, it was impossible for them to kill him in one breath's time. Facing the king of Death Spirit, Yi Xing stretched out his hand, and the star fire seed instantly appeared in his palm. It was only the size of a fist. The color of the flame was extremely pale, which was very different from normal flames. However, the temperature it contained was not something normal flames could compare with. In a flash, Yi Xing's palm hit the king of Death Spirit, and the starfire seed and the king of Death Spirit's soul came into contact. Although the starfire seed was only the size of a fist, its power was too terrifying. It was the only power that Yi Xing had that could injure a high-level king. The king of Death Spirit's soul did not pass through Yi Xing's body. Instead, he instantly howled miserably. His empty soul was blocked by the starfire seed. "Fire seed? You have a level 5 fire seed?" The king of Death Spirit screamed after howling, and his voice was full of fear. After saying this, the king of Death Spirit began to howl miserably again. When the starfire seed touched the king of Death Spirit, the flame spread directly on his soul, and in the blink of an eye, the whole skull was engulfed. "Ah!" The king of Death Spirit screamed miserably. His mouth was open and his whole body was twisting. It could be seen how painful he was at this moment. Yesterday the King of Death Spirit was attacked by Wei Qingxuan's light of reincarnation. Although he also howled miserably, he was still able to control his body and escape immediately. But now the King of Death Spirit could only howl miserably and struggle. The severe pain made him unable to control his body to move. This was a dying struggle. In just one breath, the flame burned from the outside to the inside of the skull. The eyes, nostrils and mouth of the skull were all emitting pale flames. The King of Death Spirit screamed even more miserably. The degree of the skull's distortion became smaller and smaller, and the empty body gradually collapsed and was destroyed. He was on the verge of death. Before the King of Death Spirit died, he used the last of his strength to shout, "Yi Xing! What's the use of killing me? The space crack in the depths of the Sea of Dark prison is getting bigger and bigger. In a few years, it will expand to the extent that a level 5 King of Death Spirit can pass through. You can kill me now, but at that time, thousands of Kings of Death Spirit will come to the Star Continent. How many of them can you kill? At that time, there will be Kings of Death Spirit who are as powerful as me. They will not only be souls, but also real 7-star Kings of Death Spirit. Ah! All the humans on the Star Continent will die. Yi Xing, you are no exception. You will be sucked dry by the King of Death Spirit, and you will die without a whole body. Ha ha ha, you will die without a whole body. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.